Let's see if someone has the answer that I have for this question. What was the first film to be rated PG-13? 215-263-WMMR is the number, and I will go to RJ to see if we can get the answer. Hi, RJ.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. RJ, what movie do we speak of, sir?
Red Dawn.
That's the answer I have. Hang on a second. Others are saying possibly Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom.
That would have been my answer.
Yeah.
But I think we discussed this before. Maybe Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom initiated conversation whether there needed to be a second tier to PG and PG-13.
Good question. Not really sure. But we're going to go with that answer because it's the one that I have. And RJ... is going to get a pair of same-day ride and water park tickets to Maury's Piers to enjoy unlimited rides on the 3 piers in Wildwood, Surfside Mariners and Adventure Amusement Park, and piers, I should say, and both big water parks, Ocean Oasis and Beach Club and Raging Waters. And Maury's Piers is this week's big friggin' deal. You get one same-day ride and water park ticket for just $70 on sale through Sunday at WMMR.com, and that is only while supplies last. All right.
I assume you guys are going to be hitting that, right?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Tired of that yet, Kathy?
That's okay.
Okay. All right. On Tuesday,
all right with it.
She's got her headphones on.
Amber Heard's legal team wrapped up their defense in Johnny Depp's defamation trial. Following this, Depp's legal team filed a motion to dismiss Heard's $100 million countersuit. Depp is suing Heard for $50 million for the op-ed that she wrote about surviving domestic violence for the Washington Post in 2018. And so, this is going back and forth. So she wants $100 million. He's suing her for $50 million.
I don't even know what's going on. I know at one point, accidentally, Depp was suing himself.
Wow.
Yeah.
Heard filed a $100 million countersuit claiming
I'll see me in court.
Depp sought to discredit her and her allegations as fake and hoax, thereby damaging her reputation and her career. Attorney Ben Chu argued that public statements made by Depp's attorney, Adam Waldman, in 2020, which Heard's countersuit is based on, don't show that Depp participated in or authorized the comments. There's no evidence that Mr. Depp even saw the statements by Mr. Waldman until he was sued. Ultimately, the judge is going to had denied the motion by Depp's legal team to dismiss Heard's countersuit, but they anticipated that was going to happen. By the way, Johnny had nothing to do with Heard's reduced role in Aquaman 2, according to a head honcho at Warner Brothers. That was part of their claim.
Right. That he had manipulated and got her, it was hurting her career.
Yeah, the actress's chemistry with Jason Momoa was apparently a concern to executives, though. Walter Hamada, president of DC Films, said via a video deposition that Heard and Momoa's chemistry was, quote, fabricated during the editing process of Aquaman. He said the chemistry wasn't there. He said, I think editorially, they were able to make Momoa and Heard's relationship work in the first movie, but there was a concern that it took a lot of effort to get there.
As I was reading this stuff, Preston, they weren't indicating that they were contentious, I guess, right? Was it that they just didn't click? Because I thought they did. I thought they seemed to have a good chemistry.
Well, you mean on camera?
On camera.
Well, they said that's a result of editing.
Yeah.
But he said it took an effort to get there and would be better off recasting. He added that they could find someone who had better, more natural chemistry with Jason Momoa and move forward that way. Ultimately, the studio did not audition other actresses. When asked if he spoke to Momoa about the chemistry concerns, Hamada said yes, adding that he had said and that he had talked with the actor sometime before Aquaman 2 got the green light. Hamada didn't elaborate on what was said in that conversation, but a witness for Heard claimed that Momoa and director James Wan were adamant that she was in the film. Heard's lawyers asked Hamada about the pair's lack of chemistry. He said they did not really have a lot of chemistry together. The reality is it's not uncommon on movies for two leads to not have chemistry, and it's sort of movie magic in the editorial. The ability to sort of put performances together with the magic of a great score, you can fabricate sort of that chemistry. And he said,
they did a good job.
Worked.
Yeah.
When asked how you fabricate chemistry, he explained it's editorial. He said you pick the right takes, pick the right moments. The music in the scene makes a big difference. He explained that despite it being difficult to navigate Heard and Momoa's lack of chemistry, the end result actually works. And he testified that Heard's role was not reduced. as the actress had claimed, and that the pitch for Aquaman 2 was built around Momoa and co-star Patrick Wilson. So,
So we watched Maverick last night, Top
Yeah.
Gun Maverick, and I really enjoyed it. And it's funny that because I was thinking there were a couple of moments in the movie that if you were to take them as they were filmed, they would seem like the happiest of times.
Right.
But the way they edited it and then put music to it, like completely changed the entire context of what the scene was.
Sure.
And so
Well, that happens all the time.
No,
Yeah,
no,
yeah,
I
yeah.
know. But I can see exactly what they're saying here. It's like, we took this, what we think was nothing, and we, turned it on its side, gave it some different music, and
that's why they shoot lots and lots and lots of scenery because you can eventually chop it up and make it what you want.
Yeah, and there's some who work very, like Clint Eastwood is like 1 take, 2 takes.
Right.
And then like Kubrick would do 50 takes, so that he could add stuff to Kanoinker with.
Yep.
Kanoinker is a director's term, by the way.
All right. This was nice to see. Bruce Willis shooting some hoops. The diehard actor showed off his skills on the court in a video shared on Instagram by his wife, Emma Hemming Willis, on Monday. In the clip, Bruce and 3 other men are shown playing a game of basketball, during which the actor, dressed in a long-sleeve shirt, khaki pants, sneakers, and a baseball cap, goes for a jump shot, avoiding the hoop's rim with finesse as he makes the basket. Emma wrote atop the video, "I see you, B-Dub." And I guess that's a nickname.
Yeah.
BWA, Bruce Willis.
P-Buds.
That's like that.
Yeah.
We're practically brothers now. So that was nice to see. I mean, obviously, he was diagnosed with aphasia. He is stepping away from acting. And, you wonder how someone is doing when you hear a diagnosis like that.
I do. I wonder how communicative he is.
Yeah,
That's what I'm attempting to say myself.
You can't hear him speaking or anything
Right,
like that
right.
in the video, but he seems to be, moving around, and hopefully he's happy. So
If he keeps engaged, and hopefully he can allay the effects of this.
Yep. Lucasfilm is aware of the dark side of the Star Wars fandom after John Boyega and Kelly Marie Tran received racist fan harassment following their respective roles in the recent Skywalker trilogy. The production company behind the franchise is bracing for some backlash over people of color stars. Moses Ingram, who plays a villainous inquisitor in upcoming Disney Plus series Obi-Wan Kenobi, hunting the Jedi trainer Ewan McGregor, revealed that Lucasfilm was proactive in media training ahead of the series premiering actually this week, day after tomorrow. Ingram said it was something that Lucasfilm actually got in front of and said, hey, this is the thing that unfortunately likely will happen, but we are here to help you. You can let us know when it happens. Ingram noted that Obi-Wan Kenobi director Deborah Chow has been putting the proper systems in place, so I feel safe as we do the work throughout the production. Of course, there are always pockets of hate, Ingram said, but I have no problem with the block button. The Queen's Gambit alum stars opposite McGregor and Hayden Christensen. And I'm interested to see this. This one looks like it might get me.
Well, the whole concept that you're in those years before, as he's watching Luke Skywalker from afar, and all that stuff looks quite good. So yeah, I'm definitely into it.
I think the look has a more cinematic, theatrical look.
Yes.
Than listen, I really enjoyed the Mandalorian and Boba Fett, but they definitely seem TV showy to me.
Mandalorian maybe a little less so. The Boba Fett had looked a little cheaper, but I mean, it's what they're able to do and pull off, even effects-wise, is pretty amazing.
Yep. So Kim Kardashian revealed a stalker has threatened to kill her and Pete Davidson, and she is now asking for protection for her family. She included a copy of over 30 letters sent to her by an obsessed fan. The man had several direct threats toward the Saturday Night Live alum. In the filing, Kim's lawyer, Sean Hawley, describes the seriousness of the situation and lays out the specific death threats against the comedian. Comedian? Oh,
Yeah, Pete
against
Davidson,
Pete. I was like, her?
She's very funny.
Wow.
She's hilarious.
And chicken crossed around.
Why?
Fendi.
It's pretty good.
That was good.
It's really good.
So she said in a statement, in these letters, he made numerous violent threats against Miss Kardashian. In addition, he made numerous sexual comments regarding Miss Kardashian and her
How
partners.
inappropriate.
He further threatened that he would take actions that would cause Miss Kardashian and her family to be imprisoned, adding that he threatened Miss Kardashian's family, referencing her children.
Well, even despite the money, you look at Kylie Jenner. She had a guy on her property.
Oh, yeah.
You always wonder, how the hell with all that money, and you figure private security, does someone breach that house and get inside, But if someone's really committed, they can do it.
The violent threats included threats that Miss Kardashian was put on his hit list and must die soon and would, quote, get death. Pete, he had written, Pete must and will die this weekend and you next weekend.
Oh,
that'd be pretty terrifying to
I'd
see.
put Caitlyn on patrol.
In the documents,
I'll take care of this mother effer.
in the documents, Kim explains the scary incidents in a.
Yeah, I'm 2 clicks in front of the front door. How you guys doing? We got it.
She said, explains these. Get a long-term one in
Yeah,
there,
the problem with people like this is that they don't, that doesn't matter a lot to them. But maybe it will, hopefully.
Yeah, but once you get it in place,
Right, you can
if
arrest
they
the
breach
person.
that,
Yeah.
then they're going to get in more trouble, and then you have,
right.
you have the law on your side. So he cannot contact her, and he cannot come in within 100 yards of her or her home. Let's see. How about this? Did you see James Corden and Tom Cruise?
I did, yeah.
On the Monday night show, the late show. He joined Tom for some flying in the air in a pair of fighter aircraft. It was a once-in-a-lifetime getaway that Corden wasn't necessarily excited about. But he said when Tom Cruise calls, you sort of have to say yes. For his part, he was thrilled to be palling around with Corden again for Cruise. They had previously jumped out of an airplane together when promoting 2018's Mission Impossible Fallout. This time around, they jumped into to kick it off. Cruise took Corden on for a ride in a 1944 fighter plane. It looked like a P-51. I'm not 100% sure.
I believe that's his.
So Corden quickly put up a sign in the window that said, "Help me." And then things got serious when a dueling plane popped up to challenge them. Cruise said, "We're in a dogfight," and Corden screamed, "I don't give an S."
So he actually flies that in Maverick.
And-
So that appears at the end.
Just when they thought he would survive, Chris informed the two they would be going up again, this time in a jet that was fit for modern aerial warfare. And he did a bunch of stunts and stuff like that. So
we saw Top
pretty
Gun
cool.
Maverick last night, and Preston.
Yep.
It's great.
Is it great?
It really is. It takes the first one and actually makes the first one seem better. It's emotional. It hits the right notes. There's a little bit of purposefully included cheese, like 80s style cheese,
Okay.
to get you, and they're doing it with a sort of a tongue-in-cheek thing. But when they get down to the emotion and the brass tacks of what's taking place, it's awesome.
I figured they would be smart enough to do
Yeah.
it justice.
Yep.
They enough time has passed and they could really hit the right tone. So
I know my opinion on this might not be the most popular one. I don't think that the first movie is a good movie. I think it's fun. I just don't think overall it's a very good movie.
I'm with you.
And you're right. You're right.
That's just my opinion on it, and people love it. And I think it really is a lot of fun. I thought Maverick is a good movie. Like, I really enjoyed it. I thought that they hit all the emotional notes really well. And then, like, if you're going just for the plane, the jets and the fighting and that kind of thing, that's in it as well.
It's amazing.
I think it's really, really well done.
My opinion is that Top Gun, the first one, is a good movie, and Maverick is a gooder movie.
a gooder movie.
Well,
Okay.
we had Dr. Mike with us, who's the absolute,
He was like a
absolute Top Gun fan, and he was blown away by the second one. So he is thrilled beyond thrilled.
Excellent. And that opens this weekend.
This
It opens
Friday,
on
yeah.
Friday. So on Tuesday, Vin Diesel posted a video to Instagram with the legendary Rita Moreno and Michelle Rodriguez announcing that Moreno will be playing his grandmother. So he's a member of his family in the new Fast and Furious movie. Shabab.
Hi, Grandma. It's about family.
He said, "It has been my dream forever to work with Rita Moreno, and the fact that she's here
What do
playing."
they say, abuelo? Is that what do they? Is that how they refer to a grandmother?
abuelo.
Yeah.
That sounds like a Dora the Explorer right there.
Isn't that a?
That's abuelita.
No, abuela is grandmother, in
Okay,
Spanish.
what's abuelita?
That's a dish of chi-chis.
Maybe
Little grandma.
my little grandma.
This was a little hot.
Granny.
So what?
Granny.
Granny.
Granny? Okay.
All my family.
So anyhow, he said, it's been my dream forever to work with Rita Moreno, and the fact that she's here playing my grandmother makes my soul smile. I'm so blessed. And Moreno said that she was tickled to play the part. So that should be interesting to see her in that franchise. All right, I think we need to get y'all some clips. A young woman moves to the English countryside after losing her husband, only to be disturbed by the people she encounters there in the movie Men. And here, Rory Kinnear, who plays all of the men in the film, talks about why horror movies are able to discuss heavier topics. Here we go.
I think because the horror does offer something beyond the real, and there is something oblique about the horror genre in general that can be used, and this film does have a sort of a rich imagistic potential for people to bring their own prejudices, their own preconceptions, and ask questions about themselves.
I'm scared.
So we went to the movies last week to see Doctor Strange, and I saw the movie poster for this, and I was like, what is that? And it's just a picture of his face.
Right.
But his teeth, he just looks scary.
Right.
I don't know what it is.
Menacing?
Yeah. And I looked it up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you a man? Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm intrigued by this. So Men is in theaters now. Here's the next clip. HBO's The Staircase is a miniseries covering the events of a 2004 original true crime documentary. And here, showrunner Maggie Cohen discusses what it is like making this new show while also remembering the true events.
We had a story that we wanted to tell, and using the Staircase documentary as that vehicle, a study of truth, a study of construction and storytelling of justice. Those were the goals. And then so it's kind of like, what do we need to say and tell and show that help move those themes forward while making people understand that this is about a real life incident?
So reading the description here, it says The Staircase tells the story of Michael Peterson, a crime novelist accused of killing his wife Kathleen after she's found dead at the bottom of a staircase in their home, and the 16-year judicial battle that followed.
I think this is the one with Patrick Schwarzenegger, right? He's getting very good reviews for this.
Yes, he is in that, and Colin Firth and Toni Collette. A new episode of The Staircase airs tomorrow night. That's on HBO. All right. Our coolest teacher's on the line. Yes, it is time to meet our coolest teacher. We had thrown it out there to Jenkintown Upper Middle School, and they got back to us and said that Mr. Paul Hamilton was the coolest teacher. He is here. Mr. Hamilton, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
We're doing good. Congratulations to you.
Well, thank you. And let me say congratulations to you guys on that big new contract.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. We appreciate it, Paul.
Does that mean my prize is bigger?
It does. Yeah.
You know what?
Yeah.
Yes. We're not only going to give you the coffee mug, you get a T-shirt, too.
Oh, we didn't even know that.
We didn't even know that. Yeah. How long have you been with Jenkintown Upper Middle?
I've been at Jenkintown. This is my 11th year at Jenkintown.
Wow, congratulations. That's awesome.
Thank you.
I was not aware of the middle/high school togetherness that you guys have there.
Yeah, so we are I think we're the third smallest public school in the state of Pennsylvania. So our middle school, high school is combined. I teach every eighth grader, about 50 of them, and then I teach them again when they're seniors, the same kids. So
I think there's something really cool about that. There's a familiarity and a familial sense, in other words, that begin with F.
And I know their brothers, their sisters, their families.
That's great. Yeah.
And it's got to be wild for you, Paul, because I went to a high school event last night, and there were a couple kids there that I hadn't seen in 2 years, and they looked like full-grown adults to me. So going from 8th grade to seniors, you may not even realize who that person is. They're a completely different person.
And that is true. And I'm not the biggest gentleman on the planet, so these kids start to tower over me. It's quite intimidating.
Social studies. How do you make that interesting and translate and sink in with the kids?
Well, I'll tell you what, the last 4 years, really nothing to talk about involving politics or government. It's just been boring.
Right.
No, the stuff, it writes itself. The kids are engaged. They're interested. Unfortunately, they're, somewhat scared at some of these events that are happening, but
right.
You got to deal with them honestly and openly.
Yeah.
No, that's the best. You don't hide, and you be honest and do what you can to keep them comfortable and teach them. And obviously, you're keeping them engaged because you're the coolest teacher.
Oh, I appreciate it. Yeah, it was a nice surprise to wake up to this morning.
Excellent. And Paul, they announced, they made it in the school announcements that we had chosen the school to be part of this.
They did, yeah. It was pretty exciting. They made announcements during homeroom. They posted everything on our Google Classroom, so it was neat.
Paul, if you need to inspire your kids, I know you also teach international relations, and I majored that in college. So one day, your students could be a producer on a radio show if they take international relations seriously.
You know what? You're going to be this is a career day. You're going to be
There you go. Yeah.
I thought you were going to offer to go speak to the
Right.
Oh, no. They
Forget
don't
all that crap.
I don't want to hear anything from me.
Paul, what do you usually do in the summertime?
Well, I'm going to do a lot of professional development now. I'm going to play golf
That's my man.
every single day.
Yeah.
Nice.
Every single
Good for
day.
you. Well, listen, you've certainly earned it, and the kids believe that. So we want to give you this token from them. It is the Coolest Teacher of the Year Preston Steve coffee mug and a Coolest Teacher of the Year T-shirt, Paul.
Well, that is awesome. Again, thank you, Preston, Steve, Kathy. Thank you, guys.
All right.
Hey.
Take care, man. Have yourself a great summer. That is Paul Hamilton from Jenkintown Middle High School. And now Agnes Irwin Upper School in Bryn Mawr. It's up to you. Make sure that you make the vote and let them know. So in the front office, so they'll make some announcements.
Make an announcement certainly helps.
Get the word out. So
Yeah.
all you have to do is text the word teacher to 39333 for the voting link. And if you need details on it, just go to PrestonandSteve.com. We're going to take a break. We'll be back in just a moment. Make sure you stay with us this morning.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR. MMR is proud to announce.
Like to chat with Kelly Ripa when the cameras weren't rolling.
What?
No. It's not the way it sounds, and we all will understand this. Regis had a mandate. She said, absolutely no talking off camera.
So save it for the TV, right?
Yeah.
I'm such a professional.
She tells the New York Times about her dynamic with Philbin. She said he had almost a superstition about it. You save it for the show.
Save it for the show.
She said,
Kelly, look at me right in the eyes. Save it for the show.
She'd said, I'd be like, good morning. And
Shut up!
He'd say, save it for...
Shut up. Shut your mouth. Shut.
Save it for...
Shut the mouth now.
You weren't very nice about it.
Look, shut the mouth closed. Shut. Now.
So she would... he would say, save it for the air.
Save it for the air. Shut.
I swear to God.
I will kill you where you stand. I will cut your whole goddamn head off. I just purchased a scimitar. For this very reason. To just slice your head off. So shh.
After he left live,
Nothing?
Michael Strahan came aboard and his unexpected eggs from Good Morning
She
America.
can't understand what he says, so.
So it didn't matter.
So it was her saying don't talk, yeah. Shut up.
Just put your slicker on and talk to that slob.
Ari Lewandijk Jr. is about to meet 29 potential future wives.
Oh, boy. Is he the new Bachelor?
The Bachelor season 22 is about to kick off, and in the running this time are 4 Laurens, 2 Brittany's, and 3 real estate agents.
I am Brittany, and I'm just looking for that someone special.
The 36-year-old race car driver, there you go, was first introduced to viewers on season 8.
Hey,
of The
would this show
Bachelor.
work with ugly people? I mean, straight
not
up.
at all for 1 second.
Can they just try it? Can like a smaller,
No one wants
lesser
to see-
network just do it with ugly people?
No, they did. Rock of Love.
No, I mean like actual ugly people.
You know what? They have shows that are average people, like that Married at First Sight thing.
Yeah.
And those people aren't. So they're just kind of average looking. So and people watch that, but it does have the added level of they've never met before and they're going to try to stay together.
Regular people. It's just you have these stunning people. Many of them very loose sexually.
Right.
You have these dream dates that no one on earth ever goes on, but people on The Bachelor and Bachelorette.
Yeah.
And that's
Could
why
you
people
imagine,
watch.
like The Bachelor shows up, and then you got 20 or 30 Bachelorettes, and then
Mama June Shannon gets out of the limo.
Some of the Bachelorettes are like, you know what, I'm out. You know,
Yeah.
so immediately the 30 goes down to 20.
Well, that would be cool if at the point, but they've already it's the formula works so well.
I know.
It's been on, even though it's what is it, 90,000 different iterations of
This
it.
is season 22.
Yeah,
and I don't know how many
it's
different
showing no
versions.
signs of slowing down. Bachelor, Bachelorette, Bachelor in Paradise.
Imagine Casey, if the Bachelor shows up and he looks like that doctored picture of Tom Cruise that makes him a little fat and he's wearing a baseball hat.
Or Booger.
Yes, something like that.
It's not gonna work. So anyhow,
I have to go. The limo's still running.
yeah.
People with great personalities, all
No one
across
cares.
the board. Yeah.
Look at this picture here.
Yes.
That guy.
That's it. I love it.
I'd tune in. I totally would have watched that show. At least the first episode.
You know, it's a fantasy for everyone. I got just what love is really like.
But if you're one of the girls and you show up and Fat Tom Cruise is waiting for you instead of Ari Lewandowski Jr., you got ripped off on that season.
You're gone.
Yeah.
You're out of there. So anyhow, he was first introduced on season 8 of The Bachelorette when he vied for the affection of Emily Maynard. So he goes. I love you. He goes,
I want to be with you.
He goes
forever.
I love you.
I love you. I look into the future and I see you and I together, like two people together.
Poetry.
I want to walk down the aisle with you, the same aisle, and get married. I want to write our own vows and use ventriloquist dummies to convey them.
Please welcome Mr. M. Night Shyamalan.
Hey guys, I like the music.
You like that?
That's a cello actually played through, through an electric. Thing
Oh, that's really cool.
To
Yeah,
make it sound like a growl. That's,
Oh, really?
That's
music from Split. Yeah.
Yeah, this was. Hang on, wait.
Yeah,
Yeah,
see
now
that
you
on
can
that-
hear it.
Yeah, and the composer actually plays the cello. He played it himself, like in a bathroom, like off the tiles, and you can anyway.
Who was the composer? No. I mean,
Wes Stortson. I got him from the HBO show The Jinx. You know, making.
Yes.
So just an amazing talent.
I want to talk about, or ask you about Split, and so I don't want no spoiler alerts, but I recently went to a screening of Unbreakable. Do you look at Unbreakable differently than you did 10 years ago?
Split and Unbreakable are very, very connected, and they've always been. Even when I wrote the original movie, both these movies were in my head and actually on paper.
Okay.
So it was just one of the things when I started doing smaller movies, which give me a lot of creative control, and for me, whether it's even just in my own head, a sense of being able to be daring and different and original and not worry because the budgets are low and I can do something that's unexpected. I felt like, wow, I could do this other part of this story in a very unusual way. In fact, in a way that hasn't been done before, which is not even tell you how it's connected to something else unless you come see the movie and then forbid it to be mentioned in the marketing. It was really strange, I'll tell you, because I write only originals, but this is the first time I've ever written something where I already knew the characters, so it was very bizarre. Like, as soon as I started writing, I knew all the characters' voices and how they were going to react. So it was a very different process. And,
Okay.
Yeah, really interesting.
Well, speaking of that, I apologize, but how did you come up with all the different voices and characters for the one character in Split?
Yeah, James plays, if you guys haven't seen it, Split is about James's character and who suffers from DID, and he has 23 personalities, and there's a 24th one coming, which is a very threatening personality. And in this movie, he plays. I don't want to tell you how much because I think it's going to be fun, but it's an enormous number.
But that's crazy to have to come up with 23 characters for one.
You know what? Really, it's not any different for me as a screenwriter because they are who they are. So
they're real characters. They're just being funneled through one person.
Yeah, it's James that has the problem. I have to. I'm just writing different characters.
I watched the Blu-ray had a different ending. Which I find this stuff fascinating.
Yeah.
And one you didn't go with, and it was the exact right call to go with the one you went with. But do you when you shoot those things and you actually just sit there to see them side by side and run them, do you go, that's it, or are you back and forth?
Well, I mean, part of art is listening, right?
Yeah.
So you can have an agenda. Again, if I write you this movie about you guys, you five guys right here in this thing, I can have an agenda. Oh, I want Preston to be this person and that person, and but you have to really listen because the character of Preston or the character of Kathy will start talking to you and telling you something, and if you're being arrogant in the process. It's literally in a relationship, and if you're not listening to say, oh wow, the Kathy character wants to be the dominant character. It doesn't want to be the way you were thinking of her. And so it's listening to it and making the movie and looking at it. You go, wow, I thought James's character was going to do this, or I thought Bruce's character was going to go this way. But actually, it's Sam's character that wants to do this. And that process of, I've gotten better at listening.
You sort of step aside and let the voices come. I know it seems very
it's all sounds
bizarre,
really, bizarre.
And overly artsy, but I would understand that when you're writing for multiple characters. I mean, they're all living within you.
Yeah, so James, we were doing a scene, and just a random moment, just to give you a sense of what I'm talking about, and James was playing the 9-year-old boy, and he did something that he didn't know he was going to do. He was walking down the street, and he did something with something on the side of the building, and he, a half second before he did it, he didn't know he was going to do that. Right? And then he did it, and then he reacted to it, and like a 9-year-old, and it was hilarious and wonderful, but he didn't pre-think that. He was being the character and listening, basically, is what I'm saying. What does the character think? Oh, wow, the character's eyes went to this thing that happened to walk by. And that in that same way, being present as, having empathy. I guess as an artist, that's really what you're cultivating, is your ability to have empathy. But I've always, coveted the opportunity to do something where there was a pre-existing mythology. And something so well thought out. Why Lord of the Rings and Harry Potter and even Star Wars, Lucas's Star Wars, why it's so effective is the backstory has been thought out so much. The backstory is the front story. All that work has been done. And when you guys see something on television or a movie that rings a little hollow, that's because the person walked in the room and that person didn't exist before they walked into the room.
So with that kind of just leaving things, just letting it funnel through, can we expect to see Glass face off against Stuart Little?
Maybe.
Is it possible?
Yeah, it's possible. I wrote Stuart Little for you fans out there. That's why that joke actually is funny.
I'd like to thank you. I'm a new member of the board of directors of the Greater Philadelphia Film Office. I work with Sharon Pinkerton now. So I came on board this year, and now I've been brought into the fold of all things film and television in Philadelphia. What she does is amazing, but it's people like you that still highlight this area as a place to film, a place to create, a place that's got wonderful landscapes and backgrounds and all that stuff, and trying to to keep that coming into the area.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, obviously we shot a scene with Bruce down in South Philly, and we were in this house, this row home, and we came out and there's 2,000 people outside. And they were like bringing us cheesesteaks and pizzas. By the way, I ate it all. So it was so good. I mean, I'm a Philly boy. I mean, I'm a classic Philly boy. It's October. We're gonna win the Super Bowl.
Yes, we are. M. Night Shyamalan, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, man. Yesterday, we got on a discussion for a moment about weird phone lines.
Yeah,
I remember. Yeah, well, what was it?
It was you.
Yeah, there was a number we used to call that would just. And it was something stupid to do as a kid that when you would call it, it would dial or it would ring once and then it would pick up and it would go, I mean, over and over, nonstop.
It had to be like maybe for service guys working on the lines, like a calibration thing.
Maybe that was
something like that.
Something along
and you
those
happened
lines.
upon it.
No, but the reason I brought this up is because Steve came across now. One of the things is not just free phone lines like the time and temperature and 800 PHL gate. There was a time in history where the 900 exchange was quite popular, and those were paid phone calls. You mentioned celebrity ones.
Yeah, we have a couple of them.
You ready for this one?
Yeah, which one you have?
Here we go.
Audio Entertainment presents pop music's new sensation, Paula Abdul.
Call me, I've got news you can use.
Straight up, she's going to tell you everything.
Straight up, man.
You straight up call her now.
She'll tell you where she had her nose done.
And you should, because opposites attract.
Call 1-900-909-1800 now.
Call me twice and I'll send you an autographed picture.
You and Paula together. Just $2 the first minute, 45 cents each extra minute. Kids ask your parents' permission. Paula's on a rocket to stardom.
Call me now and find out why.
Pick up the phone. Call 1-900-909-1800.
We're watching the video. She was hot back in the day, man.
What if you called her up, though?
Yeah, what do you want?
Yeah. Look.
Paul, I'm a big fan. Yeah, great. You want a picture or what?
All right, here is, here's another Here's another music one for you guys. Here we go.
Audio Entertainment presents Warren.
Yeah, we like to rock and roll. We like to do
Coming up a little later on this morning, we are going to talk to Jeopardy champion, current champion, Ryan Long, who's from the area.
Doing Philly proud?
Yep, he's from Mount Airy, so born in Philly and moved to Bensalem at the age of 9. We know a little bit about him, but we're going to find out more when we talk to him around 9 o'clock.
Oh, he's from Bucks County. He's so smart.
He's so smart,
Yeah, I
so
figured.
intelligent. So
He's not from Bucks County. He's from Philadelphia.
But he moved there at
Kinda like how
9
you're
where he
not
got
from
his
Bucks County.
education.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll have this
Well, have
little
him tell
debate
us.
with
Yeah.
him later on this morning. But in the meantime, I saw this article. I thought it was very interesting, and it was essentially a forum. People had shared their stories of rules that were put in place because of them.
Oh, okay. I like
So
this.
You did something, and whatever you did from there on, there was a rule. This is, you can't do that anymore. And I was picking my brain, and I know it's had to have happened to me. I know I've done something before with
You've
this,
caused a rule to be implemented.
I'm sure. Somewhere in school, but I can't remember what. But I
kind of think you probably did, but
maybe something will come to me. But I have some examples, and I would love to hear your stories if you had a similar incident take place. So I'll start with this one, where a person wrote in and said, my brother and I got into a cattle prod sword fight at a farm store. We shocked the hell out of each other a few times, and now they have the cattle prods locked up. We were in our 30s when this happened.
Oh, my God.
So they made a rule at the store that you could no longer take out the cattle prods. Another one says, I put a croissant in one of those hotel conveyor toasters, and it soon became engulfed in flames and had to be extinguished. The next day at breakfast, there was a sign that said, if you'd like your croissant toasted, please ask a staff member. So they put up a rule after that. Here's one, definitely that had some lasting power to it, I'm sure. This says, as a kindergartner, I once fell asleep in the bus. I was on the bus, and when I woke up, the bus was in the garage.
It's happened.
I had to yell to get to someone to get me out. So to this day, every bus driver in my school district needs to walk to the back of the bus and check every seat before they park the bus.
This has been in the news a few times where they've had kids and the bus driver failed to do that. And there was a kid sleeping in the back seat.
Yeah, I think that's pretty standard, though.
Yeah.
For bus
So
drivers.
this-
They're supposed to anyway.
This probably happened a long time ago.
right.
They made that rule. Here's another one. It says, in my high school history class, there were about 10 of us who were really close friends. And we take every opportunity to make your mom jokes. And a couple of months into class, the teacher made us sign a treaty promising to stop making fun of each other's moms. We signed
That's
it,
funny.
and then we started making fun of each other's dads right after. I like this one a lot, too. It says, a friend of mine in a military school found out the regulations never stated what color the bed sheets for a bed made for inspection had to be in. So this man went and bought Power Ranger sheets and made the perfect regulation bed. And I've never seen so many sergeants lose their cool but be unable to actually do anything since the regs were perfectly followed.
That's great.
Needless to say, the next year's regulations were updated to state that sheets must be plain white. So they absolutely changed the rule altogether at a military school. Let me go to Kenny. Hey, Kenny, good morning.
Rocky Road.
Rocky Road. Well done. Kenny, what's going on, man?
Hey, good morning, guys. So I used to work at Tower Records, open until midnight. And we were basically allowed to play any tunes we wanted on the stereo. And I was a practical joker, and I decided that Animal by Wasp was a great idea.
All
to
right.
play through the entire store. And if you know the song, it's not a good idea. So the manager was right there, came out screaming, and he said, now here's a short stack of CDs you guys can only listen to. And no, nothing good there.
So he took this broad policy and you caused it to be refined down to a selection of sort of neutral music.
Yeah, a lot of Steely Dan in there.
Yeah, it's good, but it's not Wasp.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
All right,
That's
thanks,
hilarious.
Kenny. Yep, rule changed because of you. Let me go. You guys will know this one. Let me go to Stoney. Hi, Stoney. Good morning.
Yeah.
Oh my! Yeah. Wow, You sound like you hurt yourself on that one, Stoney. What's up, bud?
Yo, what's up, man? You guys know me. I'm the sled builder. I'm the one that almost killed Pierre.
Yes, from the Cardboard Classic.
Ah, yes.
Yes.
And because of that, you guys don't allow us to use fireworks. Not allowed to ride on the second floor.
Right.
Yeah. I also built the big wheel, or a buddy of mine built it. We're not allowed to roll down a hill anymore.
That's right.
You are the reason
Dude, that was
for
great.
a lot of roles.
Had to do a lot of refinements. And if you ask, is it a good idea? Just ask Mr. Peanut.
Yes. Yeah, so Stoney was the cause of rules being changed at the Cardboard Classic. Multiple rules being changed.
Multiple rules.
Yeah. Nice job, Stoney.
Yeah.
All right, thanks, bud. We'll see you next year.
Have a good one, guys.
You too.
I have one that's slightly embarrassing, and Steve, you'll have a field day with it. I had a job when I was pretty poor. When I was 21 years old, my job was to drive around enterprise cars, and I didn't have any money. And so there was a Mercedes dealership where I would drop off cars and pick up cars. And at that Mercedes dealership, they would offer up free breakfast for their customers. But I was also hungry in the morning, and so I would avail myself to the bagels and the coffee that they had out for their paying customers. And
where did the food go?
Well, I didn't take all of the food. I just took enough for me. No, not a lot. Shut up. Just a little bit every morning. But they eventually had to put up a sign that said, bagels and coffee for Mercedes customers only. And I was like,
it didn't say Dear Nick.
That was that's for me. All right.
Well, here's a similar story to that. This says, I worked concessions at a ballpark that had an all-you-can-eat promo day where tickets were more expensive than usual, but concessions, excluding alcohol around the stadium, were free. So I worked that day, and of course it was chaos. And when the lines started dying down later in the game, they started sending home some of the hourly employees, myself included. But I didn't go home. After I clocked out, I stayed in the stadium. Got some cheeseburgers, cheesesteaks, and a soda, then found an empty seat in the crowd for the last few innings. The next year, they had the same promo. New rule for staff. If you get sent home early, you actually have to leave the stadium. So it's similar to you, Nick.
But I understand his point.
Let me go to Steven. Hi, Steven. Good morning.
Chicken pot, chicken pot, chicken pot pie.
Thank you for the serenade. What's up, man?
So when I was a kid, me and my family used to belong to the Warminster Swim Club, and all the township folks used to cut through the swim club to get to their maintenance building quicker. So when I was 14, I was riding my bike through the swim club, and I got nailed by a van. Township supervisor was driving through.
And so then after that, what happened?
No more cutting through the parking lot.
No more cutting through the parking lot.
Well, you can understand that, clearly, since you almost died.
Yeah, you took one for the team, for the walkers
Damn
and
it.
bike riders. Thank you, Steven. Appreciate it. Let's go to Will. Hey, Will, good morning.
Good morning. Sorry to bother you guys at work.
Nah, what's up, man?
So back in the ancient times of the mid 1990s, teachers had copy cards for their copiers at school, and they would sometimes send a couple students to go make copies for them. Well, I was one of the responsible ones, and they sent myself and one of my friends to go make copies. Well, one of my friends takes the copy card and decides to copy a magazine from his father's collection and send pictures around the entire school. And so after that, teachers were never allowed to give copy cards again to their students.
Wow.
Of course.
They killed
because you were working now in the porn industry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, you can understand. Yeah.
Good times.
Thanks, Will.
I love those
Appreciate
last second scrambles because I didn't realize that we had not a common like the Power Ranger bed sheets.
Right.
We should have specified.
Here's another example. It says in middle school, I would use Sharpie, permanent markers to, quote, tattoo myself. Other kids thought that it was cool, so I started charging $1 per drawing wherever they wanted. The principal found out, and after I refused to stop, she put a ban on Sharpies for the entire school. Even the teachers could not bring them in. And then this person writes, I'm a tattoo artist now.
Oh, my God. That's
Ended up
funny.
making a career out of it. I will go to Holly. Good morning to you, Holly.
Good morning.
What's up,
Sorry
Holly?
to bother your work.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was in middle school. I think I was like 12 or 13, and I decided I wanted Domino's pizza, so I ordered one, had it delivered to the cafeteria. Apparently, they never had a rule about that, but there was one after that.
You're like Spicoli. You got pizza delivered to school.
Yeah.
I did Domino's, but I had to share it.
And so did they talk to you about it, or did they just issue a statement that said no more of this?
Well, they did. I had a principal that actually I loved. We got along great, and he had to vice principal, excuse me, and he had to pull me aside and talk to me, and he said, "This is not like you, Holly. I can't believe you did this, but good one."
Yeah,
Well,
all right.
that wasn't that bad. You ordered a pizza. That's all.
Yeah. But they made a rule
Yeah.
after that. So, all right, thanks. Here's a text that says,
You gotta buy a crappy pizza.
Says, according to my husband, a 2-beer at a time limit was installed and stated at the Fest House in Busch Gardens, Williamsburg, because of him and his buddies building beer cup pyramids on the table, dancing every dance with the Fest House dancers, and generally acting like drunken maniacs. Don't know if this is really true, he said, but apparently that happened.
2-beer limit.
Here's a similar one. This one says, in college, some friends and I used to go to a Mexican restaurant every Thursday and often on Saturdays for their $1 margaritas. As a group, we would go there a lot. And eventually, they put a new rule in. It was now $2 margaritas and no more than 4 margaritas per person.
Oh, bummer.
A lot. Well, so I wasn't responsible for it, but there used to be the thing at the Roy Rogers where the Fixins bar, and people would go and just make sandwiches. So there was one right near my college. And I think this is probably corporate wide, but people would go do that and not really buy anything.
Right.
And so they put up a sign at that salad bar, for patrons only, for paying customers only, because it was getting like Nick, like the Mercedes.
Yeah.
All right,
No
we'll go to Christine. Hi, Christine. Good morning.
Hey, bitches.
Hey, what? All right, Christine. What rule did they change because of you?
Well, you said porn industry, so this goes a little towards that. So when my friend and I were 17 years old, friend of the family was the penalty box official for the Flyers back in the old Spectrum. And we were waiting for him after the game. We were outside in the corridor outside the locker room. You could get really close to the Flyers at that point. So the door swings open, and Brad McCrimmon and Kathy, let's just say they call him the Beast for a reason.
Wow.
Brad McCrimmon was standing there totally naked. So, of course, 17, I'm like, oh, my God. So ever since then, they changed the rule was that nobody could get down in that corridor by the locker room unless you were affiliated with the Flyers organization. And
or
now,
a 17-year-old girl.
At 17, and
Yeah.
now I'm in human resources, so there you go.
Oh, there you go. So
man.
you're handling stories like that.
That's funny. And
Yeah.
that was the moment they made the rule. Wow. All right. Thank you, Christine. Hope you're proud. We'll go to Frank next. Hi there, Frank.
Beating your head in with a hammer.
I was hammering in the morning.
All right. What's up, Frank?
I was a bartender, and a customer ordered a flaming shot. And I didn't tell the customer, hey, you need to blow fire out because we can't consume that. And so he goes.
We, as human beings, cannot consume fire.
No,
Okay.
Science has taught us that.
Yes.
So he goes to drink the shot, gets scared, cause fire, drops the shot. It breaks on the bar, and my bar engulfs in flames for a moment. And then, I had to take like a soda gun to spray it off.
Oh, that's
and,
funny.
Yeah, so no more flaming shots at Texas Roadhouse, guys.
Oh,
There you
really?
go.
Nice.
There you go.
Nice.
A flaming Mo.
I don't know if it was you or the customer, but
Yeah.
But yep, absolutely. All right, some other examples. This one says, I got our human resources Dropbox taken away at work because HR threatened to not pay us if we missed a clock in or clock out. I printed out the law stating that what they were threatening was illegal, highlighted it, and put it in the HR box when no one was around. Our HR rep threw an unholy fit and tried to figure out who put the paper in her box. And from then on, everything had to be handed in personally instead of a box.
I can see that.
And they went on to say, in our defense, the phones didn't always work and the clock-in system was really unreliable. So that's why they had made that complaint. Another one says, I already did that one. My younger brother was always late to school and tardy every day. He eventually figured out that if he just skipped first period altogether and showed up to his second period, he was counted as being at school with no late penalty since he was at second period on time. and they had to change that the following year.
So the rule would accommodate just going to second period, and he would be listed as
present for the day.
present for the day,
but with no tardy for the first
Right,
class.
right.
Okay. That's gaming the system.
Right.
Yep.
Need to adjust that.
Let's go next to, and we're taking calls on a rule that was made because of something you did. And I will go to Kenny next. Hey, Kenny, good morning.
Hey, Kathy, it's Jay. I heard your mixtape, and I want to take you back.
Wow.
Wait, do you know Jay, or did I say his name on the air?
You said his name on the air.
That's great. Very astute, Kenny. What's up, man? What'd you do?
So in middle school, you know, like you get changed in the locker rooms for like gym class. It's the first time you're all excited to use deodorant and be like a man.
Right.
Well, we were in the we were in the back of the bus, and we some kid, I'm not going to say his name, but he brought a lighter, and we were making fireballs in our hands.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Shooting flamethrowers. And the next year, our bus driver would not allow those deodorants in his bus. So I had to use stick.
Okay. You had to use a stick from there.
Yep. And it was only our bus driver. It wasn't the whole school. It was just our bus driver. He was just an old grouchy fool.
Oh, yeah. You didn't like you making fireballs on the bus.
Come on, dude. We're just making fireballs on a moving
all.
vehicle that is powered by gasoline.
That's funny.
Wow.
All right, thanks, Kenny. Appreciate it. Here's a follow-up to our call earlier from Christine, who saw the Flyers players naked. This text says, I was dating Christine, and I was with her when that happened. I saw Brad McCrimmon's junk. So
hilarious.
they were a part of the whole thing. So, legitimizing.
So that was a well-known legend with him?
I don't know. I should say his name the beast.
Now it is. Yeah.
All right, here's another text that says, I made a fake penis out of clay in middle school, and I waved it around on the back of the bus and got caught. They had no more clay in art class because of my wiener.
Well, we are in the broadcast industry, and we have tons of fake penises around
Oh, yeah.
here. So,
Yeah, we got loads. Yeah. Let's go next to Justin. Hey, Justin, good morning.
Hey, good morning. You guys rock.
Thank you, sir. What's going on, Justin?
So back in high school, one summer, me and a buddy, hot day, went to a 7-Eleven, and they have the big 100-ounce mugs for soda. Well, the little deal was buy the mug, get a free soda. Well, we decided to fill it full of the slushie instead. So we fill it full of Slurpee, go to the register. She can't charge us because she doesn't have it because it's not listed as an actual drink as for the soda because we weren't supposed to fill it up. So we got the free 100-ounce Slurpee, went back the next day with the same mugs, and they plastered paper all over saying we couldn't fill it up with Slurpee anymore.
Oh, there you go. Yep. You gamed the system for one day, though.
One day.
Yeah, I remember that. There was a big thing where remember the moment you could bring in your own receptacle?
They do that like once a year.
Right.
Yeah, where you can bring in your own.
Whatever you
your own
want.
one. But they sold him that one.
Yeah.
But it was just made for sodas. Here's another one that says, when I used to walk home from school, I had to walk next to the road to get to my house. And one day, I decided to see if I could walk with my eyes closed.
Oh, my God. Oh, that's...
And as I walked, I didn't feel the transition from gravel to road, so unknowingly was walking on the road, and I heard a noise and looked behind me. A line of cars had formed, but none of the cars had honked, and I immediately ran off into an orchard, but later learned why nobody honked, because 2 weeks later, they put up signs that said deaf child area on both sides of the road. They thought I was deaf, so they didn't honk.
Oh, my God.
And so they put those.
So wait, that's another thing though. Do you ever try? I try to get around my house sometimes with my eyes closed.
Do you really?
Yeah, like I've tried it to see if I know how many steps
never do that.
to the door.
I've done it a few times just to see because. I wake up in relative darkness and I try not to turn the lights on to wake anybody else up. And I'm like, I wonder if I could
do that.
Walk from here to there without bumping into something. Yeah.
I'm usually not that successful. I'm good with the light switches. I know where they are.
It seems kind of goofy for you to do that.
I know.
Let me go to next to Carl. Hey, Carl, good morning.
Yoo-hoo!
Yoo-hoo! All right, Carl, so they made a rule because of what?
So in high school, we were allowed to leave for lunch and get in our vehicles, go uptown, get whatever we wanted. My health teacher was betting that I couldn't make it to Delaware because that's where Taco Bell was
to Taco Bell and back before the period ended. So I jumped in my Mustang, hauled ass across the Delaware Bridge.
It's like Smokey and the Bandit.
That's basically
Steve.
it.
Yeah.
You're encouraging excessive driving, excessive speed.
That's where it comes into play, because when I got back into town, I was worried about time, so I'm going 75 down Broadway, and the cops pull into the high school behind me as I'm carrying Taco Bell in.
Okay.
So, yeah, I was the last to be able to leave.
Oh, so they made a rule you couldn't leave campus anymore.
Yes, sir.
Oh, you ruined it for everybody. I blame the teacher.
So do I.
I blame the teacher, Carl.
What's that?
I said I blame the teacher on that one.
Oh, he was awesome. I can't, I'm not going to.
All right.
All right.
That's
I
cool.
bet you can't get there and back.
I wonder when because when I was in high school, they allowed us to leave campus at lunch as well. If you had a car,
right?
At some point that stopped, but we took advantage of that every day.
It was huge in my high school. I think, and then there was one part where of the year where a kid got hurt, and I think that's where I put the kibosh on it.
All right. Well, awesome examples. Thanks for your call. Think about that today. Talk amongst your friends. They made a rule because I did this. We got to take a break because we're going live on Fox Good Day
Yes,
today.
that's
So
right.
let's break and come back with that as well. The Bizarre File coming up too. Stay with us. We'll return shortly.
Other things too.
Like what?
Like, I don't know, like walk around, eat food, look at TV sometime.
Yeah?
Sleep. Yeah. It's the Rock's lifestyle, man. My buddy has a car. We'll drive around in it.
In a car?
Yeah, car.
Kind of car?
4 wheels. Steering wheel. Got it all, man.
All right, let me play it from the beginning.
Manual windows, CD player. Not at this time, right?
Not at that. It would have been a cassette player.
Record player?
Yeah.
Back seat, it skips a lot because, you hit bumps.
All right, here we go.
Audio Entertainment presents Warren.
Yeah, we like to rock and roll. We like to do a lot of other things, too.
Call the Warren Rock Line.
We like to rock and roll. We like to do a whole bunch of other things, too. Just unless you think we just very narrow and just do rock and roll. We do our banking and stuff, too. Grocery shop.
Yeah, we like to rock and roll. We like to do a lot of other things, too.
Call the Warren Rock Line.
We'll give you the warm, hard facts on our personal lives. Our fans always.
Warm, hard facts. Just like our units, like our penises.
Yeah.
Come first.
Just $2 the first minute, 45 cents each additional minute. Kids ask your parents' permission. You'll get the latest on tours, videos.
And what town we blew up last.
Call and hear a new message every day.
What town we blew up last?
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Hang on.
And what town we blew up last.
Call and hear a new message every day. And learn how you can leave your personal message from Warren.
Or anything else you've got on your mind. Call us and find out what goes on behind tour bus doors.
Oh, let me tell you, last time we blew up, New Haven, Connecticut.
Yeah, we like to rock and roll. We like to do a lot of other things, too.
And they probably made a ton of money off their 900 number.
Last town, Little Rock, Arkansas, man. Blew it up.
Wow.
Well, it's actually still there. It's just figurative speech. People, that's some of the stuff we do other than rock and roll.
Figures of speech?
Yeah. Actually, my father burned down his carpet business for insurance money. I don't even know why I just said that. That would be in the list of other things we do besides rock and roll. We make huge mistakes that will send our family members to jail. That was stupid. Learn about more stupid things we do by calling that number.
Oh, my God.
Call it twice and I'll let you know what happens behind closed tour bus doors. We're sleeping. Because been on tour where we blew up Little Rock and New Haven. I guess I'm sort of in a loop here. I should have written down some notes. Initially, this had a whole thing.
Little Rock and New Haven?
Blew them up. Don't even look for them on a map, man. White them out. Warrant.
Yep.
It's a shame about your dad.
Yeah, that was a huge mistake.
The inventor of the vibrator actually heard a voice that said, if you build it, they will come.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
And it was amazing.
Wow.
It's like Field of Dreams.
I know. It's just like
Field
that,
of
isn't it?
Screams, Preston.
Same thing that ended up happening with this particular thing we're about to do. It was a dream we had. The dream has been realized, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for the Brickyard 500. In the corner of the Preston and Steve studios stands a track that is ready to receive racing apparatus. It is called the Brickyard, and the 500 comes from the $500 in cash that we're going to be giving away. All right, Nick is on location at the track, which is about 8 feet away from where I am right now.
We can see him from our vantage point, which is 8 feet away.
You guys are up in the sky booth.
Yes, we are.
How is the weather trackside, Nick?
That's beautiful out. You should see it from down here, Preston. It is gorgeous out, and
you're close. You're close to the track, and I got to say, I have to imagine it looks pretty spectacular from where you are.
Perfect conditions for racing.
Yeah.
All right, so let's meet our racers, if that's cool. We're going to start with our first one, and then we'll explain how the race is going to happen. Let's go and meet Aaron. Hey, Aaron, how are you?
I'm going to race the Duracell Pink Nightmare today.
Oh, my God. Now, let me tell you something. What I'm looking at there, if I was into this stuff, I'd get that sucker. That looks like it does everything.
I'm fairly certain this will break concrete.
Hey, Aaron, is that a jackrabbit?
It's something, all right. I have a jackhammer. I don't know.
All right, nice to go. All right, and let's meet our lone male contestant this morning. This is Michael. Hey, Michael.
Wow.
How you doing, man?
Hey. From Newtown Square, and today I'm riding the purple pocket power pen.
Purple pocket power pen.
Purple power pocket pen.
Now,
purple pocket power pen.
It's really the fact that you can say that quickly is pretty impressive. Yeah. Preston, do you know the story? They are one and only male, and we said, you know, the question went out: do you actually use this? Well, I'll ask you: do you actually use this?
Yes, I do.
Is it used in the back door?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. We got
prostate stimulation.
Okay.
Oh!
We don't need all the specifics on that.
To be honest, I wanted to know too.
Yeah,
I wanted to know too.
Okay.
Why don't we talk to the next contestant?
All right, let's go to our next contestant. Our next contestant is the lone anonymous contestant, and she's actually wearing a mask. We have a stormtrooper helmet on.
Yes.
Did she bring that, or is that ours?
I think that's ours, and we want to welcome Miss X. Good morning, Miss X.
Good morning, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks. All right, and tell us a little bit about what you have there. Do you have a name for your vehicle?
This is the Powerful Purple Rocket.
Another purple
and
name.
Just letting you know, this is my mask.
This is your
mask.
Okay, fair
You're
enough.
a badass.
How confident do you feel in winning this race?
I think this thing's pretty powerful.
Okay.
So I think this is going to be no competition.
Okay.
All right.
Hey, Rachel.
Hi, everyone. My name's Rachel.
Nice to meet you. And
Hi.
Rachel, what do you have there? What's your vehicle?
I call this is what I came for.
This is what I came for. That's a perfect name.
I like it.
I don't want to handicap the race, but I think this one is going to come in dead last.
I think so too.
Because of the shape of it.
It's not.
It's not designed for racing. It may be designed for pleasure, but
it may not go anywhere. We'll find out in just a moment. And then last but not least, our final contestant is Valerie. Welcome, Valerie.
Hi there. My apparatus is the purple banana.
The purple banana.
The
Purple seems to be the color of self-violation.
4 out of the 5.
Yeah. Nice. What we're gonna do is, I tell you what, ladies, start your dildos. Ladies, start your dildos. Are the racers ready? Yeah. All right, Marissa, in 3, 2, 1, let's go racing. And they're on their way. Wow, one has jumped out. Nix, whose is that?
That's the middle track, race number 3. That's Miss X. Oh, no, it's Michael.
It's Michael.
The lone man. Oh, the abomination.
Oh, my God, the man way out in front.
The giant pink one hasn't even left the starting line.
He's just sitting there spitting out of control, not moving at all.
Michael's is almost to the end.
Almost to the end.
Ladies and gentlemen, from race number 1, we have a winner.
Oh, my God. And let me tell you something here. They laughed when they said, a guy's going to be a part of this.
I know.
They said, hey, really?
Yeah.
And remember, we were mocked. We were actually, people would point to us when we walk out in public. Yeah. You're actually going to let a man in this. Dominate.
All right, are all the racers ready?
Yes, indeed.
And 3, 2, 1, let's race. And they're off.
Oh, it's a much closer race.
Oh! Michaels is headed out to a huge lead. I can't see it all, Nick. You're going to have to describe what's going on.
Michaels is out to a big lead once again, Preston, although there is one in the lane number 3 that has been catching up, but it looks like Michaels is inching closer to the start-finish line, or to the finish line, I should say. I believe he's going to take number 2.
Valerie looks like she's in second place there.
Heat number 2 once again goes to Michael.
Oh, he is dominating.
He's off the track.
Wow. All right, and the ladies have started them up again, and ladies and gentlemen. All right, Nick, are they in place?
They're in place, Preston.
All right, final heat of the Brickyard 500 in 3, 2, 1, let's race. And they are off.
Wow, this one's off to a closer start than any of the races thus far.
There's a crash.
Yeah, it looks like we do have some rubbing going on, and rubbing's racing, especially when you're really rubbing it hard.
Rubbing to the point of being chafed, Preston.
Yeah, it's rubbing is something you can expect.
Oh, who's out there? Who took a lead?
It looks
Michael.
Michael.
Once again.
You are the man.
Wow, Rachel's has crossed lanes, but we got another winner. Michael just again crossed the finish line. Unbelievable.
Earnhardt of dildos.
Yeah, our number 1 winner by far. 15 points, way out in front, undisputed champion of the Brickyard 500. It's Michael. Hey, friend, you're a smart shopper. You know this, right? Window Nation. And I want to mention this because if you're a short smop,
If you're a short smop,
smopper.
I think any short smop knows a savings when they see it.
I think we've lost Casey. Smart shopper is what I meant.
Yes.
The best time to purchase a car or home is when the interest rates are at their lowest and you save a lot of money. What if I told you, short smopper, that my friends at Window Nation are offering 0% financing on all windows for 5 full years?
Listen, you don't have to be a sharp smopper to know that that's a great deal, especially because if you have a lot of windows. My wife and I just signed up with Window Nation. We have a lot of windows to replace, and they are going to do a great deal for us. They are absolutely the experts.
And you are a sharp smopper.
I am a sharp smopper.
Free windows as well right now. For every 3 windows you buy, you get 2 additional windows for free. There's no limit on this. Call Window Nation today. Get your new windows installed just in time for the holidays. Go with the team that's installed over 350,000 windows and was ranked recently 5th in the nation for window replacement. 0% interest for 5 full years and 2 free windows for every 3 you buy. 866-90Nation or windownation.com. That's 866-90Nation or windownation.com. Tell them that Preston and Steve sent you.
All kinds of rock.
The one and only Mr. Michael Ian Black.
Yes.
Hello. Hello.
How are you, Michael?
I am blown away by the traffic report. Just watching you do it live to me is unbelievable. Just a string of words just blazing out of your mouth. Just words, 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 words. You say them with such confidence. Even though you're reading it, you're clearly reading it from a screen.
Yes.
You have all the information in front of you. I don't know how you do that.
Well, thank you.
You will be amazed at how many people, I mean, and we're talking top-level actors and directors, sit there in awe of Kathy's traffic abilities.
It's amazing
Even
to see that.
politicians
Yeah,
who
even
speak for a living
politicians.
have commented on that. And your screen over there, by the way, I couldn't do it. It's not all verbatim. She kind of, it just gives basic information.
Much of it is wildly inaccurate, but it does present nicely.
Oh, I never find traffic reports accurate at all.
You want to try it? Do you want to go over to her
yes.
screen? Do you really?
Pull up a screen.
Okay, go over there to Kathy's.
I think Michael impresses me as someone with a very competent ability.
So
here.
you're just going from here to where? All the way down?
Well,
Did you
no,
read
I don't.
all of that?
I don't
She
go.
picks out.
Yeah, like I'll pick out. I don't do everything, and I don't go in.
Which to how do you know? Like, how do you even prioritize Pennsylvania Turnpike? What WB? What does that mean? Westbound. Okay. Pennsylvania Turnpike, westbound west of Willow Grove. That's exit 343 to Fort Washington. Backed up 12 minutes. I can't do it.
He's gone. He's out.
I'm just staring at it. Where? This one?
Yeah.
Over on the Vine Street Expressway, I-676, westbound between I-95 and Broad Street, an accident that has been cleared away. We did have a 2-minute delay, so you might want to watch out. I don't know.
That was good. That was not bad.
That was not bad.
The amount of panic I felt in that moment.
It's pretty
the
good.
stress of that. How long did it take you to learn how to do that?
You know what?
learning?
Still learning. The first time I ever did it, I was on TV, and it was probably the worst experience I ever had.
All right, that makes me feel better that you're just not a natural at it.
I had the weather guy at the time over at the station I was working for called me afterwards, and he was like, "Look,
you're through in this business."
No, he goes, "It happens to all of us. Get past it and make sure your next one is better." And I did, and it helped because I was mortified. Fortunately, it was 4:00 in the morning.
Right.
But still, I was
mortified. Well, that's the time to train.
4:00 in the morning.
Right.
Clearly.
Right.
You know what always amazes me though with that skill set is the people who do the weather.
There's no way that
Thank you.
somebody could sign a contract through 2030. Who would go that long?
Who would allow us to go that long?
Yeah. It blows us away. But yeah.
How long is your guys' deal for these
Well,
days?
normally it's like 3 or 4 years at a time.
Right.
Not
Trust us that much.
8.
Yeah.
Well, to be technically correct, we have 3 years left on our current contract, and then they signed for an additional 5. So we're locked in here, and
It's 8
happily
years.
so for 8 years to 2030.
Yeah.
And you'll celebrate your 25th anniversary.
That is correct. Yes, in 2030. Yep.
And then at that time, they're going to do a big thing. I'm going to officially go into the retirement home, and it'll be wonderful.
So that'll be 25 years here at MMR, but we have been together longer. We've been doing a show for 23 years already, I believe. So yeah. It's been a while. We're a bit of a family.
So drinks on you guys then?
Yeah,
Come on down.
It's a wonderful thing. We don't take it for granted. We question the mental stability of people here who wanted that.
Alex, you're welcome to join us at Keenan's Irish Pub Friday morning. We'll be broadcasting live from Wildwood, New Jersey. If you want to drink, we'll set you up all morning long.
I'd do that in 2 seconds.
Yeah, let's see if our bosses will let us skip the show.
Yeah,
I think Jen's coming.
Yeah. Which one of you makes more money, and how much is it?
I think it's Kathy.
You go first,
She
Mike.
asked for a Mike Jerry contract.
That's the big one.
Yeah.
I asked for that too, but I don't always get that.
Put me down for the Jarek.
Maybe they'll get you a naked gardener as one of the perks. Alex.
I'm kind of serious. I mean,
Well, you know what it really is, honestly, it's the to have at least the confidence that you can, you have that job security. That's what it's about. You know,
you can buy into supply of T-shirts.
Yes. We absolutely we want to be in station T-shirts and swag since it's basically our wardrobe. But the reliability of knowing that you can show up every day and really do a half-assed job and still be employed is wonderful.
That's my career right there.
There we go. Yeah.
We're supposed to be talking about the subject matter of the morning, and that is, you know the phrase opposites attract? Apparently, there's new research out that says that's not true. Steve, have you found that over the years? Have you been attracted to people who are not like you?
All I look for are people who are not like me because I'm a disgusting, reprehensible individual. No, I have told people, though, when they're dating to think outside the box and try something you're not normally drawn to and addict. I mean, like Alex, in your dating sphere, who do you ever go outside the box and go to somebody you're completely normally would not ever entertain a notion of being with?
Yeah, repulsed by?
I mean,
if I'm fresh out of a breakup, yeah, sure, anybody.
Wow.
Anybody. Yeah.
But no, I think. Well, so you think I have a type, don't you, Mike?
Oh yeah, you have a type. There's no question about it.
What's that type?
Apparently.
They're not really flamboyant.
Okay.
They're good, steady, solid individual citizens.
Somebody you might see on RuPaul's Drag Race, correct?
Yes. No, they're normally people that you would take home to mom and dad.
Oh, okay. Somebody that you could suppress and keep down.
Right.
In their place.
Who would be honored to be with an Alex Holland.
Oh, my gosh. Meanwhile, I'm single, so it didn't really work out. So, yeah, it's not like it's worked for me. So maybe I'll start doing the opposite thing.
Yeah.
Congratulations, guys.
All right.
Thank
you guys.
Love
Take
you
care.
guys.
We will see you soon. And by the way, Kathy had said yes. So Jen Frederick's going to be joining us on Friday morning.
That's awesome.
That's kind of a tradition, too.
Yeah, she has a blast.
Jen Fred coming out.
We love seeing her.
Yep.
She said she's going to be doing her first hit around 7:45, so she's going to get there between 7 and 8.
I love it. She's like, am I allowed to come? I'm
Of
like,
course.
Jen, do you really even need to ask?
Come
No
on.
one needs to ask,
Yeah.
let alone you.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Well, listen, we skipped traffic, so let's dive into that now and see what we got going on. What's up this morning, Kathy?
Stop traffic on 95 northbound between 452 Market Street and the Blue Route. However, the accident that's there has now been cleared. South on 95 also jams from 420 to the Blue Route. A bit of a gaper delay there, and then out of the northeast from Academy through to Bridge. On the Blue Route southbound, you're still the media bypass to 95. And on the Schuylkill westbound, you're jammed from Vare Avenue to Montgomery. Eastbound side slowing from 202 into Belmont. The Vine westbound slows the length, 95 to the Schuylkill Expressway in New Jersey. Route 54 southbound at the Black Horse Pike. There's an overturned truck on the off-ramp, so the off-ramp is closed. 42 north heavy from the Black Horse Pike to 41. A vehicle fire is blocking the left lane. 55 northbound jams north of Deptford to 42. This traffic report brought to you by AAA Car Care. Buy 3 Cooper tires and get 1 free at any AAA Car Care Center May 16th through the 28th. See store for details or visit AAA.com/mycar. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, it's brought to you this morning by Mulch Works of Aston. They offer the highest quality mulch and topsoil that's manufactured on-site. Delivery or pickup for residential and commercial markets. You can visit mulchthis.com. Well, be prepared may be the motto for the Boy Scouts, but a 12-year-old from New York was anything but prepared for the encounter that he had while on a recent camping trip. One that saw his leg end up in the jaws of a black bear.
Is that good?
The uninvited guest was peeking around a campsite late at night in search of some human food when it stumbled on a group of Boy Scouts in Cooperstown. Henry Ayers said,
Boy Scouts.
Henry Ayers said, it moved my friend John, and then it moved me. But instead of grabbing my sleeping bag, it grabbed my leg and it bit me.
Hot Pockets.
Inside the sleeping bag?
Yeah.
That's what bears call them.
I love the filling.
The 12-year-old was sleeping under the stars with his buddies when the bear jolted everyone awake. He said it was absolutely crazy.
Yeah, of course.
I mainly sat up and I screamed. There was a giant bear leaning right over me, and I screamed and I kicked at it, and it wandered back a little bit.
Come on, man. I'm just hungry.
Fortunately, Henry wasn't seriously injured, save for a few scratches on his leg. The group headed over to a nearby shelter to sleep for the rest of the night, but the bear wasn't done. It came back hours later, still going for some food, even though the scouts made sure to hang it all out of reach.
That becomes problematic, right? When a bear keeps visiting an area?
Yeah, so the scoutmaster, Diana Nichols, said a little after 4 in the morning was the final time it came, and I thought to take my phone and take a video of it. I was trying to reach.
This is the latest TikTok dance.
It was very close to reaching another hiker's bag. The group went on to their scheduled hike the next day. Park officials later found the bear, and as per state rules, they had to euthanize it, unfortunately. Henry said, I wish they didn't euthanize it. It's associated us with food, but we know that was our fault, not the bear's fault. It was just, being a bear. Meanwhile, Henry has a story he'll never forget, an important lesson about how humans should protect wildlife. He said that he plans on going camping again very soon at Boy Scout camp this summer. He said, I'm not scared of camping anymore. And I'm not scared of bears. It's completely okay.
And a campsite, the thing to do when you're storing food is store all your pork chops in your sleeping bag. Right?
In your sleeping bag.
Yeah.
So that they can't
stay warm.
Get to it. Yeah. A regimental sergeant major in charge of making sure that his men didn't get too drunk at an Army Oktoberfest bash ended up so inebriated that he soiled himself in his lederhosen.
Oh, man.
According to a court martial.
That's that smell.
Michael Ransley.
Oh, I smell poo-poo.
Was supposed to be responsible for setting and maintaining standards at the event at the Infantry Battle School in Brecon, Wales, but disgraced himself and was found collapsed with a strong smell of vomit and feces. Before passing out, he was seen with feces on his leg and refused to leave despite the smell and sight causing distress to others.
Go home.
You, sir.
You stink.
The court-martial hearing heard RSM Ransley was the Infantry Battle School alcohol policy advisor.
You smell like fecal matter.
And his very presence at the Oktoberfest party was hoped to act as a deterrent against excessive drinking.
Oh, it's crazy. Especially at a leader house, you tend to think of that's like a poop sausage.
But the 40-year-old decorated veteran, the most senior soldier at the German-themed event, had an accident in the bathroom, which left the long Bavarian socks he was wearing covered in his own waste.
I'm very sorry.
Guests were left horrified by the smell and sight of him and described in court as the epitome of what commanders should be. He repeatedly ignored advice to clean himself up.
No.
The soldier, who as a result of the incident was demoted, was in such a messy state that it was extremely offensive, according to the court martial. Details of his case emerged at the court.
You are super stinky.
As he tried to overturn his demotion, but a judge dismissed his appeal, stating that he should have been setting the standards.
Could you imagine having to fight for that in court and defend yourself?
He had been told 3 times. He had been told to leave 3 times because he kept coming back after being escorted out and was eventually found passed out.
Oh, man.
And he admitted disorderly behavior as a punishment, and he was demoted because of it. But he crapped all over his socks, man.
Lederhosen.
Mm-hmm. This is pretty messed up, and there's video to this. This is why I put it in the bizarre file. But a 65-year-old Indiana church pastor told his congregation that he had sinned by committing adultery about 2 decades ago. In a shocking confession that prompted a woman to step forward and reveal that she was his victim at the age of just 16. And she does this in front of the congregation.
In front of everyone.
He said to the congregation, I committed adultery. It was nearly 20 years ago. This is
the best mass ever.
This is whispering to the person next to you.
Holy hell.
Pastor John Lowell II said at the end of the services at New Life Christian Church at World Outreach in Warsaw, he said, to say it plainly, I didn't make a mistake. I didn't have an issue. I didn't have an affair. I didn't make a misjudgment. I sinned. I need to say,
boy.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I need to say that, and you deserve to hear it. Well, the pastor asked the congregation to forgive him for the deep wound that he had caused, explaining that there was no good reason why it took him so long to come clean. He said, if I could take it back and redo it all, I would. I can't. All I could do is ask for you to forgive me. He said, to my wife and family, who I deeply hurt, I've confessed my sin, and they have graciously forgiven me and expressed their love to me. He then announced that he was stepping down from the ministry, and he received a round of applause from the congregation, but things turned awkward later.
Pastor, we have a special guest for you.
Yeah, a woman stepped forward to the microphone along with a man who identified himself as her husband. She said, for 27 years, I lived in a prison. It was not 20 years. I was just 16 when you took my virginity on your office floor. Do you remember that?
My God.
I know you do.
So he thinks, okay, I'm out of the woods on this. I've done my deal. But there's more to the story.
She said, I lived in a prison of lies and pain, lying to protect the Lowe family. I thought I was a horrible person, having suicidal thoughts, not realizing what had truly been done to me. The church deserves to know the truth. The church has been built on lies, but no more. The lies need to stop.
It's horrible, man.
So, yeah, she stepped on, and there's been no word since this.
I know the masses are selling out.
The church has expressed its support for the former pastor and his family right now.
What about her?
I don't know. That's a damn good question.
Yeah.
But I'm sure there's going to be a follow-up to this. So
right.
We'll
a
have
sequel.
To see. Yeah, the authorities are looking into this now because of that. All right, and then I need to wrap up there.
Oh,
man, that sucks.
That was a good one, though.
And on a really negative one, but nonetheless, we have to in the interest of time. So we are done there. By the way, I would like to give some away. Today is Dunkin' Iced Coffee Day.
Oh, is it ever?
They drop by a whole bunch of goodies here. And I have a $50 Dunkin' gift card for caller number 18 at 215-263-WMMR. You can cool down today and stop by your local Dunkin' today for Dunkin' Iced Coffee Day. $1 from every iced coffee sold at participating Dunkin' locations are going to be granted locally to children's hospitals.
That's excellent.
For more information, check out joyinchildhoodfoundation.org. So swing by Dunkin' today.
We love you, Dunkin'.
And get an iced coffee because $1 from everyone is going to go to this charity and it's Children's Hospital. So call number 18. We're going to set you up with that $50 Dunkin' gift card. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. Don't forget, Jeopardy champion, current Jeopardy champion and local guy Ryan Long is going to be joining us. So we're excited about that. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
To that there isn't to the trap. If you can see the weather just to the side on the monitor and you're a trained meteorologist, you can understand that certain symbols mean certain things. But if you're just looking at a string of words like you are, somehow you have to make sense of that and assimilate it on the spot. Look. What I do is brilliant. Let's not mince words.
It's true.
What I do is genius on a level that you can only imagine. But what you do is a skill that probably anybody can.
You know what, Michael? You know what? The worst part.
In a way, that was a very touching compliment.
Was that a compliment?
The worst part about traffic is when you're waiting to hear the traffic and you're waiting to hear the road that you have to either avoid or get on. and then you space out, and you're like, oh my God,
you missed it.
What did she just say? She just said my road, and I wasn't paying attention.
That happens with me with the weather report. The one day that I'm looking to have the information for is the day I invariably glaze over and don't listen to.
Right. Well, you know, there exists now, or maybe it's just coming online, technology where you can plug what you want into, apparently it's your telephone.
Exactly right.
And then it will actually tell you what the weather forecast is going to be. And if you miss it, you can do it again.
We are creatures of habit, and and so we end up like you default back to a kid waiting to see if your school is closed.
That's
and,
right.
Yeah. So
All right, Michael, do you live in Los Angeles?
I live in the Connecticut section of Los Angeles.
Connecticut is a little further east.
A little, yeah. So very East LA.
Furthest most eastern town or state in California.
Well, let me ask you then: how did Michael Ian Black, little Michael Ian Black, who was growing up on the shores of Connecticut, California, how did you end up in entertainment? What was the path that led you there?
I, as a very young person, I was 9 years old, and I was sent away to summer camp, and I did a play there. I don't know why. I think because there was a girl I had a crush on.
Of course.
Who was doing the play.
What camp were you at? Tecumseh?
It was not called Tecumseh. It was called Camp Najiwa.
Okay.
A Jewish camp with an Indian name. And
that's so unique.
It has a better ring than like Camp
Comanche
Shivowitz or something. It's just
Camp Shivowitz. Well, it's a joke because that's where the Indians send their kids.
Camp Cavalli.
And then I did it, and then I came home that summer, and I was like, Mom, I'm going to be an actor.
Yeah.
And then, she was like, whatever, because I was 9. But then I never wavered from that. So I'm now living the life choices made by somebody who could not tie his own shoes.
But it's interesting because you're a writer, you're a performer, you've directed. You have these sort of things that present themselves to you. Like my focus was originally going to be television and try to do the radio came along. I'm like, oh, this is what I've been looking for. This is great. But I think the thing that I've found with many people is that, and we've said it time and time again on the show, at a certain point, you say, am I going to do this? And then you eliminate safety nets and just go for it.
Well, I never gave myself the safety net to begin with.
Okay.
I think most parents encourage their kids to, get a degree in something or have some kind of backup plan. And I knew that if I did that, it would be too easy to do the backup plan and not do the thing that I wanted to do. So my feeling is that when I started, everybody said, show business seemed like an impossible way to make a living. I didn't know anybody in show business. Nobody in my family was in. It just didn't. It seemed so remote. But crazily enough, as I've gotten older and into the business economy has changed, people in creative professions in a strange way have an advantage because we're used to hustling, we're used to doing stuff, and these jobs, at least so far, can't be outsourced. So in a weird way, like my profession is more stable than the professions that were stable when I was a kid.
It's more merit-based. It's more, that makes sense.
In my case, not so much merit. It's just the fact that I'm gorgeous.
Yeah. It's just
I guess that's merit in its own way.
Yeah,
but I'm just gorgeous. So I've just been very fortunate. Just in terms of my cheekbones, I've been very fortunate.
Yeah. Jackie Bam Bam, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right.
Yeah, there's a little delay, but I'm here. Take a look at this guy. Can you see him?
By the way,
Friday the 13th. Hi, Michael. Whoa.
It's Halloween, and it's Michael Myers.
And then we have a chain-wielding maniac from the Bates Motel, and actually 2 of them. One of them has a scarecrow mask on. Another one has just a psychotic-looking face. So, Jackie, they look like they're ready to go, man.
Can you smell the gasoline from here? I'm ready to play with some dangerous toys. I'm ready.
He's so into this.
Jackie?
We're going into the house right now.
Okay.
Damn
now,
it.
we heard that our birthday boy
might be awake, so we have to go with a different tactic.
Okay.
Oh, no. Okay. Okay, you guys ready, Jackie?
Here we go.
All right.
On 3.
Go ahead.
Everybody ready. 1, 2, 3.
There's nobody in there.
There's no one in the bedroom.
Empty bed. Are they in the wrong room?
Where did he go? How did he work on it?
Wait.
He was supposed to be here. We had scouts.
Don't drop the F-bomb, please.
There's nobody in the bedroom.
Amazing.
There's absolutely
Go to
no one in the bedroom.
Go to the bathroom. I think he's taking a piss.
His bed is made.
Let's go in the bathroom. He might be.
Yeah, he'll never see you coming.
Yeah. Oh, my.
I don't think his bed is made. He didn't sleep in that bed last
I
night.
don't even think he's there.
No, he's not.
Look at how confused everyone looks.
Where's our boy at?
I feel bad for the guy.
Preston wants to say hello to you.
Oh, here, hang on. I'll bring up the phone line. Hi.
I am utterly disappointed.
Is this Jimmy?
I don't know how this happened. I'm like shaking here because I'm so angry.
This has never happened before. I can't. Well, we've done enough of these. Eventually, it was going to happen.
I think it's great.
Well, you know
It's
what?
just
I say he doesn't get his chainsaw.
I'm wondering about that too.
Yeah.
You know?
I think they're starting up the chainsaws again, guys.
There's no need to start up the chainsaws again right now. Is there?
No.
Yeah.
I think we can just move on to the next one.
Wow.
The next cemetery, away we go.
That's fake.
He's fake?
Yeah.
You sure? Michael, be careful, Michael. Happy Halloween, I'm here.
Are you ready?
All right, let's go. Okay, there's a deer head, there's some saws. Oh, this guy's really into horror movies. Yeah, let's get everybody upstairs.
Up the stairs again.
It's a tight staircase.
Yeah, it is.
There's Jackie's ass crack.
Jackie's ass crack.
Yeah.
Tight like the crack of my ass.
Okay, we're gonna go on 3. Okay. Are we ready?
Yeah. We're ready.
Ready?
I'm always.
We're gonna go on 3. Hold on. 1, 2, 3.
Start him. She completely covered herself up.
Chainsaw wake up.
I see that.
Somebody got you.
God damn it, Joe.
God damn it, Joe.
Is that Curry?
Hi.
Hi, Curry.
Good morning.
Is this Curry?
Yes.
Curry, say hello to Preston and Steve.
Hi.
Hey, Curry. Good morning. How are you?
She can't hear with the chainsaw.
Hey, Curry. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, yeah, this is courtesy of
my fire
Steve.
alarm?
He wanted, I think. Yeah. Oh my God, that's right. They have gasoline-operated devices. It's probably setting off your. It's okay. There's no real fire. Just gas fumes. You'll be okay.
Hey, Kathy's asking if she has clothes on. Do you have clothes on? Are you? There you go.
Hi, honey.
Curry, do you have clothes on?
No, I don't.
Well, that ought to teach you.
Seriously, like a whole ton of people in
A whole lot of people.
Try not to drop any curse words. We're live on the radio right now.
Well, not now, dick face.
Our boyfriend just took the battery out of the fire alarm. Here.
Okay.
Very good.
Remember to replace it.
Yes.
That was nice. The room's a mess.
That would have ruined it.
If I cleaned up the mess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So apparently you're a big.
She's half naked. The other roommate just
Not
came
half.
downstairs. Hi, y'all.
Not half.
Happy
She's fully
Halloween.
naked.
Say hi to Preston and Steve.
Are you
Okay. I gotta bring the audio down because they're cursing way too much.
She's the unhappy roommate.
She looks like the unhappy roommate. So listen, Curry, this was courtesy of Steve. He says that you guys, both you and Colleen, are big horror fans. So we thought this would be a fun way to get you up on Halloween morning. Do you agree?
Yeah. Now that the shocks worn off, yeah, this is pretty funny.
All right, cool. And to fellow horror fans, have a great day today and put some clothes on.
And then I have one last story. That's it.
Man, this is we're left high and dry now.
Ray Donovan alum Paula Malcolmson and Da Vinci's Demons Blake Ritson are joining Sci-Fi's Superman prequel called Krypton.
Really?
Yes.
This is interesting.
Well, that's why I brought it up. I knew you would find it interesting.
You finished strong.
Which is set to premiere in 2018. The show will be set 2 generations before the destruction of Superman's home planet and will follow his grandfather as he fights to save his House of El from chaos.
What if Superman's grandfather, though, was just an accountant on Krypton?
Okay.
Not as exciting.
No.
Here's some deductions you probably had not considered.
Episode 1.
Yeah. You have to do estate planning. Right. You have to. You can never know. Look, the planet could blow up. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but the planet could blow up someday. Right, crazy. I know, crazy talk. Blah, 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 blah. And here you are, and then the planet blows up, and we don't, things go awry. It happens.
I wonder what his name is. Yeah, Kal-El.
Sal.
Maybe he's Mel-El.
Sal-El.
Sal-El. Krypton, CPA.
Thanks for having me over today, folks. This will take about an hour. I have some documents for you to sign.
No, but I never wanted to get a trampoline once I had kids. I'm like, I don't think so.
Well, you hear too many stories.
Too much liability, too.
Yeah. Oh, your neighbors? Oh, yes.
Everywhere I lived, there was always at least one in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
And you could just go use theirs.
But these places sound, because it's not just the floor, it's the walls.
Well, you jump from trampoline to trampoline, and they've got padding in between them. And then, yes, they have some, Steve, that are at an angle.
Yeah.
Now, they have very specific rules about what you can and can't do.
Okay.
As far as, and there are little videos that are running that you can't, do flips off of the ones that are off of the.
Oh, you can't?
I'm pretty sure. Kathy, did they have like a video running? I'm thinking of Sky High, they have it.
Yes. No, they had something when we were waiting in line for the obstacle course. They had a video running.
Because I was so bummed that I couldn't, because I went to the Sky Zone.
Yeah.
And I couldn't use that one. I was like, all right, we'll start it here at the foam pit, and then I'm going to go over to that one where they have trampoline walls. And I never got to do the trampoline walls.
Here I go.
I need to go back there because when I what's that place called? Get High?
Get Air.
Ricochet. Get High.
That's a different part.
Get High are open Monday through Wednesday, noon to midnight. But
Get High.
Because I went there to pick my son up from a birthday party, and I ended up jumping a little bit just, because it was the end of the night. Everybody was kind of getting their shoes on. So, I had to.
You went for a jump.
I had to impress the kids.
Gonna go for a quick jump.
Look at this fat guy jump.
Somebody's texting in next mixer, trampoline park.
I think so.
That would be cool.
Party or something
we can
like
all
that.
leave with sprained ankles and hurt backs.
And another potential to hurt ourselves, I want to have a roller skating party sometime.
Yes.
That has to happen.
It has to. Can I wear a helmet, though?
Yeah.
All right. You're not going to make fun of me?
Well, of course I am.
I need like wrist guards.
Casey, I've been when we do the river rink ice skating. Casey always wears a helmet to that, and I just find it funny because it's nothing but kids and one adult skating around with a helmet on.
I want a roller skate.
an inspiring story from Touchstone.
Oh no!
He wasn't like the other children.
Oh dude!
He was a full-grown man with his own children. The story of Helmet.
With his own children.
We're gonna call you Helmet. I'm got a helmet on because I like to roller skate. Daddy-daughter night. Wait a second, you have children? Dear God.
Dear God.
I just, you
feel safer.
I feel safer. I
ride a helmet when I ride a bike. Or I wear a helmet.
I ride a helmet when I wear a bike.
It doesn't go very fast, but it's totally safe.
Yeah. Look at this idiot. The other way around. Put the helmet on and ride the bike.
What you riding there?
It's an inspiring story, huh?
Inspiring story of a child who sought to be different. I'm gonna ride my helmet and wear a bike. You're gonna look like a jerk. Yeah, you're gonna look like an idiot.
I don't care.
Hello,
this is a butt plug. I got an email from somebody pointing out a GoFundMe campaign for a person who's a nurse, a COVID nurse, husband and father, a guy named John Aquino. And this is wild. He was at the shore and he was diagnosed with strep meningitis, led to septic shock. He had a brain bleed, liver and kidney failure, had to be intubated and sedated. And when he regained consciousness, both his hands and feet had turned black.
Oh, my God.
Man. And they had to amputate all four of them.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, it was terrible. And he still has kidney failure. It's persisting, but the doctors are confident that it's going to heal up in time. But now they've got a lot of financial hurdles to overcome. He was working as a nurse at Jefferson Stratford Hospital in New Jersey. So I just wanted to mention that. And there are causes like this that if you're interested in helping out that are available on the community page at PrestonandSteve.com. Nick, I sent this link to you.
Yes, I will get that posted.
All right.
So people can access the GoFundMe page through the site.
Yeah, so you can go to PrestonandSteve.com and click on the community page, and you'll be able to find it there. But we wish you a speedy recovery because that's, losing all four of your appendages or your hands and feet.
That's a freaking nightmare.
That's a complete lifestyle change. So best of luck to you, sir, and we'll see what we can do to help you out a little bit. By the way, with Keenan's a live broadcast on Friday at Eggs with Peg with Coors Light and all of our closest friends. There's an event for the first time ever that's taking place the night before at Keenan's. So Thursday night, tomorrow night.
Me, Marissa, Nick, we're all going to be at Keenan's hanging out, just kind of
like a pre-party.
We're going to prep everything. We're going to we're prepping for Friday morning, and we're going to hang out at Keenan's. We're going to be there at least from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. Just kind of getting everything ready. We're going to clean up and make sure that the rooms are ready.
Just
for
light carpentry, right?
Yeah. We're just light clean. You don't have to clean.
No.
We're going to be cleaning. And you guys can come and watch.
And
hang
then
out.
also some plumbing, you said, and drywall.
Yeah, I mean, light plumbing. I can't. I'm not going to be taking part pipes or anything like that. But I'll be plunging.
Yeah. What you can do. You're not going to be outlandish about it because we are on Friday. It's a return after a number of years, A. B, we're trying a couple things we've never tried because the street in front of Keenan's right now is now available to us. And so there's a whole bunch of stuff in play. And I think that's a good idea that you guys are there doing all that.
I did grab a plunger yesterday, Casey. It's in the green room, so if you need that, go ahead and take that down.
Okay, all right. Is it one of the... do you know there's differences in plungers, by the way?
I have. Yes, I
yeah.
learned it yesterday.
Yeah.
Well, I have the best plunger ever. It is almost looks like a PVC accordion.
Accordion, yeah.
Right. Mm-hmm. So you hold the handle on top, and that sucker, man, that plunges like nobody's business. Something got stuck in my sink. And I actually, when I pulled it up, Preston, my neighbor's house disappeared.
Wow.
Well, Steve,
that is so powerful.
If you remember down the shore a couple of years ago, I talked about this on the air, how my pipes outside had gotten clogged. And I had one of those accordion plungers, and I had to use it on the pipes outside in my sidewalk.
It's crazy.
Boom, boom, boom. Just a couple of plunges. Next thing you know, the entire sewage came up out of my sidewalk and onto the street. And
Case, if that thing could do accounting, I would marry it. That's everything you need there with that sucking power. It's amazing.
There was like low water level plunger and high water level plunger.
Oh, really? I don't know.
Wow. Yeah.
Really?
Yes. I had no idea.
And I also bought a snake. Do you have one of those for your toilets by any chance?
Me.
Yeah, no,
not
an
a
actual
plumbing snake. Okay, yeah.
I know we're not talking about this right now, but anyway, me, Nick, and Marissa are going to be at Keenan's for
Free
8
snakes
to 10.
for the first Preston and Steve snakes for the first 50 people.
From 8 to 10 on Thursday night. Back to you, Preston.
All right, so make sure you stop by, say hi.
And talk plungers.
Talk plungers.
I have a plumbing question, but we're going to do something else.
You can ask a plumbing question because it might tie into what I'm going to mention here. If we have time. We'll see.
I have an older house, and my house is about 90 years old, and the most of the sinks are fine. There is a sink in the upstairs bathroom, one of the upstairs bathrooms, where when I turn the water on, it smells like sulfur. It smells like rotten eggs.
Okay, yeah. You really need to plumb.
I don't know what this is coming from. Well, the toilet functions fine. The sink.
Have you
in the
ever
other
plunged
room,
the sink?
Yes, yeah,
Oh.
and when I run the water for an extended period of time,
the toilet water in it.
Not the toilet water, the sink water.
The sink water.
So I turn the sink on and I let it run for like 20 or 30 seconds every time because every time I turn it on, especially if I haven't used it for like a day or so, it just stinks like rotten eggs. It smells like sulfur.
Do you defecate in the sink?
No.
Okay.
No.
Because I was wondering.
Yeah.
This may help you out here. Connor looked this up. It says if you're noticing the smell of rotten eggs which is a sulfur smell.
Yes.
Right.
It is possible that your water or sink drain is contaminated.
Oh, it's the drain.
It could also be that the drain is clogged or partially drained. When sinks are clogged, they drain slowly, which can cause bacteria to build up in the P trap.
Yeah, I got one of those.
And create the hydrogen sulfide gas.
I'm always a sucker for a P trap.
You know, the P trap was a strip club at the end of the
I know.
Can you access the P trap?
I don't know what
All
the
right,
P
so
trap is.
well, hang on. Is it a pedestal sink or is it a vanity sink?
It's pedestal, which I also hate.
Okay, so so the P trap, there might be a clog there.
I told Steve this. I'm sorry, Preston. Did you want to do something else?
No, go ahead. We're gonna
I'm at this point now where the toilet isn't great, the sink isn't great. So do you do the whole bathroom?
You do the whole thing.
Do I just tear it all out? I strip it down to the studs?
Do you know what seems to be the most efficient type of toilet sink? The ones they used to have in the prison. When you go, the one that where the sink is right behind the toilet. You never hear prisoners complaining.
Thank you.
Listen, there's an indication if you ask Steve something. If you talk to Steve about this, you are wanting someone to tell you to rip it out. Because if you talk to me or Steve,
Rip it out.
Get rid of it, throw it all out, start new.
Brick up the door and close off that room.
Nick, I actually replaced a toilet last year.
On your own?
On my own. Well, me and Chuck did it. So, I mean, if Chuck wasn't there, I probably wouldn't have been able to do it. But it actually is not that difficult.
All right.
It really is not that hard.
Because toilets aren't that expensive. And
they're
you can
not
get one
that
for,
expensive.
They're
They're heavy.
$300. Yeah, okay.
They're heavy.
Steve, should we give him more advice?
Yeah.
Don't do it yourself.
Don't do
you
it.
pay for
No,
somebody to do
pay
it.
for someone and get the highest priced person you can find.
He's going to do the best job.
I could just send Rochelle over there. And
You know what? I got to hire your wife.
But
She'll knock it
also,
out for ya.
toilets now are usually equipped, and it's not that expensive with, different flushing. So, like, if you're just peeing, they have a smaller flush with less
I'll
water.
tell you this. So
Downstairs,
I have that up flush toilet. You know the one that it has to.
Oh, yeah.
So
below the
Horizon came over. Nick, we'd have this thing every time you'd flush, beep 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 beep. It started beeping and it was having issues and so on and so forth. Horizon comes over.
All right.
Replaced the whole thing. New unit in. Now it's working like gangbusters.
You know what I find a little bit odd? You guys constantly are like helping each other and doing things. The only thing I ever ask friends to do is to drink. Do you want to come over for wine, margaritas,
Right.
champagne, high noons? I don't ever ask for
To come help and clean the house?
Install
Kathy,
a toilet?
With Chuck, I don't even ask. I go, hey, what time do you want to come over to help me do?
I think that's weird.
Well, you know what? He is the type of person that he wants to do
likes
that.
it.
Like
He likes to do it.
He
Yeah.
wants a project to do.
Do you give him a beer after at least?
Oh my God, he gets all the sink bacon he can eat.
That's right.
Yeah.
He eats your leftovers.
out of the sink.
Yeah.
He loves it.
Not even leftovers, trash.
Casey, he's behind you and he's very excited about whatever project is coming next. Chuck, can you come over to my house after work?
No, I'm not that way either. I don't invite people to come over.
Right, you
and
just
work on
invite them to come
projects
over
with
and
me.
eat and drink.
Yeah,
There
that's
are
pretty much
projects
it.
that I like, but plumbing is not one of them. Plumbing totally intimidates me, and
Of course.
and plumbing.
You like
know,
framing.
I like outdoor stuff.
like
Right.
electrical stuff.
I like oh God, no.
Yeah, I like high tension stuff.
No, like if it's an outdoor project, even if it's something that I'm not quite qualified for, because I feel like if it's an outside project and I screw it up, it's outside.
Yeah.
You can deal with it
just
later.
burn it.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Oh.
But like landscaping, gardening, I can handle that type of thing. But inside, I don't want to mess up stuff that's inside.
Kathy, by the way, there are several people texting that want to be your friend.
Oh.
So,
Which bar should we meet at?
yep, that's the big question. Well, okay, so I do have something that I was planning on talking about that does kind of
Tie into
lead
this.
off of this.
Yeah.
This is totally unintended. This chat that you guys had, but there is a listing, a house for sale listing. It is a nice 3-bedroom home, and it is for sale in our state in Pennsylvania. I think it's in our area. Although is it Bucks County?
It is.
Yeah.
Was it
Yes.
Newtown?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So the pictures show a cute kitchen, a garden outside, and a fireplace in the living room, along with a basement that has a wooden door. But
By the way, when I look through this listing, I'm going through all the pictures. I'm like, okay, it's just a house that needs to be updated. Like, why did someone send this to me?
well, there's a picture that's caught everyone's attention, and that is of a toilet on the staircase of the home.
Is it a free toilet?
No, I think it's
stop it.
And what we're having a hard time determining is whether if it is.
Is it like installed there,
Is it
or is it just
installed
sitting there?
Is
No.
it? Is it? Does it have piping?
It's like
I
on
don't
the
know.
landing. It looks like maybe it's like either a split level or from the basement. And
Mm-hmm.
so like, there's one set of stairs, a landing, and then you go up the rest of the stairs, and it's on the landing.
So the toilet is situated on the landing,
Yeah.
and you think so. Because normally you don't set a toilet on the staircase.
That's right.
I think that's most people would agree with that, unless it was like you're coming up in the basement and they just didn't enclose it,
I have
or
to see
that's where
this
the
picture.
I haven't seen it.
The property is listed on the website of agent Bright MLS. And the staircase is carpeted but doesn't have a wall or coverings that can be closed in case someone wants to use that toilet. The carpet on the staircase even has a hole in it for the toilet.
No,
apparently.
that is definitely plumbed.
Like, look at the carpet around it.
Yeah,
It's
it was
cut
installed
and
into the
fitted.
floor.
My question is this actually a staircase, or is this just a raised toilet like in the basement or something like that? Because my neighbor had a toilet in his basement, and you actually literally walked up 2 steps to get to it because they had, and I don't know the plumbing rules, but it needed to be raised in order for things to be able to flush.
Yeah,
and
it's
stuff.
like Steve and I said,
Right,
you know, we have the same thing in the basement. There's a pump that if you use the toilet down there and you hear it go on after you flush the toilet because it's below a certain level, sea level or whatever. I don't know.
The way
Not sea
this
level, but-
picture is, it sort of seems to indicate that it is it's a staircase, but what we're looking at here, because it looks like it's a landing of a staircase, and then up to the left would be, also the steps going up. But what that could be is that could just be a shelf.
You know what this is?
Where the that could be a toilet paper dispenser that is kind of jutting out from the wall a little bit. That might not be a staircase.
It's the cover art to the album Stairway to Poopies.
I kind of see what you're saying, Case. The way this is laid out, though, it almost looks as if it turns and goes up behind it, like the staircase, because you see an angle in the trim work there.
How many times do you walk up the steps and halfway up think, man, I have to take a dump?
You know what, Casey? I think you might be right, and I think that little behind it there, that little angular thing, might be a little nook underneath. I don't know. It's hard to tell.
They say though that the listing gives no indication as to why the toilet is upstairs.
Or why would you include a photograph of a toilet in a listing? They clearly thought this was unique enough to include. How many times do you see a house listed where they show a picture of the toilet?
Right.
Right? You assume there are toilets. There was a house next to. No, actually, when we were looking for our before we moved into Manayunk, we were looking around. This was a while ago. There was I don't know how this arrangement ended up. Maybe it was the way the pipes were into the house. But in the kitchen, there was what you thought was like a dust broom closet, and you opened it up, and 3 steps up on a platform was a toilet.
Yeah. Okay.
No sink, just a toilet.
Here's a text that says, I had a toilet like that in the house I grew up in. It was at the top of the stairs leading to the basement. There was a pocket door that closed for privacy. The toilet was scary as F because there was no door to protect you from the basement monsters killing you while you're going to the bathroom.
I don't like that.
This listing, though, like the other pictures of the house, they clearly cleaned and straightened up the house, to have these pictures taken. Like, it's not like it's so this picture was taken on purpose and posted, but with no explanation.
But and why? I mean, there was a place I rented down the shore that they basically just turned a closet into the bathroom.
Right.
And it was there was only enough room in this closet for a toilet. Like, if you sat there, Steve, you basically had to cross your legs.
Right.
And it was hilarious, but they were just trying to create another bathroom. And I don't know why. Okay.
I mean,
why even put this in the listing? Because when you
That's what I'm saying.
Because you need to know that there's a toilet on the stairs if you're going to potentially buy
it has
house.
a staircase toilet.
You don't- you need
those
to
are
know
very
that.
hip.
Yeah, they are being honest by putting this on there. Like, if you got to the house, you're like, you know what?
Nick, it has a tool shed bidet.
Right.
Well, there was a listing that I saw a few weeks ago, and it was the house is in Wisconsin. The house, Kathy, was it was very well appointed. It looked really nice, and then they had the picture of the master bedroom, and above the master bed was a sign that said, it wasn't one of those cutesy live, laugh, love.
Yeah,
it said, "Welcome to Pound Town." I'm not even lying.
I had that story I was going to put in the bizarre file. The woman did that on purpose.
Oh, okay.
It was a joke.
Okay.
That was like in their family.
Oh.
And so she had a sign made, and it was, you know.
Sometimes those kitschy things can sell.
Yeah,
I
they
mean, wasn't it the case of the BDSM arrangement in the basement?
Right.
Yeah, they did that on purpose.
Right, yeah.
By the way, here's a text says, Casey, as you had pointed out, that toilet is hooked up. You can see the silver feed pipe on the left, and that is not part of the toilet, so it's definitely got water going to it, because people were wondering if they had just set it there and took a picture of it. I'm going to go to Rachel. Hi, Rachel. Good morning.
Hi there.
Hey, what's up, Rachel?
All right, so I went to college in northern Vermont, a little state school called Linden State, way up in the Northeast Kingdom. We lived in a house that had a staircase toilet, and it was right off the kitchen.
Yes.
And, yep, it was the best. Everybody knew about the staircase toilet in our, tiny little college. And we used to throw a lot of house parties. And the toilet consistently got used.
All right, hang on a second. Let's be more descriptive here. You say staircase toilet. Was that staircase leading to anywhere besides the toilet?
No, it went to the basement.
Okay.
And a side door. So you could we had a side door. You could come in the side door, come up the steps and into the kitchen. And on the landing of the stairs that led to the kitchen, there was a toilet. And it was just a random toilet, no sink, nothing, no curtain for the one part when you came into the house. There was no curtain or anything.
Let me ask you, Rachel, was that most often used as like a pee toilet?
Absolutely.
Okay, so you want to take a full bore dump right next to the kitchen.
It was constantly in use.
All right.
Especially in house parties and so you'd close the door to the kitchen, but you always had the fear that someone would come in the side door.
Yeah.
And I think at one point we tried to put a curtain up because we were like, well, maybe that'll help. But I literally they.
Oh, we lost her.
Put it back up, and it was constant.
Thanks, Rachel.
But I did hear that the reason some of these toilets were put in these kind of exterior door staircase type situations is because if you were coming inside and it's frigidly cold, you could drop all your gear kind of right there, use the bathroom, and then go back outside. So I think that's what one of my friends had suggested.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's so you can keep all your gear on
when it's cold.
Yeah, because it's hard to take a dump with snowshoes on.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, so that's kind of. But we had one, and it was. It was a fixture.
I'm sure. Everybody loved it, and you were known as the staircase toilet house.
Staircase toilet house, the Charles Street house with the staircase toilet.
That's funny. Thank you, Rachel. I appreciate it. By the way, I will. We have a powder room right there in the kitchen. I'll take a full board dump anytime.
So let me ask you: is it directly? Does the door open up right into the kitchen?
Yeah, I mean it's a
closed
kitchen, living room. It's an open.
It's a little bit right.
Yeah.
That I can see. The place that I was talking about, the toilet basically there was a wall that if you put your hand punch through the drywall, you'd be able to put toast in the toaster.
Okay,
and to me that's you don't. You know what I'm saying? That's too close.
I'm pretty sure I pooped in that bathroom in your house.
Sure.
Yeah.
Why did you poop in Preston's kitchen bathroom?
I had to go poop.
He was asked to.
He had to go to the bathroom. We had a toilet. It was
So glad I
convenient.
don't
You
live with
ask
any
friends.
of
You ask your friends to come over for wine. Nick and Preston those poop parties.
Kathy, I would.
Kathy, will you tell people to please not poop in your house? Just if you have to poop, can you go down? There's a gym down the street.
They have public restrooms. You can go in there.
Main floor.
I know the owner.
Main floor bathrooms are awesome. So many homes don't have a main floor bathroom.
Yeah, I know.
You ever
so for that when we come in, there's the mud room. And right next to it is the bathroom when we can make our own mud in there. And it's awesome.
I was, when I was house shopping a few years ago, there was a point where I had to go to the bathroom while house shopping. And that's an awkward thing. You got to use, but it's just, when you got to go, you got to go.
You come out You might want to reduce the price. You might want to relist this at a lower.
Nick, I'm almost inclined to like not even flush. You know, like if nobody knows that you went in there, especially if that's the house you want. Right?
Some people make cookies.
It was an upper decker.
I do feel uncomfortable though if I go to someone's house and I don't know them and they don't have a main floor bathroom and they send you up to like the residence.
I feel terrible.
Bedroom area.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, I don't want to go. Going in your personal area.
My first house was like that. We didn't have a bathroom on the main floor. You either had to go down into the basement, which was, that was better. Like, I liked that. But I didn't mind people going upstairs, but it was that. It was like right outside my bedroom, and you had no choice.
I would love to go up.
You
You come back down and say, wow, your toilet looks like a master bed. That was a bed.
Kathy, do you remember when I dropped you off for that drunk day and you had to go
went
running
into my neighbor's house?
And you went running up the steps in your neighbor's house because it was built kind of the same, and you thought you were running up to your bathroom?
No, I didn't think I was running to my bathroom. I wanted to see what their house looked like. We were never we like weren't friends with them, and we wanted to know if it was the same as ours. So I thought after drinking in the morning that it would be a good idea on my way home to just go visit them and see if their house looked like mine.
Hey, let's go back to that moment a little while.
So if anybody knows me, call in. You got your Nickelback tickets.
If anyone knows me, call in.
Nickelback tickets.
Nickelback tickets. So if anybody knows me, call in. You got your Nickelback tickets.
I sound like a kid, too.
Nippleback tickets.
Oh, my God.
Let me go to this call. It's Fred. Hey, Fred, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
What's up, buddy?
Well, I just wanted to pass on when you talk about stories of toilets. Years ago, I was at work. I worked for a utility over here in New Jersey, and we were in Camden. And we're fixing a gas line to this house, and in the middle of the living room was a working, functioning toilet.
In the living room.
In the living room.
Couch, TV, all that stuff.
Oh, it's great when you're watching Wheel of Fortune.
You could sit on the toilet and watch TV in the living room.
Yep, and it was, a rather probably put there because it was a very large lady.
Oh.
She was on the sofa.
Okay.
Oh.
And when I came in, I'm like, no way. So I got my bucket of tools and I head to the basement. And I said, well, there's only one way to verify this. I go down the basement. There's a soil pipe. There's a water pipe going up to the toilet. And I couldn't wait to get out back to the truck and go get the friend of mine, Bill. And I said, you got to come in and see this.
So you mentioned the key thing that might have been the issue. Perhaps that because she was a larger person who might have had difficulty getting about, perhaps that was placed there for convenience. Is that what you think?
I pretty well think it because she was, put it this way, she was obese because she was chewing away on food the whole time we were there.
Okay.
Wow. So rather than
entire bok choy,
rather than the diet, let's just put a toilet in the living room.
Well,
that works too.
Oh my God!
It's something that you don't
expect to see. Yeah.
All right. Thanks, Fred. Appreciate it. Well, you know what? Yes, it seems like it's legit, and I'm coming around to what Casey was saying that maybe it's not what it appears to be. That might not be a main staircase.
It's like
headed to another floor.
back staircase.
It's just raised because of the plumbing, and people give me a hard time because I said it was below sea level on their text. I didn't mean sea level.
Whatever. You corrected yourself.
It needs gravity to get it up to the pipes, which can take it away.
It's below the magma level.
There you go. It's just under the crust.
Under the crust
into
of the earth.
magma.
That's all it is.
But above the mantle.
It's at the bottom of the Marianas Trench. That's all. That's where we put our toilet.
Oh, listen, I deserve it. Whatever. All right. But thank you for your calls. I appreciate
sea level.
We have to take a break because we have a guest coming up in a little bit. He is the current Jeopardy champion. His name is Ryan Long, and we're going to talk to him when we return. So make sure you stay put. We'll be back in a moment. Oh, and let's also give away a $50 gift card for Dunkin.
Yeah.
Because today is Dunkin' Iced Coffee Day, and $1 from every iced coffee sold at participating Dunkin' locations will be donated to the Dunkin' Joy in Childhood Foundation to bring joy to kids at local hospitals.
I just had one, and it's been a while since I've had it. They're awesome.
Caller number 9 at 215-263 WMMR. You get the $50 Dunkin' gift card. We'll be back in a moment.
The biggest stick of the day.
We actually, you know what? Hats off to Casey Boy because it was his idea and to search for the biggest dick in the Delaware Valley. And, you know, it's just you're given this name at birth, Richard, and either your parents... Either they thought it would be funny or they don't realize or, you know what I mean?
I want to find out the reasons because I do agree. And listen, technically it's a fine name. However, I know parents go through the arduous process of, okay, what are kids going to do with this? Right. What are they going to do with this? And Richard obviously will become Dick.
So, you ready, Dr. Mike?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's bring in the dicks. We're going to start with, we're going to go with the longest first. Dear God.
Yes, now we're talking.
He is huge. All right, so we've kept these guys separated. Do you still get Snickers at your name?
My freshman year in college, we were getting drunk, coming down the steps, and some guy was coming up with his girlfriend. So he yells with his girlfriend, he goes, "Yo, big dick." I never heard it before. I grabbed him, threw him up against the railing, and I said, "Yo, I thought I told you not to tell nobody."
That's good. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So Dick is here for the length, the height version. So we're going to measure your height. How tall does that thing go, Dr. Mike? Is it over 7 feet?
We are.
All right, let's bring in the next Dick. We have a very big Dick coming in here.
Yes.
This is Dick Super. Dick Super.
Yes.
How you doing, man?
Super Dick in the house.
Nice. See, I told you guys I had a friend named in high school. His name was Dave Super. His dad's name was Dick.
Oh, you're right. That is actually a great name.
Come on, Super. I mean, it's been the best.
It could be great for you.
Where are you from, by the way?
South Jersey.
So let's measure you, and let's see how you stack up against the other Dick. You're going to get some extra because of that hair of yours.
Yeah.
He's a hairy Dick,
Well,
man.
the level will come down right on the...
These sticks are so long, I have to get on a stool.
I noticed.
It's unbelievable.
I'll tell you what, this might be the best looking Dick we have in the studio all day.
It's a good-looking Dick?
Yeah.
Marissa, bring in the next Dick, please. This is Dick Steinbeiser.
Dick Steinbeiser.
And it's another biggie, man. Where are you from, sir?
Harleysville.
You haven't seen this guy around town?
I haven't seen that Dick anywhere. Not anywhere in Harleysville. And there's a lot of Dicks in Harleysville.
There are.
Let's get the official number. We're gonna measure you, but we will not reveal. We're not going to reveal what that is until we get all 5 of you measured. So right now we're going for the length.
This Dick has a shaved head, basically. So
bald Dick. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, well, listen, thank you very much, Richard. We appreciate you can have a seat over here, and we'll get the final results in a moment. Richard or Dick Steinbeiser.
It's a smart Dick.
And after Kathy's getting in on it.
See, the one who hates this stuff is now participating.
Please, this is Dick Scholl.
Wow, another.
Yeah, another big one.
Yes.
So we've been asking some questions amongst you Dicks. Does anybody ever call you Dick, or have they throughout your life?
My older brother kept trying to get my oldest nephew to call me Uncle Dick for the first years of my life. That didn't happen, but what did happen, fortunately for him, is that my nephew couldn't pronounce rich, and it came out with a B sound.
He called you bitch?
Yep. That was Uncle
Bitch. All right, Dick, let's get you on the measuring device here.
All right.
And we'll get the official number.
All right, this one went a little faster than the last few measurements. Mike got this one down fast.
Yeah, quick Dick.
Bring in the final Dick, please.
Another biggie.
Wow. Tell us about your life with the name Richard and being interchangeable with Dick.
It is pretty lackluster, I would probably say. I only really got it in high school. You know, kids on like my sports teams would be like, "Oh, we call you Big Dick now." And
Big Dick's actually, if you're on a team,
right?
It's pretty cool.
It's intimidating, and it's got a little,
It's got a little panache to it.
Absolutely.
I like it. All right, well, let's get you up on the measuring device and let's take a look. By the way, I love all our Dicks.
They're excellent.
They're all great guys.
You guys a big Foo Fighters fans? Got a Foo Fighters shirt on? I'm enjoying the Dick Dale.
Thank you, Dick Dale, and we played Moby Dick, and Dr. Mike just
nearly
fell
bought it.
off the chair. Are you okay, Dr. Mike?
Noted TV personality Dr. Mike died in a bizarre dick measuring accident.
Tell you, Preston, in 25 years of practice, these are some of the biggest dicks I've ever seen.
Of course. You're a medical man. You're a man of science.
It's a miracle of nature.
Yes.
All right, so please, if you could, first give us the number and the name of who our biggest dick in the Delaware Valley is, Nick.
At a whopping 82.5 inches, that's 6 feet, 10.5 inches tall. The biggest dick in the Delaware Valley by length. Our first dick in the studio, Dick Barrett, everybody! Congratulations, Dick!
Come on over here, Dick Barrett.
Get over there. Come on.
6'10" and a half.
Big old dick.
Nick, did you say 6'10" and a half?
I sure did, Preston.
Damn, man. Hey,
almost 7 feet tall.
The moment when you walked in, I'm like, that's a huge dick.
But yet, when the other guys are coming in, I'm like, I'm wondering. You know, I'll be curious to hear the other numbers. But yeah, you are a big dick.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right, so we got length out of the way. Time to get to girth. Let's bring in the biggies. We're going to do our first contestant for the biggest dick in the Delaware Valley. Please welcome Dick Zaleski.
Dick Zaleski. Dick, how are you?
You know, your history with the name, and a lot of guys got it in high school.
I had like one guy that thought he was funny in high school that would be like, Rick the Dick. And, but I actually got it from my friends later on that I'm kind of a jerk sometimes.
Okay, so you're sort of a cut-up.
They'd be like Rick the Dick, and so
Dick Zaleski, let's get you on the scale here. We're not going to reveal the number at all until we have weighed everyone, and then we will find out who the biggest dick in the Delaware Valley is by girth. By the way, yes, everyone will be even if your name is Rick, you're going by Dick today.
That's fine.
All right, thanks, man. Have a seat. We'll find out how you do. Thanks for being here
Big
this
guy.
morning. Bring in our next Dick. This is Dick L. Coogan.
Yes.
Who we welcome. Coming over here to Nick. Has Dick been a joke from time to time for you, or do people actually call you that?
No, I basically come from a long line of dicks.
Oh, you do?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Are you Dick? Are you Little Dick or Dick Jr.?
I'm Dick the Third, actually.
Dick the Third.
Yeah, so my grandfather, my father, my son.
All right, well, let's have you jump on the scale here. Dr. Mike is going to do the official measuring.
While we have a second, I'd like to apologize to the two Dick Siemens who wanted to come in because they really wanted to be a part of this contest.
Yeah.
But we had enough dicks, you know, and these guys just didn't qualify to be the biggest dicks in the Delaware Valley. But thank you guys for submitting.
We had to cut.
It was father and son named Dick Seaman.
Thank you for coming in this morning. We'll find out if you end up being our winner. As he grabs a seat, that's Dick L. Coogan, by the way. The next Dick, let's welcome Dick Mayberry to the studio. Mr. Mayberry is coming over here. Is there any history of Dicks in your family?
Yeah, I'm the third.
Okay.
My grandfather went by Dick.
Do you get any?
Dicks on the dance floor.
As far as Mayberry, your last name, you get any Andy Griffith throwbacks from that?
No, Dick maybe Harry. I have.
Dick maybe Harry.
I like it. Get on the scale, man. Let's see what you come in at. Dick Mayberry. All right.
I want 6 dicks, man.
I was saying sticks.
Sure you were.
Sticks. Let's bring in the next Dick. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Dick Schmidt. And we welcome in. Any other Dicks in your family?
My father. My father was another big. He was another big dick.
Another big dick.
Yeah, about the same size as me.
All right, so we are doing the official measuring. Dr. Mike's going to get his number. He's waiting for the scale to settle. And when he settles on a number, he's got it. You can step back off of there, Dick. And let me see. Who else we have?
Take a look at my face, Dick.
Well, let's bring in Dick Belcastro, our last Dick that we have. Come right over here to Nick, if you would, please. Anybody in your family call you Dick?
Not generally, no. My granddad went by Dick.
Okay.
Dad was Richard. I'm Richard. My brother's Peter.
Peter. There's clearly something going on.
Let's get you on the scale. Let's weigh you. Turn around. Dr. Micah's going to get a number.
Here we are. Step up.
All right. So how we doing,
Nick?
We've crunched the numbers over here in the entertainment division, and
you can announce our winner. Nick, give us the number and then our winner, if you would, please, for the biggest girth amongst our dicks.
Biggest dick in the Delaware Valley girth division goes to Dick number 2, Richard Zaleski.
Oh, you're kidding me.
The biggest dick. 397.6 pounds.
397.
Nearly 400 pounds a dick.
So, actually, he was Dick number 1 I have here on our list, which means both of our first Dicks are our winners. Richard Zaleski, right?
Yes, I'm sorry. He was number 2 on my list, number 1 in the contest.
And
You're right,
number
Preston.
1 in your hearts,
Absolutely.
ladies and gentlemen. Dick Zaleski.
Yeah.
Police said 2 drivers on 95 were involved in a road rage incident that ended in gunfire Monday evening. It happened just before 5 o'clock while the 2 cars were exiting the highway on Route 413 in Bristol Township. The victim's car had 2 bullet holes from a .45 caliber semi-automatic handgun. Police said a man pulled up to the victim's car, told him to lower the window, and when he did, the man pointed a gun into the car.
Let's go.
I bet the shooter was from Delco, though. I mean, we'll see when they get up. We'll find out. One shot pierced the right rear quarter panel of the 2011 silver Hyundai Accent. A second bullet was lodged in the top of the passenger side door, where police said the metal and rubber trim stopped the round from hitting the person in the passenger
So
seat.
it wasn't shooting at the car, shooting at the person in the car.
Police said the driver was aggressive in the moments prior to the shooting. He kept flashing his high beams, and he followed the victim off of the highway, pacing the car, and then stopped at the traffic light with the victim.
Roll down your window. I want to shoot you.
Yeah. Hey, I have a completely unrelated question, Steve, because just now when you said roll down your window, I want to shoot you, you gestured like this.
Right, yeah.
You took his index finger and did a circling motion.
Still do,
You young people know what that means?
Probably not.
Let me go to Marissa. Hi.
right, it's so
Does
funny.
that mean roll your window down to them?
I don't know, but last year, do you guys remember when we talked to Kate Beckinsale? This is like a total stretch. We talked to Kate Beckinsale, and it was the day that Joel Embiid had tweeted at her, like the day before.
Yeah.
Or Instagrammed at her. I pull up on like 19th and Arch, and Joel Embiid is next to me that afternoon. And I look at him, and I like go wide-eyed, and I go, oh my God, roll down your window. And I'm doing the rolling motion, and he looks at me, and he had no idea what I was talking about. He's
Well,
like,
actually, that looks a little bit like manual stimulation.
Marissa, but you had your fist like this doing that.
I'm going to take care of you sexually.
Yes.
Usually people go like this.
Right, roll
with,
down
with your
like,
index finger.
No.
It's
like this.
It's like,
It's like-
Not like this.
Wait, I'm sorry. It's like,
Press that.
That means roll your window.
roll down your window.
Nothing to do with your mouth.
Wait, Preston. Roll down your window.
oh,
Turn around and show
you'd
you.
have to be watching our studio cams right now to get it. Yeah.
Roll down your window.
You guys are so inappropriate right now.
Casey's grabbing his ankles. He has his legs up in the air.
Roll down your window.
You need a whole fist to roll
Or
down
this.
the window, guys.
Roll down your
Hey, guys. Hang on a second. Let me get
I didn't understand. I wanted you to roll down your window.
Oh, there's a Daily Rush video right there.
Where's the dildo? You can smack that on your face. Roll down the window.
Sorry, Marissa. So he didn't get that?
I think I eventually put down the window a little bit, and I told him, and he
all
kind
right.
of
Fair enough.
smiled and sped away.
Cars, this, if you go like this, a button pushing thing.
Yeah, no one's going to know what that is. Roll down your window.
Yeah. Interesting. Okay, sorry about that.
Okay. All right. Moving along.
Arm vaginas.
What does that mean?
Okay.
God, they finally did this.
There has been a slow but steady rise of removal surgery for arm vaginas.
So are they making arm vaginas for replacement vaginas?
No.
How
this
exactly
is-
does this work?
This is actually armpit folds within where people have these issues, and they call it the arm vagina.
Oh, I never.
Yep.
I didn't know that's what it was called.
Yeah.
So explain them a little bit of the laws here.
It's like arm fat. It's like armpit fat that hangs over when you wear like a tube top.
Oh, that looks like a
camel toe.
vajayjay.
Looks like a camel toe, right?
Just extra like fat and skin. It's not.
There are some though that happen to fall into a very vagina-esque looking flap, and those are the ones you got to correct early.
You got to get rid of that.
You got to get rid of those early. Other ones just look like, hey, they're a little roll of fat and a little, popping fresh, but you never would do that to an arm vagina.
The vagina flap. The surgeries performed vary
It
depending.
sounds like a bad 50s dance. Everybody's doing the vagina flap now. Come on, baby, do the vagina flap now. Swing your big arms like you have two vaginas.
Come on, baby, do the vagina flap now.
A little bit of lotion and he'll come right there.
We're done singing?
No, if you want to sing. I can't get that eye.
Yeah.
The surgeries performed vary depending on the cause and extent of an armed vagina.
When they have those drastic weight losses and people, I don't honestly know surgically how they can remove that without it killing the person. You see, like, there was one guy who had, it looked like he was melting.
Thank you, Kathy. We are all Jeopardy fans here on the Preston and Steve Show. Kathy, is Jeopardy your jam?
You know what's so funny is not really. However, I happened to turn it on a few weeks ago, and I'm like, oh, hey, this guy's from the Philadelphia area. And so I was watching him.
We love the show. We love it when local people get some wins.
Oh, yeah.
And our next guest has got a number of wins, 8 so far. He's a current Jeopardy champion and found out he is going on to the Tournament of Champions, which is pretty damn awesome. And we are happy to welcome Ryan Long to our show this morning. Ryan, good morning. Oh, we can't hear you, Ryan.
We'll get
hang
this
on.
set up.
Is this on our end? Hang on a second.
I retook the
You're,
board.
you're dealing with some little brains for a moment.
Yeah,
hang on.
yeah.
It's us.
It's us.
Now, we were having a technical issue earlier, and so Casey has to canoinker this thing. But by the way, if you don't know, and if you haven't been watching Jeopardy, Ryan has won $160,401 so far.
Yes.
Which is, there you go, man.
He's doing it steady and incrementally, and he's doing it the right way.
Steve, I don't know if you follow the Jeopardy on Twitter, but they started doing this thing a few weeks ago, or maybe a couple of months back, of posting like stats from each episode. It's really fascinating.
And percentage of questions gotten right. I love it.
And to watch champs like Ryan do as well as he has, and then other people who have come back, and Matea did as well as she did. It's really neat to see them do this well and then just break it down after every episode.
So let's see if we have him now. Ryan, can you speak for us?
Gadzooks.
We got him. Excellent. Nice to see you, Ryan.
We're only piecing this together right now, Ryan. We've only been at this for decades.
Listen, congratulations. Thanks for joining us. How does it feel so far, man?
Feels great, man. This is the best part so far. This is an honor. It's a real honor. I listen to you guys like nearly every morning when I'm awake.
Thank you, man. Well, if you don't mind, let's find out a little bit about you. We know you're, born in Philadelphia, moved to Bensalem. Where do you live now?
I live in Mount Airy. I love this part of town, but I try not to tell people about it because I don't want anybody to come here.
Well, I tell you what, I'm in Mount Airy too. I love it. I love that whole area. So if you ever drive by a house that has an inordinate amount of Halloween decorations, and/or Christmas decorations, that's probably me. But
You'll know where Steve lives.
it's a wonderful area. So, but you, as of late, now obviously.
Well, then in that case,
go ahead.
In that case, my mom's probably been by your house at very slow speeds, which doesn't sound creepy at all.
Well, the whole show, obviously, they're taped in advance and their clusters are done, all at once. But as of late, from what we understand, you're starting to get noticed. Obviously, you've been on a prominent show, and it's just starting to happen to you. Have you had a very weird encounter yet with someone who is a Jeopardy fan?
Weird encounter. Everybody's been pretty okay, I guess. Because I live around here, but I did get recognized at my local at the record store up in Chestnut Hill.
There you go.
I went in and I took a record back. I was like just talking to the guy, and he says, I'm telling him about the record, how it's awful, and I want to get my money back, and you should close the store. And he said, after all my spiel, he looks at me and he says, so when you were listening to this, did at any point you feel like you were in Jeopardy?
Oh, no.
And I just like, haha, yeah.
Listen, Ryan, I know that. So when I sit down to watch Jeopardy, the moments that I wait for, obviously, when they're announcing the categories, and when any music category comes up, I'm like, yes, boom, boom. So you obviously have to have this really well-rounded knowledge in order to succeed on Jeopardy. But I'm sure you have your favorites. So when those categories are announced, what gets you most hyped up that you feel pretty damn confident on?
Oh, I'm definitely a movie guy.
Yes.
And I'll get, as soon as I see something, I'll be like, yes, that kind of thing. But I'm also, I enjoy, I feel like I have a certain advantage over other Jeopardy contestants, most other Jeopardy contestants, in that I actually watch sports. So that's also helpful.
Yeah. Ryan, I read a great book by Claire McNear. It's called Answers in the Form of Questions, and it's about getting on Jeopardy and what the contestant search is like. And everybody kind of does it differently. I'm really curious as to what your process was of getting on Jeopardy, because, it's not an easy process just to get to there in the first place, and then to do what you've done is incredibly impressive. So how did you get on in the first place?
Really, I saw the online test and signed up, and it's really, mostly it was a matter of waiting, because you take the test. I took the test I think in September 2020, the initial test, and they had the audition like a month later, and then I sat around in what I call the deep end of the contestant pool for 14 months, and they called me this February, and they said, do you want to come on the show? And I was like, well, let me check my schedule. Oh, yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Well, there's certain things that go into making, there's no hard and fast rules to making a Jeopardy success. But again, you pull from all pop culture stuff. I see you excel in those areas, but also just in a general knowledge that can only come, and I read that this is exactly the truth about you. You're kind of a voracious reader, correct?
Yeah. I refer to my brain as a rusty lockbox. So like things get stuck in there just over the course of my life, and I learned a bunch of things. I read on my own, which amazingly didn't help me do well in school. Amazing.
Right.
I've always been interested in learning on my own and education. My dad has a bunch of books he left me, and that's it. I don't know how to explain my brain. I've been trying to do it for
nor should you have to. I can't explain mine. I don't know how it works, and it barely does, but it seems to suit this business that I've chosen. But no, it's wild to see you, very calm and cool and collected. In the beginning, though, from what I understand, we understand, you were without your glasses. And explain what happened there, because that to me would seem very problematic if you cannot read the game board.
Yeah, well, what they don't tell you, the dimensions of the stage when you watch the show at home, it looks completely different. So, and it also, when you get the video clues, they blow up on your whole screen. So you're at home, you're like, oh yeah, that's easy. That's that. This is this. When you're on stage, the video monitor is it's maybe about 42 inches, I guess, and it's way across the stage. So you're like looking like this, trying to figure out if you can't, I'm nearsighted, so I'm trying to like see what's going on. And I blew a couple of video clues that way. I'm just trying to figure out what was on the screen. I'm like, what is that? Is that like a man or is it a baseball bat? I can't.
I'm surprised they don't tap it through. Like, I know there's a screen in front of you, I guess, that you like a telestrator or something, but couldn't they pump that through in front of you right on your own screen at your podium? Or am I bucking the system here by even suggesting that? Oh, he might have froze.
No, he did. He froze up. We lost him. Because he looks like he's pondering.
That's a good.
I asked a really tough one.
To answer the question, Steve, maybe it's because they don't want you looking down at any point.
Yeah, I guess visually it's probably
on the because I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah.
Or maybe they could have some kind of a prompter screen in front of you that wouldn't be in the way. Who knows? But
hopefully we'll get him back, because he's wearing by the way, he's wearing a very cool Stark Industries
I
t-shirt.
saw that. Yeah. So the next question I was going to ask him at some point was, I asked him what he gets excited for when a category is announced. And then the other question would be the opposite of that. When you see what type of category comes up, are you bailing on? Because I know for me, it'd be two things. It'd be if I see Shakespeare,
Yeah, yeah.
And I can get some of them, but for the most part, I'm like, no.
Well, Buzzy Cohen talked about, and those that the recommendations of what you lock on, the things that you're probably going to be presented with at some point, that Shakespeare category.
Yeah.
So learn your basics. Know the questions that they like to go to.
Right.
Ken Jennings, the GOAT, has said that actually he accrued a lot of his ability at the game by being raised on other game shows, trivia game shows, and learning how questions were phrased and where they were likely going to go when they were going to give a clue.
Opera is the other one that I would probably have a tough time with.
You know what, though? I mean, if you were going into it and you were, I don't know how much time you have between being selected and actually being on your first show.
Right.
But you have an opportunity to like cram and study and perhaps studying something like, Shakespeare, something that the other two contestants wouldn't be good at, might be the way to go.
Casey, what a lot of people do now, and it's something that a lot of contestants did not have access to for years, there is a bulk library of episodes available to watch.
Okay.
And I can ask Ryan. He's back now.
Okay. Ryan, can you hear us now?
Yeah, I didn't. I got to pay my internet bill.
You got some
money
change around? Yeah. I was asking Ryan, and we discussed it amongst ourselves, but just to go back to my earlier question about the categories that you get excited about and feel that you have a good run on, is there an opposite of that? If something comes up, you might go, this might be tough just on subject alone.
Opera.
Oh, yeah, that's what I said.
Everyone says opera.
Yep.
I don't catch a lot of operas in my daily life. I do like a few. I don't want to sound like a bum, but
Ryan,
opera's not top of my list.
Okay.
Do all the contestants still stay in the same hotel? And if so, do you interact with the other contestants before and or after any of the programs?
They don't. I think with COVID, everything changed. So, you don't go. It's not like you're all in the same hotel and it's not all on Sony's dime. Like I had to get money together to go out.
No kidding.
Making my way out and stay. But you do meet the contestants a little beforehand. You go in for first of all, you have to get there insanely early in the morning, which is for me like 7:00. and then you talk to everybody, but you're kind of side-eyeing everybody at the same time. It's like, hey, how you doing? Where are you from? How smart are you? That kind of thing. And you go in, they give you the whole legal spiel together. It's a couple hours, and then you do rehearsals, and then you tape the game.
And it's 5 per day, right? Is that how that works? They do an entire week in one day?
Yep. 5 per day, and so much fun. Let me tell you.
What are the rules on you? Obviously, you can't reveal information in advance of how the episodes go since they film them in advance. Right. Do they say that they will take away your winnings if you were to renege on that non-disclosure agreement?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like I'm not gonna. Yeah, anything that's threatening my money, I'm not doing. Like I didn't tell anybody. I didn't tell my mother anything.
But do they threaten you with that? Like you don't get the prize?
Hold the fire to my feet.
But will they tell you that flat out? Listen, if you say something, you don't get the prize.
I think it's in the contract.
Yeah, it would have to be. There'd be no way they
can't say anything, and
Let me ask you.
Spoil it.
Sure. So you were working, and as the legend goes, and I don't know if that's still going on as an Uber or Lyft driver. I don't know what. There's a lot of that. I see a lot of people when I'm driving to work. I'm seeing a lot of those. The drivers on like the Lyft sign, and I don't know if Uber has an illuminated sign, but driving around. So in the interim, while the shows are airing, are you currently doing that, or now that we assume and hopefully continue to accrue money, has that changed the whole environment for you right now?
Yeah, I've dipped out here and there. I just like to wear a big fake mustache.
That's how you do it. So you said you were listener of the show. How long have you been listening, if I may ask, to the Preston and Steve show?
Oh, for years and years. Since I was living like an idiot instead of a smart person.
Yeah, we have to ask. We would think that listening to our show would have made it almost very unlikely that you would have the intellect to go do Jeopardy, and yet you're doing well. So somehow you learned outside of listening to us.
Listen, you guys. Nobody gives you guys enough credit because you do get deep on certain topics. It's not like I've never learned anything. I've also learned very, very many non-useful things.
Yeah.
But it's all part of the diorama,
We've also given out a lot of misinformation over the years as well.
Right. The ability to distinguish which is which really helps. We were commenting, Ryan, on your Stark Industries shirt. Are you firmly in the in our geek world of the MCU and DC and all that stuff?
Yeah. No, I'm pretty pathetic with the.
Did you see the latest Thor trailer that got released yesterday?
I did. I'm down. I can't wait. I can't wait for.
First of all, I didn't know that Christian Bale was going to be in the movie. I had zero clue about that, and then I didn't realize that the female Thora.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that was Jane.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. They're still pulling some twists out.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's got the guns. She got jacked up for this, which is one of the best arcs in the comic. So I'm glad they're doing justice to it.
Well, if they keep the storyline that she's battling cancer that's in the comic books, I don't know if they're going to maintain it for the movie, but it's really cool and everything behind that is pretty awesome. Now that you're accruing this money and some fame, will you score an occasional screening? Do you think you might gain better act? If word gets out that you're a fan, perhaps you're over, at George Lucas's house or.
Hey, look, I love the MCU and I love Star Wars, but I don't want to burn my perks on that. Like I'm trying to score Birds tickets. That's
okay, all right.
So clearly you're into comics because you know the comic storylines. What was your comic shop in our area that you would go to?
I used to hit the Garden of Earthly Delights. I used to hit was it Onion, the Big Onion down in South Philly.
Okay, yeah.
Now, were you to the level of playing games like Magic the Gathering or D&D or anything like that?
God, no, I'm not a total nerd.
You're a pedestrian nerd like us.
Yeah, we're not that deeply ensconced.
Oh my God.
I mean, I've played a few games of D&D here and there, but as far as like actually spending the money or painting the little figurines, I'm not that far.
Okay, nice. Well, listen, if this continues and you get a nice chunk of change from this, what are your thoughts with what you'd like to be doing with that money?
I mean, I've been telling people like I don't have any thoughts beyond taking my kid fishing, so that's also that. But then on the other side, if I don't get the free Birds tickets, I gotta get the season tickets.
Yeah,
so,
there you go.
Yeah,
and then beyond that, I'll be ultra responsible and everything. But those are my two blow it, entries on the list.
Well, we'll put it out for you that you would not be insulted by the offer of season tickets. So and hopefully that's
yes. I'm totally. Make sure you tell them I'm totally for sale.
All right,
absolutely.
We'll pass along.
Let that be known.
All right, Ryan, continued success. We will be watching. We're excited that you're representing the area. You're doing a great job, and it was awesome to talk to you. And hopefully we'll be chatting with you again soon, okay?
All right, thank you guys. It's really, really an honor. I'm serious. I've been a long time listener, man.
Thanks so much,
Ryan. Ryan Long,
Yeah.
Jeopardy champion, man. Long time listener of the Preston and Steve
He's
show.
a funny guy. He doesn't
That's
get a
so
chance
cool.
to show it too much because they only have the brief, chats on Jeopardy. But he's got a good sense of humor.
And he keeps it pretty business on the show, just right to it. And he's a little soft-spoken on the show, but he's kicking ass. That's all. Now I want this dude. Now I want him to beat Jennings. I want him to go the whole way and be the greatest of all time.
Yeah, he's very respectful of Ken. Yeah, and
man, how can he not be?
But he's been with Mayim Bialik for his run. So,
yes,
yeah,
that's right. Hey, I would like to try something stupid.
All right.
I don't know. I think we've done this before, but it's been a long, long time.
Does it involve a garden hose and an enema bag?
No. It involves your phone. Your phone.
Oh, my
Actually, not yet. Hold on.
All right.
What I'd like to do. Where's Marissa?
If you put the phone around your head, does it tilt in a different way?
It involves people calling in right now. So here's what I'd like to do, and I'm just going to play with us here in the studio.
All
Marissa, get 5 callers on the line. This is going to be for Dunkin' $50 gift card, okay?
All right.
5 callers on the line. Designate one each for each one of us here in the show. So a caller for me, you,
Okay.
Steve, Casey, Kathy, and Nick. And we'll follow up on that in just a moment. While we are waiting for those calls to come in, 215-263-WMMR, a reminder that we have the coolest teacher school that we chose, and it is Agnes Irwin Upper School in Bryn Mawr. And all you have to do is text word teacher to 39333 if you go to school there. You will get a voting link, and we will have you vote until about 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. We'll pick a new one. We had Paul Hamilton on earlier this morning. Who's a social studies teacher at Jenkintown Middle and High. You know what? I'm having a hard time speaking today. I have new headphones.
Oh, okay. And it sounds different, doesn't it?
Things sound a little bit different. And
Are they different type?
No, it's exactly
You
same
got with
type.
Sony's?
They're just new.
Okay.
Like these other ones are 5-6 years old.
And those other ones, they fit tight and right?
Yeah, and the other ones are they've lost a lot of the low end, so I've been hearing my headphones at a higher frequency. Why do I sound so good? And so it's a little bit different hearing my voice come back in. But anyway, so that's why I'm stumbling all over my words. Nonetheless, Paul Hamilton won from Jenkintown Middle and High School. So speaking of high schools, real quick, I want to congratulate the Souderton area high school rock band. They had their concert last night. So my daughter Caroline takes this class. It's just called Rock Band.
Yeah, and you showed me the video. Where was that?
It was at the Souderton Community Park.
Okay, that looked awesome.
They have a really cool amphitheater there. So they had their concert last night, their outdoor concert.
Oh, nice.
And they were playing everything from Nirvana to the Beatles to Journey to man, what were some of they did some pretty hard rock stuff. They were going into some Rage Against the Machine. They even played Cult of Personality from Living Color, which we just got to see at the MMRBQ. But it was really cool, and it's a program for kids who don't necessarily know how to read music. But can get together, and if you know chords, and it's the thing about you can play an instrument and be fluent at it, and not necessarily know how to read tabulation, but you know A minor, B, whatever, you know all the chords and you know how to play, and that's kind of what this is, and it's one of the only ones in the state that does it like that.
So is it a success?
Total success.
Yeah.
It was a blast. And my daughter is a sound engineer. So she's, running the board and everything.
Is she any desire to be a musician?
Maybe. She's actually started taking drum lessons. Which I'm really stoked about. Finally won.
I see a Vegas show here.
I would do that.
Yeah, drummer and daughter.
Her and I?
Yeah.
All right. So anyhow.
Thank you for coming.
I want to congratulate them because it was a great show last night, and they do great work and keep rocking during the summertime. All right. So we've got our callers on the line.
All right.
Okay. So here's how we're going to do it. Jennifer is going to play with me.
Okay.
Steve, Brian is going to play with you. Casey, you have Andrew. Kathy, you've got Mike. Okay. And Nick, you have Brittany.
Is this one of those quickest to send a D-pick?
They don't have to do anything. No. Take your phone out. I want you to unmute your phone right now. Okay. First one of us to receive a phone call from a friend right now is going to be designated the winner, and that person that we have on hold in conjunction with us is going to get a $50 gift card from Dunkin' Ice Coffee. So hold your phone up near.
We have the delay anyway.
Yeah, well, it's going to take like 30 seconds or so before the signal to even get out. But whoever is still the fastest call
That's it, man.
is going to come to
get
one
off
of
our
us.
backs.
Going to determine who has the best friends.
Right.
The most, the quickest reaction. Friend. So, and when we hear one of these ring,
I think my phone is broken.
You have to shut up. There's a delay on the signal.
I wonder if anybody has like all of our numbers, and if they
who would they call?
Who would they pick?
That might be,
from course.
Yeah,
that might be the best friend.
Look at how popular we are.
Look at us, just sitting here.
Oh,
it's me. Yes.
Yeah, where'd he go? Who is it? Oh, I'm second. Craig Legons is calling me.
Thank you so much. I won.
I have Steve McLean.
Okay.
I'll call you later.
Hi, Nick. How you doing?
I got nobody.
Yeah, me either.
Right, Dr. Gary Cohen.
Just me and you.
Sorry, guys. I'm trying. It's all right.
All right, so Marissa was the first one. Listen, you're not going to be able to answer all these calls.
Right.
What's that? Oh, I'm sorry, Kathy. Shut up. Me.
Thank you, Dr. Gary.
I'm the popular
Well, no,
one.
because we're playing
And
for
Steve
people
McLean.
online.
Oh, yep. All right. My buddy Steve is calling me.
Oh, from St. Louis.
From St. Louis.
Thank you to Steve McLean and Dr. Gary Cohn.
Oh, now everybody's going to call.
And thank I got him. He keeps calling now.
Nobody's calling you, Nick?
Sorry, Devo. I can't answer the phone.
I'm calling Preston.
Damn it, I should have.
So
Devo,
Kathy
thanks for the
won?
call. I lost. I'll call you later. See ya. All right. Kathy wins.
Yay!
Our winner is Mike. So let me go to Mike. Hey, Mike, how you doing?
Preston,
Yeah.
I need you to stop talking.
Mike,
I need you to stop talking and listen to me.
What I didn't say on the air is, as part of the prize, not only a $50 gift card, you also get Kathy's cell phone number.
I've been trying to get that for 20 years.
Congratulations.
You want to come over for drinks?
My Finker Brown.
Hey, who
Hang
called
on,
you,
Mike.
by the way?
What's that?
Was it Dr. Gary who called you?
No, it was my friend Bree from Bree Cassidy PR.
Oh.
Okay. Well, that is in honor. The reason that and Nick really did call me. That's funny. Did nobody call you, Nick?
Yeah, like 7 people called me.
Shut
No
up.
one called you?
No, no one.
All right, so it's in. I know. I feel bad for you.
It's okay, guys.
Because it's because you have plumbing issues.
Yeah.
The $50 Dunkin gift card, and that goes to Mike. And don't forget, you can cool down today and stop by your local Dunkin today for Dunkin' Iced Coffee Day. $1 from every iced coffee sold.
Yeah.
At participating Dunkin' locations will be granted locally to children's hospitals. For more information, you can check out joyinchildhoodfoundation.org. I knew you were going to win, Romano.
Yeah, I was hoping
I knew you were going to win. Yeah.
I was hoping you would do text messages because I have a special text message alert that is very unique.
Well, I'll send you a text right now.
Send me a text and you can hear.
Okay, hang on a second here. Let me.
Pretty great.
Do you have a different one for different people?
No.
Okay.
It's the same one.
You know what? Yeah, I didn't customize mine either. My kids all have them customized for particular people. So, Casey, here we go.
Okay, let's see if we get it. How long does it take?
I don't know.
How exotic.
Somebody's calling Nick.
Very exciting.
Did you receive it?
There it is. I didn't get it yet.
Well,
Wow.
I sent it.
Okay.
And
Wow.
I never have my ringer on. I always
Me neither.
I listen to the
Me,
Yeah.
me either, because we're in the studio
Yeah.
for a big chunk of the day and we can't have it on. So mine's muted all the time. Whenever I lose my phone, Rochelle's like, well, just call it. I'm like,
Can't.
not gonna. Hey, you
have
just
to be
listen for.
Now, if you lose your phone, if you have Find My Phone, do you have that app? Do you have?
Yeah, but it's usually in the house.
right. No. You can actually
use
go onto it, and it will bypass your mute, and it'll emit a sound.
Oh yeah.
But
We
you're not-
have done that before, but I
Right.
don't go to that.
Go
great
to that
of a length.
level,
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
to find it in the house.
I finally got a phone call.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, it was Eric Simon from our.
That was nice.
Was it?
It was.
Casey,
Thanks, Eric.
call my phone or Kathy, any one of you guys, because I have a fun ringtone that is show related.
All right.
That I think you guys will like. But sometimes some of my calls. Yeah. So that's my ringer.
good.
Yep. And my
That's your text?
that's my text. Hit send another one, Casey, if you could.
Okay.
He's still
Same-
waiting for his text.
Same thing.
Well,
No.
it came through, but it just didn't.
That's my text.
Somebody send me another text.
All right, I'll try.
By the way, we do
yeah.
have ringtones and things that are available on PrestonSteve.com, right?
Here we go.
We do. As a matter of fact, somebody was asking about your Yoo-Hoo and your and that is
I thought
those,
we had-
those are both available.
Yeah,
for,
they're both available. Yeah.
I just sent you another one, Case.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on here, man.
Man.
Somebody else, Kathy, text him. See if it'll.
Text Casey?
Yeah, just say hi or
Dance for
whatever
me.
you want to, or send him a D pic or something like that.
By the way, okay, that's the alarm in the back. Okay, they're doing a fire drill.
Fire drill.
Did you see something or hear
I'm
something?
seeing
or-
flashing
yeah.
the light, and it is the light out in there. See it flashing?
Yeah, it's our alarm. I held on. I have my earplugs ready to go. This morning.
Very nice.
We received an email. Nothing, Casey. You're not getting anything.
Maybe I turned like my alerts off. I don't know.
Okay.
I have no idea what I did.
Well, anyhow.
Anyway, it's awesome.
Yep. Isn't that awesome?
It was really something.
Do you just want to tell us what it is?
It's my voice.
Why don't you
going,
just tell us what it is?
You got a text message. Yeah.
It's yourself
It's
doing
myself
that?
doing it. It's pretty great.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Okay.
I'm
We really missed out.
You guys, I'm so sorry you missed out on that.
Yeah.
Oh, Kathy.
What?
She texted, hi, loser.
Well,
Of course she did.
I wanted to boost your self-esteem this morning.
You're doing great.
Thank you.
By the way, I have a public service announcement to make.
It's about the fire drill?
Nope. Hyundai has expanded a recall of its Elantra and Accent sedans because the seat belts could explode.
Oh, great.
All right. So that's a bad thing.
Seat belts.
Yeah, I had to bring my car in because the glove compartment could jump out and strangle me while I was driving.
Well, that's not good.
Yeah.
That is a horrible feature.
Exploding seat belts?
Seatbelt pretensioners can explode in the event of an accident.
Okay, so I have a question about seatbelts and why they don't have this feature.
Do you want me to explain to you what a seatbelt pretensioner is first, and then we'll go into your question about that? Okay. Like airbags, pretensioners, the mechanism that deploys that locks the seatbelt retractors in place when a collision is detected.
Yes, right.
Apparently, so like when you all of a sudden slam on the brakes, and that belt tightens up like that,
right.
It's because of a small explosive device.
I didn't know that.
Rather than producing gases that fill an airbag, however, the explosion drives a piston that rotates the spool holding the seatbelt, forcing it to retract rapidly and tighten around the occupant, securing them in place prior to the airbags being deployed.
So when my proximity detector it kicks in on the front of the car, if I'm rolling ahead, it'll pull the belt a little bit too. So I don't know if it's full pretensioner,
right?
Which sounds like a great law show, doesn't it?
Yes, the
with Patrick
pretensioner.
Duffy.
In the case of these models, the pretensioners.
Tonight on ABC, the pretensioners.
Supplied for the seatbelt retractor mechanisms may not perform the way Hyundai's safety engineers intended.
By slicing you in half?
And an uncontrolled explosion may release shrapnel into the cabin.
Wow, man, that is not good. That's like the opposite of safety.
Hyundai says it is now aware of 3 such incidents happening in the hands of customer vehicles. 2 of these occurred in the United States, a third in Singapore. Unlike the high-profile Takata airbag recall, you remember that?
I remember that.
It was like shooting a bolt through there or something like that. The issue with Hyundai's pretensioners appears to stem from the design of the hardware itself, as the failures appear to be associated with microfractures in the delivery pipe that secures the gas generator where the tiny explosion is initiated to the pretensioner mechanism itself.
Okay, so when you use your cup holders, does your windshield blow out?
No.
Okay.
But
then I'm going to have that looked into.
My car automatically goes into reverse.
That's bad.
Yes.
Yeah. When you're using your doorbell / brake lights, do your pretensioners all explode at the same time?
No, but a model that Kathy drove did. What was your question about seatbelts?
All right, so and I don't know why they don't have this feature on cars, or if they do, I didn't know about it. So, you know, when like a passenger wants to kind of like recline and like lay down or sleep or whatever, and you could do that while you're driving, it makes their ride very unsafe, right? Because if you were to get into a crash, they would be
sliding forward a little more so than to some extent. Yes.
Yeah. So why not have a feature that would then harness them, closer, you know what I mean? Like when, because like when you have your seatbelt, did you know that your little seatbelt on where it attaches to the side of the car,
the frame of the car,
the frame of the car, it can go up and down for like taller and smaller drivers.
Correct.
Why not have the ability to go all the way down so when you are reclining?
They used to have something like that where, and I remember in a car that I had where the belt would go and like go all the way down the frame. And pull.
That's what it would open up. It would go towards the front, but it could roll all the way back up high in the back of your window.
Right. And I think that was fraught with issues.
And those were because it was not that long after the seatbelt laws, and they wanted to make an automatic seatbelt that would just you would have no choice. You're wearing your seatbelt. You know what I mean? And I don't think they make those anymore.
I think for extra safety, though, what you can do is they recommend you bring plates from like a weight set.
Okay.
And then when you lay back that way, just put one on your chest.
Put one on your chest.
Okay, and that'll hold you in place.
Safety.
Hang on, I want to go to Steve. He's a firefighter, and he's had this pretension thing be an issue before. Hi, Steve. Good morning.
Good morning.
What's up,
Sorry
buddy?
to bother you at work.
It's okay. I want to hear about it. What's up?
So there's been numerous times. I won't give my company name or anything like that. I'm not trying to deal with the hazing, but there's been numerous times on vehicle fires where when we'll call it the cab or the, where everybody's sitting is on fire, and these pistons will literally come out like a missile.
Really? From the seatbelt?
From the seatbelt, yeah. And I have videos where you can, people that are standing behind us, and you hear this loud pop, and then you hear clink, 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 and it's exactly. It's just something that flies across.
So wow. So, but I mean, the general idea behind the mechanism makes sense that it tightens up. Are you aware of anything that's an alternative to this that's in use?
No, not right now. All I know is what they teach us in fire school for the certifications. Like, we have to cut in certain spots to make sure we're not cutting that piston. If we cut that piston, we're in trouble, and so is the victim.
Right. Just another one of those little details that only firefighters would know,
Right.
You got to cut between here and here, not here. You cut here, it's going to pop.
Wow. Did you know that your headrest, that what your head leans back
Steve.
on, is that cushion is filled with tannerite?
No, but you can actually. You could take that headrest out. Like, suppose you're trapped in your car and you're being submerged underwater. You can take that headrest out and then
make it a submarine.
And make it a submarine. You break the glass with it.
Yeah, so the two posts that are at the base of that that headrest, if it comes all the way out, you turn around and you can use it to smash that tempered glass.
But won't your windows already be down, right? Like when
yours would. Right, of course you would,
when
because you're
off the
prepared
bridge.
for everything.
Yeah.
But I do have one of those little hammers. It's in my glove compartment.
I had a hammer. I'd hammer up a windshield. I'd set off my tannerite and blow a hole in the roof. It's the hammer of freedom.
No, it's for breaking the tempered glass, and it also has a seatbelt cutting.
Do you sometimes go? Do you have that passageway in the back seat that will allow, like, if you're putting skis through?
Yes.
Yeah,
Right.
that goes into the
pass
trunk.
through, right?
Yes,
You
I
can
do
crawl
that
into that, close that, and then you can live in your trunk until they rescue you.
Yeah. Oh, so it's like
it's like a safe
airtight.
room. It's a safe room.
Yeah. It's a safe trunk.
I'll see you later. Where are you going? The trunk.
I do love that feature, though, that most cars have now that you can do that, because if a friend of mine and I are going to go play golf, my trunk won't fit two sets of golf clubs, but if you put those seats down, boom, you slip them in. It's real easy.
I'll tell you what I love. So I have a sports back, so the both seats will flip forward, and I can fit. So it's a sedan, but it'll hold a lot of stuff. You really become used to having that amount of transport space.
It's a sedan, or is it a coupe?
So
it's got two doors.
It's got 4 doors.
4 doors.
It's 4 doors?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
But that goes down, and you get used to that extra space. Now on the electric, you have the front compartment, but it doesn't look like. A lot of the car manufacturers that I've seen really maximize that space, like in days
like a frunk. Is that what you're talking about?
Frunk, right? Like some of the electric vehicles, like the Porsches and stuff, and ones that do have that front trunk, or the Volkswagen. I remember it being pretty spacious.
Right.
I don't know why in these electric vehicles that you're seeing now, even the Tesla has a bigger compartment, but why not use that whole space?
So, like the back seat, and I don't know if your kids are aware of this, because my kids are not, but so suppose you're eating in the back seat of the car.
And driving.
And no. I'm driving, and they're in the back seat of the car. So my kids aren't aware of this. When you get home, you're allowed to take all your trash and throw it away inside the house.
That's a feature.
You don't have to leave it in the back seat of the car.
Jace isn't allowed out of the car until it's cleaned.
Can't you set off one of those retractor things?
Yeah.
And have it blow the garbage out the window?
Yeah, or shoot the kids in the back seat.
Wait, he makes fun of me. He's like, I know, take everything out. Don't leave anything in the car.
Like, oh, you'll know one day.
Wait until you open up the car one day and there's a possum sitting in the back eating French fries.
Just hanging out.
Yeah.
Hey, buddy, how you doing?
Doing all right. Doing all right.
So yes, if you have an Elantra or an Accent sedan from Hyundai, it depends on the model because they are from owners of the 2019 to 22 Accents and 21 to 23 Elantras. So those are new models.
Yeah.
You got to get that. There's a recall on that exploding seat belt.
What if your car also, you have one of those models and you have ones that have been converted to use Jif as fuel?
You have
There
two
was
recalls.
Oh, no. Yeah.
You're screwed. All right. Let's take a break and come back because we got some bizarre file stories that we will share with you when we return. Stay with us.
Tummy tuck is being invasive. How the hell do you do that?
They also use mini liposuction and the removal of excess skin. They are popular non-surgical methods.
Can you do the gentleman stitch on those?
Along with injections that are claimed to break down fat.
My chick's arms are so tight. Just saying.
So that's a new one apparently out there. The arm vagina.
My chick's arms are so tight. Just saying.
So that's a new one apparently out there. The arm vagina. This could go along actually with the connoisseur, believe it or not, because this is
The custodian. The connoisseurian. He eats old food. Is this fresh?
No, this is the little known history.
The little known history
of fruit roll-ups.
Oh my gosh.
Oh wow! You guys are all on board now, aren't you?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but the first fruit roll-up was created by Ivan the Terrible.
No. But it's older than you think.
Is it older than Jesus?
No. The thin sheets of fruit treats known as fruit roll-ups have been a staple of supermarkets since 1983 when General Mills introduced the snack to satisfy the sweet tooth of kids everywhere. But
1983, so the Civil War had just ended.
Right. No, but the fruit roll-up has an origin that goes much further back, all the way to the turn of the 20th century, believe it or not. The small community of Syrian immigrants in New York in the early 1900s didn't have the packaging or the marketing power of General Mills, but they had the novel idea of offering an apricot-sourced fruit leather that they called Emmerdine.
Did you know that Frederick Douglass invented Razzles?
No. Wow.
Razzles.
All right.
That's the candy that becomes a gum.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you like Razzles?
I do. As a kid, I used to like it. I would like, is this Razzle going to be a candy or a gum?
Yeah.
The world was at my feet.
And when it turns into a gum,
Too late.
The flavor lasts like
Right. The
10
flavor's
seconds.
pretty much gone.
Right,
yeah. When a trade publication detailed the family's process in the early 1970s, it opened the floodgates for other companies to begin making the distinctive treat. Sunkist was an early player, but when General Mills put their considerable advertising power behind their fruit roll-ups, they became synonymous with the snack.
What's your favorite fruit roll-up flavor?
I always just went for the strawberry, which was kind of the first one that came out.
To me, it sort of tasted like a Twizzler a little bit.
I tried like the healthier version of the fruit roll up, and Jace was like, "I don't like these. Can we get those?" And it was,
you
the
don't like
traditional
mommy's kale roll-ups.
It was like a little
They're
more.
actually not that bad.
Are they?
Healthier version.
Are they? I've never had them.
But when you have the original, which is delicious, he knows the difference now.
Yeah.
Joré is still in business, offering kosher roll-ups that rely more heavily on fruit than the more processed commercial version.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but Joré is Superman's father, right?
No, that's Jor-El.
Oh.
But I thought you were going to say Geordi, and he's on Star Trek Next Generation. But the companies have one more important thing in common. They both have the sense not to refer their product as fruit leather anymore.
Yeah, fruit leather would not be as tasty.
But I was not aware of the history.
I always thought it was like a sort of chemical thing that they put together in the 80s, and here it's sort of fruit. Parents will be down with this.
Yep.
You've opened up my eyes, historian.
Thank you. Please welcome Mr. Brian Posehn.
Yeah.
To the show.
You were on Big Bang Theory last night, and your character on the show is hilarious. You're a geologist, and a rock nerd. A rock nerd, and and I was talking to you off air about that show. And originally when it came on, I was like, I don't know. And then it became clear that there is a strong geek base in the writers' room
for
there,
sure,
because
yeah.
they were getting it all right, and that's what brought me into it.
Yeah, no, there's giant nerds in that writing room. for
Right.
sure, yeah, there's guys from Futurama and places like that, and they're really smart and very geeky.
Very geeky, and they
The
actually
cast isn't.
really. So nobody on the show.
No,
with
because
all
I've
of
been
that.
there a lot, and like the first couple of times we'd be hanging out, and like there was a comic book store actually on the set.
Yeah.
And I'm, looking at everything in there, and I was asking a couple of the guys, I was like, "Do you like this stuff?" They're like, "No, we go to Comic-Con once a year, and that's it." I'm like, "Oh my God!"
They pull it off though. Who's ever writing the, again, you say the writers are geeks, so that makes a difference. But on that comic book set, and much to my wife's chagrin, I will point to things. I have that. I have that piece. I have that piece.
Wow.
She's like, "Oh my God, shut up, nerd."
It's really bad. Yes,
There's a certain way you're supposed to read comics, and I don't know what that is. Are you supposed to look at the picture first? You're supposed to read the dialogue first? Can you do either
I
or?
cannot help you.
But
You
I've
can't
heard
even
that.
figure it out.
I've heard that before.
I've never heard that.
Yeah,
it's confusing if you first pick it up, but if you start reading a few titles, about where the panels are and where the word bubbles are.
Oh, right, the way, the storytelling.
I always find that my eye goes naturally to where it's supposed to go, especially if you're dealing with good writers and good illustrators.
After you read a few,
the normal flow will take you there.
There's some Deadpools I could recommend.
That you wrote.
How many did you write?
Decent. 45.
Wow.
Yeah.
Your stuff is exceptionally good. I have to tell you, I love what you do with the character, and I know we talked about the first movie, and you were happy with the outcome.
I mean, I keep thinking at some point they're going to use one of our characters, and if they do,
who would you want them to use?
Well, the woman we had, Mary Shiklo, which was, I would think would be a cool wife. It's so nerdy. But
no,
she's the queen of the vampires, and I just think it would be a good juxtaposition for the character.
It would be very cool, but you know what? And here's the most telling thing is the case can no longer be made that this is just peripheral stuff. This right now, and I mentioned Thor Ragnarok before he came on. This is what is fueling Hollywood.
Oh, yeah.
This is it.
Yeah, there's not a lot of other big movies. All the big movies are geeky movies.
Right.
Yeah, for sure.
And also, the best ones and the most successful ones are the ones that are deeper and have more meaning and that are characters that are well written. And,
right.
And I was talking with Nick Murphy, who's he's a fellow nerd too. But these universes that exist beyond the movie, the characters that exist beyond the movie, they make the entire movie more compelling.
Right. And then, like for me, as I was watching Thor, and they got it so right. Part of my head was exploding because I was like, this is something I've always wanted.
Right.
And no one's ever gotten it right, but these guys are getting it right. Like, whoever's involved at Marvel and,
Well, Kevin Feige?
Yeah, but all the guys. Yeah, Feige. Yeah.
So to deal with this, and because we have been through, we're old enough to remember the failed Thor attempt on the Hulk TV series.
Right.
The guy who was basically like a beach bum, with a horrible plastic-looking hammer, and it was just all the failed attempts. Spider-Man basically rappelling down a building.
Right.
This was stuff they could never pull off. Now, not only are they pulling it off right now, they're nailing it to the original imagery that we loved to begin with.
Well, yeah, it had that Jack Kirby feel, and we're making this so geeky.
Well, speaking of geeky,
I love when I do a nerd voice when I'm being nerdy, like I need to.
Your nerd poker. This has gotten such a buzz. Please explain to people what goes on here.
Well, it's just Dungeons and Dragons, but I've always looked at D&D as like it's just a geeky form of poker because for me and my friends, it's more about the hang than it is the actual game. And that's what a lot of D&D nerds don't like my podcast because we play D&D, but we also mess around. And
it's light and loose.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of dudes hanging out in a room.
And is it an ongoing story? I'm sorry, because I don't know. So, So when you guys show up every week, it continues from the week prior.
Yeah, and our dungeon master has to remind us because I have a short attention span, and I've smoked some stuff over the years.
Just a bit. Who surprised you? Who's come out of the woodworks as a D&D fan?
Well, we had on our show, we had Joe Manganiello on our show, and
that guy's wild.
My wife was like calling all her friends, like, he's in my living room.
He's Sofia Vergara,
come on
Magic
over.
Mike, and True Blood.
Yeah. He's super handsome. Yeah. Like me, we're all geeks, and we were all looking at him going, he's dreamy. And then he pulled out his box of figures, and he's got he's more into Dungeons and Dragons than anybody I know, than anybody I've ever played with. Like, and Patton Oswalt used to paint his own figures.
Oh my God!
But Manganiello has like this whole, and they're alphabetized and it's super like OCD.
Did you start making fun of him?
I felt pretty cool. I'm like, look at this geek. I'm kind of the badass in the room. You know?
That's great.
What a nerd.
Because I don't understand it. And I've tried to play, and I've gotten really pissed off.
I think I'm too stupid. My attention span is
I'm
too
borderline.
short.
I'm like, I feel like I'm in that room. I'm the dumbest guy in that room. And with my son's 8 years old, and he's not into D&D yet, but he's getting into all the other stuff, Star Wars and comic books, and he's already schooling me. Like, we're talking about Star Wars, and this is something I've liked for 40 years. And he knows more about it already than I do.
Well, you know, he enters into it though with the full catalog ready to go.
Right.
We had to get it through attrition and and incrementally.
Right.
And that's
his hard drive hasn't been affected by anything yet. You know what I mean?
But
his memory.
he's fully
his memory's
wired.
better.
Yeah, but it's part of the deal. The games are like you see them in the back of the comic book stores and they're playing. I'm like, man, it looks like it's so cool and you can get lost in it, but I can't. I would find myself playing with the figures too much, like the little, that's me. Like I remember the game Mousetrap as a kid. I never played the game. I just played with the Mousetrap.
Nice.
So it's all part of the deal.
Too dumb for Mousetrap.
I was too dumb for Mousetrap. So that shows you why I can't succeed at this. What are the games? What are the things are you into on that level? The D&D? Are you Magic the Gathering as well, or are they two separate camps?
It's not even that. It's like I'm so obsessive that certain things I've stayed away from. Like I never got into World of Warcraft because I just knew my wife would never see me again and would probably divorce me. And same thing with Magic the Gathering. I think if I got into it, I would have all the cards and I'd be on eBay buying them in the middle of the night. I got to get the wand of whatever, and
Yesterday, my wife is going through our closet. She's getting her coat to go outside, and she pulls out. I bought this jacket from the Rocketeer, Kathy, this leather jacket, because I got the helmet. She pulls it out and she goes, "What is this?" And it's those moments.
Well, it goes with the helmet.
It goes with the helmet. That's exactly what I said.
Wives don't understand that.
My son told me last night. He goes, "Dad," he's 17 years old. He goes, "Did you know that there's a rumor that if you stay a virgin until you're 30, you have wizardly powers?"
You're like, no, honey.
It was pretty damn funny.
Wow.
So that maybe they're holding out for that. Some of the geeks.
Maybe it's possible.
Oh,
I never heard that one.
Yeah, I didn't either.
I made it to 21 and no one.
A little bit of close-up magic.
Yeah, I got pretty close. 7th level mage.
Did you get started in it by just like doing your own little fan fiction just for fun, and then
in comic books?
Yeah. And then start showing it to people,
No, I mean, I got in because I was into it, and I was already a comic, and so I was hanging out with Marvel guys and DC guys at Comic-Con every year, and they just became my friends, and then I did this other thing for Image first with my writing partner.
Thank you, Kathy. By the way, real quick, shout out. This one is for today. It says, "Hey, Preston and Steve, we love you." This is from Jennifer Wallace Collins, I think it says here. She
GWC.
She says, "My twinnies, Brooke and Ronan, are 12 on May 12th. And we are taking them to the MMRBQ, first one, so they must have taken them to the MMRBQ. Could you wish them a happy birthday and a shout out? Thank you. And also a bonus of Steve's Yoo-Hoo and Ha would be awesome." So, and she also says, also, "No sad bro is my favorite." So she loves that. So it's a shout out for Brooke and Ronan. Yeah! And there it is.
I did it all right.
And there it is. Thank you.
You should have heard when we did it at the barbecue.
Oh my God.
The Yoo-Hoo.
Crowd responded right back.
Yeah.
Yep. That's a new one. Love it. Yep. All right. Let's do the B5.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right. It's brought to you by Coors Light. The Preston and Steve Show is heading back to Keenan's North Wildwood this Friday. Day after tomorrow. And that's to officially open the Jersey Shore. Be there starting at 6 a.m. Brought to you by Coors Light, made to chill. A man has been charged following the alleged theft of a $500,000 McLaren sports car.
$500,000.
This is in Australia.
Yeah.
The vehicle left the casino at 3 a.m. after it was allegedly checked out of Crown Melbourne Valet by a man. Johnny Nulis said, I gave them the valet ticket, and they said, no, you took it at 3 a.m. They said, you're not the owner of the car. Police tracked the vehicle. They arrested a 43-year-old man for stealing it. The car belongs to Sydney-based Honeymoon Car Hire, and they have called in the lawyers. Honeymoon Car Hire, Georgia Hunter, said there's damage to the interior of the engine, and we have pictures of that as well. Police said the 43-year-old man has been charged with theft of a motor vehicle and has been bailed to face the court in October.
I guess getting comfortable with handing a $500,000 car over to a valet.
Yep.
I don't know if I could ever do that.
Yep. And I guess he was renting it because it said for hire. So a 25-year-old man, this is a terrible story, who died in a fall off of a cliff in Palos Verdes has been identified as Gerardo Hutzil. The coroner's officials identified him hours after he died, and 3 others were hospitalized in the 300-foot fall.
Was this a photograph thing gone wrong?
No, it wasn't. It was, so I'll explain.
Okay.
Two others were hospitalized in critical condition, and a 4th victim, Vincent Avila, received moderate injuries but was able to seek help. All 3 were expected to survive. According to Vincent, he and 3 friends went to the cliff Sunday night to go hiking and hang out. One of the friends had to go to the bathroom outside in the dark. She slipped and fell down the cliff onto the rocky beach below. Vincent said as the 3 friends were trying to find her off of the edge of the cliff, they slipped and fell too. So it was night and they couldn't see the edge of the cliff. Irma Avila said Vincent told her that he thought that Hutzil was knocked out during the fall and didn't realize the man had died when he hit the bottom.
So when we visited the Juneau ice fields years ago, people go and camp up on these glaciers, and a woman got up during the night, Preston, to go sort of take a leak and fell into one of those crevasses.
Oh, really?
That was it.
Really?
Never found her.
Wow. Vincent, who lost his shoes and his phone during the fall, managed to climb back up from the beach below to find help. Rescue crews were called to the scene shortly after 5 a.m. 2 women were airlifted from the beach and hospitalized in critical condition. Residents in the area say the cliffs, which have no guardrails where the incident took place, are dangerous, especially at night due to loose soil, slippery rocks, and tree roots. A woman lost her watch on a ride at Epcot last month. That innocent mistake cost more than $40,000. Here's what happened. The woman was fidgeting with her Apple Watch while she rode the slow-moving The Seas with Nemo and Friends attraction. The ride was in an elevated position, the woman said, at the worst possible time when the watch popped off her wrist. The Apple Hermes watch, which was worth about $1,300, fell through the grated floor on the ride. It tumbled down and landed on a pathway below. The woman could see her watch, but it was just out of reach while she was stuck on the ride. Her husband jumped off of the moving ride to try and retrieve it, which is a big no-no at Disney World. Operators stopped the ride momentarily, and a cast member came over and reminded the woman that her and her husband that they weren't allowed to get off the ride while it was in motion. Cast member assured them that she could see the watch too, and Disney would return it to them at their hotel. The woman had good reason to be worried. She had several credit cards linked to the watch, including an American Express card with an unlimited credit line. The woman, who was staying at Disney Contemporary Resorts, filed an incident with the report with the Disney Guest Relations. See if anyone had retrieved the fallen watch. She went back later, and no one had turned it in. The staff advised her that they did not have the watch. And then came the fraud alerts. The woman advised that she had several fraud alerts throughout the course of the day on her Amex card, and there was approximately $40,000 of fraudulent charges on her card.
I wouldn't have left until somebody went and got it.
Yeah.
That's it. No.
Yeah, exactly.
If you know that is a conduit to making purchases, no.
What I don't know is if she was able to resolve it or not. I didn't see that in the article. So, yeah.
We'll see you in court.
Pretty messed up.
I was on that ride. I wonder if I was on the same day as her.
It was...
no, it was a couple of weeks after that. But oh my gosh,
I mean, the odds are pretty good you were there at the same time.
Yeah. Well, he said last month, and I was there last month. I was on that ride last month, so yeah. I'm looking at the date though. They don't line up.
No. A front desk worker at the Lodge at Steamboat Condo Complex in Steamboat Springs, Colorado, says that the back door had been left open to let in the warm breeze recently when the smell of some cookies left on the lobby's coffee tables apparently caught the attention of a bear. The worker, Kaylee Durea, called the maintenance and...
Don't mind if I do.
And then filmed... got video of the bear. The footage shows her yelling at the bear to leave.
Just one. One.
Get out of here.
Just one.
Leave.
Come on.
No.
Don't mind if I do.
Driving the animal towards the closed front door before it reversed its direction and strolled past the front desk worker back to the open back door.
You can't help but say "aw" to something that you know could easily kill you, but they're adorable looking.
Drea says that the bear did not act aggressively and did not leave behind much of a mess aside from
for the Shriners Convention.
Some cookie crumbs. So, yeah. An Idaho man broke a Guinness World Record. He ran a half marathon while wearing 111 T-shirts.
Jeez.
David Rush, who's broken more than 200 Guinness World Records to promote STEM education, said that it took about 25 minutes for a support team to dress him in the 111 shirts before Saturday's...
Is that a record in and of itself?
Not. I don't think so.
Okay.
Saturday's YMCA famous Idaho Potato Marathon. Rush completed the half marathon with a time of 2 hours and 47 minutes and 55 seconds, coming under the 3-hour time limit set by Guinness World Records. Rush's run broke the Guinness World Record for most T-shirts worn during a half marathon. The previous record of 82 shirts was set by British runner David Smith in November of 2021. The Idaho man said the cool temperatures helped him during his attempt, but he said he had struggled with issues from the more than 40 pounds of added weight from the shirts.
Kidding.
So, yeah, it was 40 pounds. He said, my arms lost circulation after a couple of hours. My hands swelled to what felt like twice the size.
You couldn't move them.
He said, my normally loose wedding ring was a constricted ring, and I couldn't even touch my thumbs across my hand. So that's how bad it got. That's how constricted his upper body was while wearing 111 T-shirts. But he managed to run
it's pretty amazing.
13.1 miles. Yeah. All right, and there you go. That is what I have in the bizarre file for you. Let's take a break. We'll come back in a second. We're going to test you. Test you, my friend. See if you've been paying attention. Lesson questions up next. Stay there.
When he moved out to L.A., he and I became friends.
Oh, okay.
Jerry Duggan. And, we just wrote that book on our own. And then once we did that, Marvel kind of was like, well, you guys know what you're doing. Do you want to write Deadpool? And the way it came up.
You must have crapped yourself when
I did, yeah. But I still had to, even though they wanted to give me the job, I still had to prove that I was worthy. So I had to give them, the first year of stories. So we had to do work to actually get the gig.
I remember, because they listen, there's the long-standing tradition, and it was very hard to get into that group. I remember the story of a guy who was a writer who ended up writing for Mad Magazine over the year, and that was revered, Mad Magazine. To get in there, it took forever. It was like Parliament. Right. You almost had to, go through that process. But once you were in, do they ever bring up the topic of other potential characters?
Oh, yeah, for sure. And I've been told I can do a Star Wars book if I want to.
Wow.
Any of the Marvel stuff. But it's just coming up with the idea, because you don't want to just, half-ass it with that kind of thing.
Sure.
Because that was the thing with Deadpool always was I was worried about, making the nerdy fans mad. And Punisher fans, a lot of those guys own guns. So you don't want to make Punisher fans mad.
Yeah.
Ex-military dudes that are like, oh, you messed up Frank Castle, brother. And I'm like, oh, man.
You can't, Star Wars you can handle.
Yeah.
When a dude shows up with the...
Well, I don't know. Star Wars nerds are pretty hardcore. Yeah.
When you go out, because you are doing so much, and we described you as a modern-day Da Vinci, when you go out and you're performing at comedy clubs, what is the composition of the audience coming to see you? Is it more nerds? Is it more TV fans of your TV work?
It's both. And I notice my fans, because they look like me, a lot of black T-shirts and facial hair.
Right.
And
hunched a little bit?
Breasts, maybe.
Breasts.
Maybe they haven't taken care of themselves. A lot of doughy foods in their diet, I don't know. I'm not judging.
No, Oh, it's the more the merrier.
I've lost a lot, but yeah.
Yeah, you look good.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
You're a big-time rocker. You been to any concerts this season?
I went to Tom Petty's last show.
You did?
The Hollywood Bowl?
Hollywood Bowl, and then the
kidding.
following week he was dead. And like, there's no way I would have, like if he would have said, "Man, this is his last show," he didn't seem, like one foot.
Were you so glad you went though?
Oh, absolutely. But that taught me. I'm like, I'll never say no again. Like anybody who comes through, I'll be like, that guy might die, so. Unless they're young. But yeah.
Who's on the list? Who's on the got to get to list
I
for
don't
you?
even know. I mean, well, like if Floyd ever gets back together, or Zeppelin, or any of those, obviously. But there's not too many. Tom Petty was one of the only. I had never seen him, and I'm so glad I did.
Have you seen the Stones? Yeah, it was the same question.
Yeah, I saw them in the old days.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw them with Guns N' Roses and Live in Color in like 90.
That's a hell of a show.
Yeah, was it 1990, 1989
That was a triple bill?
Yes.
Yeah.
Ed mentioned Floyd. My son, my youngest son, is 15. He's into music, so I'm about ready to have the Dark Side of the Moon experience. I'm going to turn him on to that.
Right.
So we're going to go, and the way I remember listening to that album from beginning to end, we're going to a dark room, light a candle, sit back, and
Ludes.
Ludes. No, we're not going to smoke weed, but we're gonna listen to that. I can't wait to turn him on to
And
that.
then he'll really like it when he smokes weed.
Right, exactly. This is step one. We'll get to that later.
I don't know.
Just dip your feet in, and when I'm not around, check it out on your
Sure.
own. Yeah.
Where's that experience coming from now? Where you could, that used to be till you talk about the religious experience of in the dark with the turntable and the whole thing, and I'm going to now in the darkness see the music, and that you don't get it anymore.
There's no albums anymore.
Yeah,
that's why it's not going to happen anymore.
They don't do laser light shows anymore either.
I used to love laser light shows.
Those things are badass.
No matter who they were playing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It could have been Little River Band. It would still work. But maybe not.
Rush, yes.
Pink Floyd was made for laser.
I went to a
laser
Rush
Floyd.
one back in the day.
Oh, yeah?
In San Francisco. Yeah.
I went to Seattle
wasted.
Sounds, and it was awesome. It was Pearl Jam, Nirvana.
Oh, that's a good one.
Alice in Chains, Soundgarden. It was awesome.
The problem with the laser light shows is the seats were they're planetarium seats. So if you went late at night, you were going to fall asleep because they were
Right.
Yep, because you
permanently
laid back.
reclined.
But
Yeah.
they're probably better now. I would think there's been some advancements in laser.
You would hope.
Because back then it was just like they would write Rush with a laser and then spin it around. So you'd see what Rush looked like backwards. And you'd be like, wow.
Well, then they
It's
did
amazing.
They did 3D laser lights
Yeah,
where you'd
yeah.
wear the glass. Do you remember that?
No,
Yeah,
no, I
that was
missed out
for a
on
brief
that.
period. Yeah.
Yes.
And so thanks for coming by.
Yeah,
again,
thanks
man.
for having me.
And
Always,
enjoy
guys.
your time in Philadelphia.
Thanks, man.
Brian Posehn. Regis Philbin did not like to chat with Kelly Ripa when the cameras weren't rolling.
What?
No. It's not the way it sounds, and we all will understand this. Regis had a mandate. She said, absolutely no talking off camera.
So save it for the TV, right?
Yeah.
I'm such a professional.
She tells the New York Times about her dynamic with Philbin. She said he had almost a superstition about it. You save it for the show.
Save it for the show.
She said,
Kelly, look at me right in the eyes. Save it for the show.
She'd said, I'd be like, good morning. And
Shut up!
He'd say, save it for...
Shut up. Shut your mouth. Shut.
Save it for...
Shut the mouth now.
You weren't very nice about it.
Look, shut the mouth closed. Shut.
So she would... he would say, save it for the air.
Save it for the air. Shut.
I swear to God.
I will kill you where you stand. I will cut your whole goddamn head off. I just purchased a scimitar. This very reason. To just slice your head off. So shh.
After he left live,
Nothing?
Michael Strahan came aboard and his unexpected eggs from Good Morning
She
America.
can't understand what he says, so.
So it didn't matter.
So it was her saying don't talk, yeah. Shut up.
Just put your slicker on and talk to that slob.
Ari Luyendijk Jr. is about to meet 29 potential future wives.
Oh, boy. Is he the new Bachelor?
The Bachelor season 22 is about to kick off, and in the running this time are 4 Laurens, 2 Brittnys, and 3 real estate agents.
I'm Brittany, and I'm just
looking for that someone special.
The 36-year-old race car driver, there you go, was first introduced to viewers on season 8.
Hey,
of
would
The
this show
Bachelorette.
work with ugly people? I mean, straight
not
up.
at all for 1 second.
Can they just try it? Can like a smaller,
No one wants
lesser
to see-
network just do it with ugly people?
No, they did Rock of Love.
No, I mean like actual ugly people.
You know what? They have shows that are average people, like that Married at First Sight thing.
Yeah.
And those people aren't. So they're just kind of average looking. So and people watch that, but it does have the added level of they've never met before and they're going to try to stay together.
Regular people. It's just you have these stunning people. Many of them very loose sexually.
Right.
You have these dream dates that no one on earth ever goes on, but people on The Bachelor and Bachelorette.
Yeah.
And
But
that's
could
why
you
people
imagine,
watch.
like The Bachelor shows up, and then you got 20 or 30 Bachelorettes, and then
Mama June Shannon gets out of the limo.
Some of the Bachelorettes are like, you know what, I'm out. You know, so immediately the 30 goes down to 20.
Well, that would be cool if at the point, but they've already it's the formula works so well.
I know.
It's been on, even though it's 90,000 different iterations of
This
it.
is season 22. Yeah, and I don't know how many
It's
different
showing no
versions.
signs of slowing down. Bachelor, Bachelorette, Bachelor in Paradise.
Imagine that Casey, if The Bachelor shows up and he looks like, that doctored picture of Tom Cruise that makes him a little fat and he's wearing a baseball hat.
Or booger.
Yes, something like that.
It's not going to work. So anyhow,
I have to go. The limo's still running.
yeah.
People with great personalities, all
No one
across
cares.
the board. Yeah.
Look at this picture here.
Yes.
That guy.
That's it. I love it.
I tune in. I totally would have watched that show. At least the first episode.
It's a fantasy for everyone. I got just what love is really like.
But if you're one of the girls and you show up and Fat Tom Cruise is waiting for you instead of Ari Lewandowski Jr., you got ripped off on that season.
You're gone.
Yeah.
You're out of there. So anyhow, he was first introduced on season 8 of The Bachelorette when he vied for the affection of Emily Maynard. So he goes.
love you.
He goes.
I want to be with you.
He goes.
Forever.
I love you.
I love you. I look into the future and I see you and I together, like two people together.
Poetry.
I want to walk down the aisle with you, the same aisle, and get married. I want to write our own vows and use ventriloquist dummies to convey them.
Please welcome Mr. M. Night Shyamalan.
Guys, I like the music.
You like that?
That's a cello actually played through, through an electric. Thing
Oh, that's
to make
really cool,
to
yeah.
Make it sound like a growl. That's,
Oh, really?
That's
Music from Split, yeah.
Yeah, this was. Hang on, wait.
Yeah,
Yeah,
see
now
that
you
on
can
that-
hear it.
Yeah, and the composer actually plays the cello. He played it himself, like in a bathroom, like off the tiles, and you can anyway.
Who's the composer? No. I mean,
Wes Stortson. I got him from the HBO show The Jinx. Making.
Yes.
So just an amazing talent.
I want to talk about, or ask you about Split, and so I don't want no spoiler alerts, but I recently went to a screening of Unbreakable. Do you look at Unbreakable differently than you did 10 years ago?
Split and Unbreakable are very, very connected, and they've always been. Even when I wrote the original movie, both these movies were in my head and actually on paper.
Okay.
So it was just one of the things when I started doing smaller movies, which give me a lot of creative control, and for me, whether it's even just in my own head, a sense of being able to be daring and different and original and not worry because the budgets are low and I can do something that's unexpected. I felt like, wow, I could do this other part of this story in a very unusual way. In fact, in a way that hasn't been done before, which is not even tell you how it's connected to something else unless you come see the movie and then forbid it to be mentioned in the marketing. It was really strange, I'll tell you, because I write only originals, but this is the first time I've ever written something where I already knew the characters, so it was very bizarre. Like, as soon as I started writing, I knew all the characters' voices and how they were going to react. So it was a very different process. And,
Okay.
Yeah, really interesting.
Well, speaking of that, I apologize, but how did you come up with all the different voices and characters for the one character in Split?
Yeah, James plays, if you guys haven't seen it, Split is about James's character and who suffers from DID, and he has 23 personalities, and there's a 24th one coming, which is a very threatening personality. And in this movie, he plays I don't want to tell you how much because I think it's going to be fun. But
Ocean's Calling, and it's kind of like a lot of 90s era bands, but
Ocean's Calling.
I'm going to try to go to it. I'm going to meet up with a whole bunch of college friends and do an Airbnb or something for the weekend. But yeah, Dave Matthews and Tim Reynolds, Lumineers, Alanis Morissette should be fun.
It's a 3-day show, and that same day, Dave Matthews is playing a band that I would like to go see, Toad the Wet Sprocket.
I've seen them.
I have too.
Yeah.
I'd like to see them again.
They're a good show, I have to say.
They have great harmonies.
Yeah.
Yeah. Marissa's telling me that Robert Irvine's doing like a food thing there.
Yeah.
Correct. Yep. He's one of the acclaimed chefs because Andrew Zimmerman is one of them. I know him. And Amanda Freitag, I'm not familiar, but Robert Irvine, yeah. So I guess tickets are on sale. I don't know.
Today.
Tickets go on sale today.
Today
Hot
noon,
damn.
yeah.
How about that? Hot damn today. Hot damn noon today.
Yes, sir.
That's when they are available. All right. Lesson question time. And we're giving away 4-pack of tickets for Harry Potter the Exhibition at the Franklin Institute. Question I'm going to go with. We've done some early questions from earlier in the day this week. Let's do one from not that long ago. Who's the star of The Pretensioners? This is like a legal show. 215-263-WMMR. And if you heard that just a little while ago, you should call us now. Who's the star of The Pretensioners? 215-263-WMMR.
Trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you by Garden State Home Loans. Now is still a great time to cash out and refinance your mortgage. Interest rates are still relatively low. Visit GardenStateLoans.com for a quote. NMLS 473163, Equal Housing Lender, New Jersey Department of Banking and Insurance. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Austin St. John, the actor who played the Red Power Ranger in the 90s TV series, has been arrested for running a COVID PPP scam. Upon arrest, St. John reportedly stiffened up, yelling, "It's morphin' time," to which the FBI agent responded, "No, it's felony time."
Oh, my God.
Despite rumors to the contrary, Kourtney Kardashian is denying that her new lifestyle product line is a ripoff of Gwyneth Paltrow's Goop. Kourtney says the difference will be obvious to anyone who checks out her line called GURP. 63-year-old Sex and the City author Candace Bushnell is reportedly dating a mystery 21-year-old male model. Friends are apparently very worried after 2 trips to the hospital for exhaustion, but the guy insists he can take it. And that's the Hollywood Trash.
All right, thank you, Steve. Let's see if we can get an answer to the stupid question this morning. And it is, who is the star of The Pretensioners? 215-263-WMMR, and I will go to Mark, see if we can get an answer. Hey, Mark, good morning.
Hey, good morning, it.
Good morning, it, buddy. All right, so who is the star of The Pretensioners, please?
All right, well, before I say it, my pretensioners all just went out. We have a big, huge fireworks display going. It's Patrick Duffy.
Patrick Duffy is correct. You got it. Hang on the line, sir. We are going to set you up. We just got you. Let's see. What did we get you? We got you a 4-pack of the Harry Potter the Exhibition.
Nice.
Tickets at the Franklin Institute. The groundbreaking exhibition celebrates the iconic moments, characters, settings, and beasts as seen in the films and stories of Harry Potter and the Wizarding World. Using best-in-class immersive design and technology, tickets are on sale now at fi.edu. We're having a little bit of a technical issue, so we have to hold on before we get into it. I can hit the button and it'll work?
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, music news brought to you today by Coors Light. The Preston and Steve shows headed back to Keenan's North Wildwood this Friday, May 27th, to officially open the Jersey Shore. Be there starting at 6 a.m. Brought to you by Coors Light, made to chill. All right, we'll start with this. You may have seen this news, but Aerosmith announced yesterday that Steven Tyler has entered rehab after relapsing following a foot surgery. Tyler has been open about his struggles with substance abuse for over a decade, per a recovery spotlight from the American Addiction Centers. He first became sober in the 1980s before relapsing in the early 2000s. He's most recently sought treatment in 2009. Statement from the band reads, as many of you know, our beloved brother Steven has worked into sobriety for many years. After foot surgery to prepare for the stage and the necessity of pain management during the process, he has recently relapsed and voluntarily entered a treatment program to concentrate on his health and recovery.
That's got to be like walking a tightrope. If you know you're inclined to addiction and yet, so you have this pain, you know, and I know a lot of people who will just come. They'll just, just take it, just to avoid getting any medication. They'll just suffer the pain rather than.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely a slippery slope, and it's tough. And just because you are a recovering addict doesn't mean that you have to suffer.
Right.
But it does mean that you really do need to take as many precautions as possible when going through something.
When entering into that,
Yeah.
make sure you have your support system in place, I guess.
Right.
As a result, the band is canceling the first set of their Las Vegas residency that was set to occur this June and July. In April, Tyler told E.T. that he was especially excited for the new upcoming residency. He said...
Are you excited for the tour?
He said it's right up there, and we don't have a crew shutting down and setting back up. He compared to it to...
We could fix your foot with nanobots.
Oh.
And no pain management?
No pain management.
Okay. He said he was comparing it to...
I'll always be right here in your arch. Turn on your arch light.
Compared to a traditional tour. He said it's good, it's fun. He even hinted that they may have some new songs to debut for fans.
Dude looks like an alien. Voila, voila, dude looks like an alien.
Big, long, creepy fingers.
Loving a transporter.
Oh, my God.
And I won Jeopardy, too.
I love loving it.
Dude looks like a quiz host. Melted up and effed up.
In the transporter.
Gotta watch out.
Yeah.
Always make sure you pay for your service warranty.
There's some who claim that the transporter actually kind of clones you.
Yeah.
That it's not.
I've heard that.
It's not actually you when you end up.
Yeah. One time I came through with my penis on my face. Or somebody's penis on my face.
Not necessarily for yours.
Is this yours?
What does your species' penis look like anyway? Do you have any
it
idea?
looks like a pet egg.
A pet egg?
Yeah, that you use to wipe dead skin from your feet.
That sounds painful for the females.
No, it's actually pretty.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, not really, but
You get a little stinky on your pet egg, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, no, so we're looking at a picture, Preston, the grated part.
Yeah, that
It looks like a cheese grater.
Yeah, that's what you're. That's
Yeah,
what you're.
That's the part that's the penis.
Oh my
How is that
God.
pleasurable for her?
Well, you have to ask her. But she sure digs it. You know what I'm saying? Bitch be coming back for more, you know what I'm saying?
Because her vagina looks like a foot.
That's right.
What the hell are we talking about?
I'm talking about how
Steven
alien
Tyler.
women have vaginas that look like feet,
Yeah.
and that we have penises that look like cheese graters.
Yeah.
All right, I guess that makes sense.
I hope somebody tuned in at just that moment when you said that.
Yeah,
It has
I know.
zero context as to what
Just
is going
driving
on.
through the areas, never heard the show.
Yeah, and just heard we're talking about female aliens that have a vagina that looks like feet, and the males have a penis that looks like a cheese grater. Because I can't think of anything more random than that.
That's beautiful.
All right. Anyway, so yes, for now, audiences, we were talking about Aerosmith and
something
Steven
with
Tyler.
music.
For now, though, audiences are going to have to wait until they resume performances in September. The band is working on refunding tickets, by the way. So,
Do you remember there was a time when, well, I thought it was just recently, where there was actual talk of them once and for all breaking up.
yeah.
And that's now off.
It's carried on for
Yeah.
a while, especially since they got that offer to do the residency. Because
Right.
as far as a touring rock band goes, that's about as low maintenance as you can get.
Right, yeah.
So I could see them wanting to do that for sure. Fozzy, they're not doing a residency. They're hitting the road. Again, a fall leg tour is coming up. It's the Save the World Tour. Tickets go on sale Friday at 10 a.m. They will be performing October 9th at the Brooklyn Bowl in Philadelphia. Chris Jericho said 2022 has already been the biggest and best year in Fozzy's career, from Judas going gold with the 500,000 units sold to I Still Burn being the fastest charting song in Fozzy Tori, to the Save the World Tour being our most successful
the Janus Fair
run ever. We decided to extend the celebration and do another huge run.
We'll travel down to the planet in the Tori.
What do the penises look like on your... on your...
It looks like someone stuck a hand grenade in a liverwurst.
Chris Jericho said, come and celebrate Boombox. The power of rock and roll and the magic of Fozzy live with us again this fall. And bring your party hats, he says. You're going to need them.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. Stone Temple pilots have pulled out... hand grenade and liverwurst. Stone Temple pilots have pulled out of the last 5 shows in their U.S. tour with Hailstorm and Blackstone Cherry after a member of their touring party tested positive for COVID-19. The band announced on social media yesterday during the routine COVID-19 testing, we have discovered that a member of the touring party has tested positive. Out of an abundance of caution, we must regretfully cancel the remaining shows on our tour with Hailstorm. So that sucks. Let's say one more thing. I think we have some audio of this. Bruce Springsteen.
That's right.
And the E Street Band have announced the initial dates for their 2023 World Tour. The Boss will kick off the year in North America next February with a string of arena dates still yet to be announced, followed by 3 months in Europe, playing stadiums across the continent and hitting Spain, Ireland, France, the Netherlands, Switzerland, Germany, Sweden, Norway, Denmark, Austria, and Germany. The opening night of the European leg is set for April 28th in Barcelona, Spain.
So last time I toured was 2017, right?
With the E Street Band, I guess?
Yeah.
I don't know. That's what you heard?
That's what I heard.
All right, there's a clip.
Do we have the clips?
We have a clip of you.
No.
Oh.
All right.
They were...
Send them over.
Yeah, okay. Bruce, you sent over your own clips.
I do a lot of show prep for you guys in the morning.
Appreciate that, man. Thank you.
He said after 6 years...
Got it.
Okay, here we go.
Going to rehearse in January, start in the States arenas in the beginning of February there. Then in May, head over to Europe, come back to the States, play a few summer shows outside. We're eventually going to get to Australia and New Zealand and back around again. So it's an old school E Street Band lengthy tour that we're going to be involved in, and everybody's very excited.
All right, there's another clip of him. Here we go.
I think I already wrote out a set list. So just to have something to do and an idea of like, oh, we could start from here and see where it's going to go, you know. You don't know till you get out there and test them in front of the audience. People can expect a full tilt rock and roll show.
You ever gonna do Rosalita?
You guys ever seen Bruce?
I have not.
Man.
No. I know you said it was amazing.
I just saw him the one time, and I was blown away at how that man commands a crowd. It was just something. There are people that have it and do it in completely different ways.
Yeah, oh, no.
Bruce's way versus Mick Jagger, completely different. Between Mick Jagger, completely different. Yet they hold everybody captive. You just love it. You just eat it up.
Well, I never. So I didn't see him, but there was right after Darkness on the Edge of Town came out. What is basically, I guess, considered the sister station at the time for WMMR in New York, WNEW, played a concert live, and I remember it went on for hours and hours, and it was just amazing. So I didn't see it, but I heard it live, and it was amazing.
Yeah. They're going to be hitting just European tour dates as of now is what they've announced, but they should hopefully soon be announcing the American dates, so North American dates. All right, and there you go. That's what I have in music news. Real quick, a phone call.
Yeah.
Former intern Boring Tom is on the line, and he's calling in. Hey, Tom.
Yeah!
Yes! You don't sound so boring these days, Tom.
I don't think I ever was boring. By the way, Preston, I wanted to say you really biffed it on that dead guy in the envelope.
I totally forgot about that.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Dead guy in the envelope.
No,
I've
listen.
been waiting for someone to say that for like 6 years, but I figured I had to call in and say it.
Tom, since you're calling in, and we see in the subject line maybe why you were calling in, we are watching the video of you when we had you at Keenan's, in a dunk tank full of poop.
Yeah.
Well, every single year you guys talk about this, and you always say that intern we had. So I figured in order to get my 5 seconds of fame, I should remind you that it was your boring intern.
I remember it was you, Boring Tom, and I was the one who gave you the name Boring Tom, and it was just because
you did.
He was quiet. He was quiet.
You were quiet, and you had a normal, nice haircut. You dressed.
It was
normal.
your haircut.
It was like my second day, and you tried like 6 different nicknames. You're like, I'm gonna think of something. I'm gonna think of something. You're like, all right, you're boring. You're boring.
But you got in that dunk tank, which is legendary, especially because they effing hated it there. Remember that the cleanup and everything?
The worst part was you made me put the cow manure in it myself. I do it myself.
It's like making somebody dig their own grave.
Yep. Oh, we're watching.
So it's like, hey, we have this terrible thing you're going to do, and it's going to be gross. Also, you set it up for the terrible stuff.
Jesus, man.
I will tell you though, you have a nice physique there, Tom.
Hey, he's in good shape.
Yeah.
That's still the same 10 years later.
Good. See, that manure probably worked in very well.
It's a lot of people don't realize how rejuvenating
Absolutely.
that is.
It's no different than what Gwyneth Paltrow does with goop.
It was basically like going to the spa. I can't smell, and I can't hear out of my left ear anymore.
There you go.
Well, Tom, you should come back to the old haunt sometime if you get a chance.
Yeah, I will at some point. I'm busy with real life and work and family, so if you can believe it, the kid who was in a dunk tank full of manure actually has a real life. And
wow.
Yeah,
Well, real quick though, what do you do, and how old are your kids and everything?
I'm in sales. That's about as far as I want to put it because I don't know that I really want people knowing this was me.
Right. Yes.
Yep.
And I have two kids. I have a 5-year-old and a 3-year-old.
Wow. Oh my goodness, that's so cool.
Will you ever show them the video of you being in this dunk tank?
My wife probably will.
Yeah, and so she should.
I mean, Tom, if it makes you feel any better, there's a video of me being hosed off by my 80-year-old neighbor while wearing a thong. So
covered in ice cream.
Yeah, but at least you were inebriated.
Yeah, you're stone cold sober.
Yeah.
All right, Tom, good to hear from you, man. Thanks for the memories, bud.
Hey, take care, guys.
I'll see you later. Wow, they grow up so fast.
Keenan's.
He's got kids.
Yeah. The guy we put in a poop tank at Keenan's has a family.
Dan Craig, our former intern, posted the other day about him getting spanked.
I heard.
And I think that was like 9 or 10 years ago.
He's a lawyer.
Yeah.
Is he actually a lawyer or is
He's
he in law
actually
school?
a lawyer. No, he's a lawyer.
I thought he was a writer. I thought he was a dancer.
He was a dancer, guys.
Yeah, okay.
He was a writer.
She was a dancer.
Jinx, oh my God!
He
was a writer, and then he went to law school.
He worked for Philly Voice. I think he still writes for them.
Yeah, he was a columnist.
And a good one.
Yeah, very much so. Yeah, that was, oh my God. That was one of my favorite broadcasts at Keenan's because we got up. We're missing 2 of our support staff. Turns out they had hooked up the night before.
But he was also dating another intern.
And he was dating another intern.
And I think she had a boyfriend.
Well, so the other intern, or no, the one he messed around with.
Yeah.
So the other intern was back here working the board, and I was on the air.
That's right.
Standing in front of him, and I'm going, well, here's what happened last night. And he's looking at me, and he's miming, don't, please don't say anything. And I'm like, what's going on? And he's like, he's dating the girl back running our board at the radio station. I'm like, oh my God.
But
and I had to stop mid-sentence.
Oh, did you stop?
I think so.
Yeah,
But
by that time, everyone sort of figured out what was going on.
I think I bailed on that part of it, but for falling asleep and not making it to the broadcast on time, we punished him on air, and I spanked his bare ass with a paddle.
Like hard.
Yeah. And like the next, after the weekend, he showed me a picture. The skin was peeling off his ass from where I had hit him with that paddle. I felt so bad.
It's the kind of stuff that happens down there.
Doing it.
Yeah,
It is.
Yeah. Good thing he's a lawyer now.
Right? I think the statute of limitations has run out on my assault charge by now, but wow.
And when you're at Keenan's, it's like being in international waters. A lot of the laws don't exist.
You're probably right.
Yeah.
You can flap, random ladies' boobs, right, Kath?
That was a really long time ago.
So, hey, maybe you'll have some stories this weekend after you join us at Keenan's in North Wildwood.
Just to see you out there is going to be awesome.
Yep. We're going to take a break. We'll be back in a second. Get ready to wrap up the show. Make sure you stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
All 93.3 WMMR.
This Memorial Day weekend.
Characters
It's-
for
it- you know
one.
what? Really, it's not any different for me as a screenwriter because they are who they are. So
They're real characters. They're
real
just
characters.
being funneled through one person.
Yeah, it's James that has the problem. I have to. I'm just writing different characters.
I watched the Blu-ray had a different ending, which I find this stuff fascinating.
Yeah.
And one you didn't go with, and it was the exact right call to go with the one you went with. But do you when you shoot those things and you actually just sit there and see them side by side and run them, do you go, that's it, or are you back and forth, back and forth, back and forth?
Well, I mean, part of art is listening, right?
Yeah.
So you can have an agenda. Again, if I write this movie about you guys, you five guys right here in this thing, I can have an agenda. Oh, I want Preston to be this person and that person, and but you have to really listen because the character of Preston or the character of Kathy will start talking to you and telling you something, and if you're being arrogant in the process, it's literally in a relationship, and if you're not listening to say, oh wow, the Kathy character wants to be the dominant character, doesn't want to be the way you were thinking of her, and so it's listening to it and making the movie and looking at it, you go, wow, I thought James's character was going to do this, or I thought Bruce's character was going to go this way, but actually it's Sam's character that wants to do this, and that process of I've gotten better at listening.
You sort of step aside and let the voices come. I know it seems very
it all
bizarre,
sounds really bizarre
and overly artsy, but I would understand that when you're writing for multiple characters. I mean, they're all living within you.
Yeah, so James, we were doing a scene, and just a random moment, just to give you a sense of what I'm talking about, and James was playing the 9-year-old boy, and he did something that he didn't know he was going to do. He was walking down the street, and he did something with something on the side of the building, and a half second before he did it, he didn't know he was going to do that. Right? And then he did it, and then he reacted to it, and like a 9-year-old, and it was hilarious and wonderful, but he didn't pre-think that. He was being the character and listening, basically, is what I'm saying. What does the character think? Oh, wow, the character's eyes went to this thing that happened to walk by. And that in that same way, being present as, having empathy. I guess as an artist, that's really what you're cultivating is your ability to have empathy. I've always, coveted the opportunity to do something where there was a pre-existing mythology and something so well thought out. Why Lord of the Rings and Harry Potter and even Star Wars, Lucas's Star Wars, why it's so effective is the backstory has been thought out so much. The backstory is the front story. All that work has been done. And when you guys see something on television or a movie that rings a little hollow, that's because the person walked in the room and that person didn't exist before they walked into the room.
So with that kind of just leaving things, just letting it funnel through, can we expect to see Glass face off against Stuart Little?
Maybe.
Is it possible?
Yeah, it's possible. I wrote Stuart Little for you fans out there. That's why that joke actually is funny.
I'd like to thank you. I'm a new member of the board of directors of the Greater Philadelphia Film Office. I work with Sharon Pinkerton now. So I came on board this year, and now I've been brought into the fold of all things film and television in Philadelphia. What she does is amazing, but it's people like you that still highlight this area as a place to film, a place to create, a place that's got wonderful landscapes and backgrounds and all that stuff, and trying to to keep that coming into the area.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, obviously we shot a scene with Bruce down in South Philly, and we were in this house, this row home, and we came out and there's 2,000 people outside, and they were like bringing us cheesesteaks and pizzas. By the way, I ate it all. So it was so good. I mean, I'm a Philly boy. I mean, I'm a classic Philly boy. It's October. We're gonna win the Super Bowl.
Yes, we are. M. Night Shyamalan, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, man. Yesterday, we got on a discussion for a moment about weird phone lines.
Yeah.
I remember. Yeah, well, what was it?
It was you.
Yeah, there was a number we used to call that would just, and it was something stupid to do as a kid, that when you would call it, it would dial, or it would ring once, and then it would pick up, and it would go, I mean, over and over, nonstop.
It had to be like maybe for service guys working on the lines, like a calibration thing.
Maybe that was
something like that.
Something along
and you
those
happened upon it.
No, but the reason I brought this up is because Steve came across now. one of the things is not just free phone lines like the time and temperature and 800 PHL gate. There was a time in history where the 900 exchange was quite popular, and those were paid phone calls. You mentioned celebrity ones.
Yeah, we have a couple of them.
You ready for this one?
Yeah, which one you have?
Here we go.
Audio Entertainment presents pop music's new sensation, Paula Abdul.
Call me, I've got news you can use.
Straight up, she's going to tell you
Straight up, man.
You straight up call her now.
She'll tell you where she had her nose done.
And you should, because opposites attract.
Call 1-900-909-1800 now.
Call me twice and I'll send you an autographed picture.
You and Paula together. Just $2 the first minute, 45 cents each extra minute. Kids ask your parents' permission. Paula's on a rocket to stardom.
Call me now and find out why.
Pick up the phone. Call 1-900-909-1800.
We're watching the video. She was hot back in the day, man.
What if you called her up, though?
Yeah, what do you want?
Yeah. Look.
Paul, I'm a big fan. Yeah, great. You want a picture or what?
All right, here is here's another music one for you guys. Here we go.
Audio Entertainment presents Warren.
Yeah, we like to rock and roll. We like to do a lot of other things, too.
Call the Warren.
Yeah, we like to rock and roll. We like to do a whole bunch of other things, too.
Like what?
Like, I don't know, like walk around, eat food, look at TV sometime.
Yeah?
Sleep. Yeah. It's the Rock's lifestyle, man. My buddy has a car. We'll drive around in it.
In a car?
Yeah, car.
Kind of car.
4 wheels. Steering wheel. Got it all, man.
All right, let me play it from the beginning.
Manual windows. CD player. Not at this time, right?
Not at that, though. It would have been a cassette player.
Record player?
Yeah.
Back seat, it skips a lot because, you hit bumps.
All right, here we go.
Audio Entertainment presents Warren.
Yeah, we like to rock and roll. We like to do a lot of other things, too.
Call the
Yeah.
Warren.
We like to rock and roll. We like to do a whole bunch of other things, too. Just lest you think we're just very narrow and just do rock and roll. We do our banking and stuff, too. Grocery shop.
Yeah, we like to rock and roll. We like to do a lot of other things, too.
Call the Warren Rock Line.
We'll give you the warm, hard facts on our personal lives. Our fans always.
Warm, hard facts. Just like our units, like our penises.
Yeah.
Come first.
Just $2 the first minute, 45 cents each additional minute. Kids ask your parents' permission. You'll get the latest on tours, videos.
And what town we blew up last?
Call and hear a new message every day.
What town we blew up last?
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Hang on.
And what town we blew up last?
Call and hear a new message every day. And learn how you can leave your personal message from Warren.
Or anything else you've got on your mind. Call us and find out what goes on behind tour bus doors.
Oh, let me tell you, last time we blew up, New Haven, Connecticut.
Yeah, we like to rock and roll. We like to do a lot of other things, too.
And they probably made a ton of money off their 900 number.
Last town, Little Rock, Arkansas, man, blew it up.
Wow.
Well, it's actually still there. It's just figurative speech. People, that's some of the stuff we do other than rock and roll.
Figures of speech?
Yeah. Actually, my father burned down his carpet business for insurance money. I don't even know why I just said that. That would be in the list of other things we do besides rock and roll. We make huge mistakes that will send our family members to jail. That was stupid. Learn about more stupid things we do by calling that number.
Oh, my God.
Call it twice and I'll let you know what happens behind closed tour bus doors. We're sleeping. Because been on tour where we blew up Little Rock and New Haven. I guess I'm sort of in a loop here. I should have written down some notes. Initially, this had a whole thing.
Little Rock and New Haven?
Blew them up. Don't even look for them on a map, man. White them out. Warrant.
Yep.
It's a shame about your dad.
Yeah, that was a huge mistake.
The inventor of the vibrator actually heard a voice that said, if you build it, they will come.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
It was amazing.
Wow.
It's like Field of Dreams.
I know. It's just like
Field of
isn't it?
Screams, Preston.
Same thing that ended up happening. WMMR is our number, so get calling now. All right?
Get cracking.
Not going to say it again. Get cracking. Cracking. I would like to thank Ryan Long, the current Jeopardy champion.
What a nice guy.
Yep. for joining us this morning, and he was going on and on about what an honor it is to be on our program.
That always amazes us.
He's been listening for a long, long time. He's a lot of fun.
He seems too smart to listen to us.
Yep, and he's hopefully going to continue this winning streak for quite some time at eight shows in a row, and he's going to be in the Tournament of Champions, and he's so far won over $106,000.
How cool.
It's excellent. So,
yeah.
Congratulations, Ryan. Thanks for joining us, too. And thank you to Dunkin. Today is Dunkin' Iced Coffee Day. $1 from every iced coffee sold at participating Dunkin' locations are going to be donated to the Dunkin' Joy in Childhood Foundation today. So make sure that you stop by and get an iced coffee today because you're doing a good thing. We were looking for caller number 2, and that's Tim. Hi, Tim. Good morning, sir.
Hi, Grandma.
Hi, Grandma.
Tim, need to know what the secret text word is. Do you know?
Stopwatch.
Yep. Stopwatch. Yep. I'd like for you to hang on just a second. We are going to give you in the making, now streaming only on Disney Plus, by the way. So congratulations to you. That was his name, Mike. Oh no, this is the random texter that we grabbed to, Michael Potts. So congratulations. He is from Wilmington, and we will give you that $50 Visa gift card from Chippendale Rescue Rangers. So congratulations, sir. All right, I guess we need to do the letter of the day. Case, you're going to do that?
I got it.
All right, here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the President and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter
O, as in O-range.
All right, that's not even a word, but we'll find out what the word of the week prize is, or the word itself, on Friday, and we're going to give away a 2-night stay to the all-new Mahalo Diamond Beach, Wildwood Crest, and relax in a brand. That's the alarm clock, by the way, when you're at Mahalo. Relax in a brand new Natural Island inspired suite with oceanfront views.
Wow.
And a refreshing pool, free beach cruisers, boardwalk shuttles, and so much more, all just steps away from the beautiful beaches of Wildwood Crest. And you can check out the all new Mahalo Diamond Beach and all 5 of Icona's amazing Jersey Shore resort destinations at Icona.com. So we'll give that away on Friday. Let's see. I want to thank our sponsors. The Preston and Steve Show has been brought to you today by Acme, from city to shore. Acme has everything you need to prep for this summer season. Acme Fresh Foods, local flavors. Also brought to you by Dunkin', official coffee of the Preston and Steve Show. And by Polar Seltzer. No sugar, calories, or funny business. Refreshingly natural Polar Seltzer. Tomorrow on our program, our last one in the studio of the week, our buddy Ari Spears is going to be on the program.
Who's a veteran of Keenan's.
He has been there before.
Yeah.
Seen it in the flesh. So we are looking forward to spending some time with Aries, and we'll see what else we can get into as well. That's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.